It's Fast Friday here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Let's go down to INDYCAR Radio.
Live from the racing capital of the world, it is Fast Friday practice for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. 6 hours of live coverage right here on the IMS Radio Network and INDYCAR Radio. My name is Nick Yeoman. Michael Young joins me inside the Sid Collins broadcast booth. Alex Wolf is patrolling pit lane on this gorgeous and very warm Fast Friday. Thank you so much for joining us. And Michael, today is the opportunity we really get a true grasp on what these cars can do. Boost levels are up. It's time to see what these guys have for qualifying coming up this weekend.
90 bhp, which I think equates to roughly 88.7 HP. So they got about 90 more horsepower in these cars. As far as miles per hour, well, they were running 219 to 220, 221 at 230 to 234. So I'm not quite sure we'll be able to eclipse last year's 4-lap average, but that said, they will still be doing at least 232 miles an hour, depending on the conditions, and it is yet another windy day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The wind is coming from the southeast at 8 or 9 miles an hour, just varies in there, but gusty at times.
Sat in on some press conferences this morning. I know you've had a chance to talk with some drivers. I think there's a lot of unknowns coming into this day, especially with that wind gust. I mean, we see some shots along the front straightaway with all the flags decked out around the speedway. They are blowing quite rapidly for these drivers to navigate. Nolan Siegel, Louis Foster look like they're going to be the first two drivers to go out on the racetrack. But, I mean, all these unknowns, Michael, I think it's kind of fun. It's going to create a challenge for a lot of these teams, but I don't think really anybody knows what they have until they get on the racetrack this morning and throughout the course of the day to really test with these new boost levels.
And we did run the boost at the open test a couple of weeks ago, but we didn't have these type of conditions. It wasn't this warm A and it wasn't this windy B. So as you said, lots of variables in Fast Friday today. Turtle Wax Fast Friday here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I had an opportunity to talk to Joseph Newgarden today. I said, what is the nastiest wind, the toughest wind for you? And he said, when it's coming from the north, blowing down the front straightaway. He goes, for whatever reason, when you get to turn one and the wind's coming due north as a tailwind, he said it just upsets the back end of the car. Will Power described his worst case scenario coming from the northwest, so blowing from turn 3 down in, or down, I should say turn 4 down into turn 2. Really upsets the handling of the car when you drive into turn 2. So as you hit that apex, that aero screen, it just really wants to upset the handling of that car. So varies from driver and driver. In any case, they're going to be dealing with wind not only today, but we're understanding potential for high gusts of wind and high wind all weekend long.
Big time. In fact, Graham Rahal talked about a little bit about it this morning, about the chances of some gusts of upwards to 35 to 40 miles per hour. And Graham's been coming to the Speedway for couple decades now, and he said he's never felt that. So I can't imagine for some of the younger drivers, especially like his teammates Louis Foster and St. Devlin DeFrancesco, of dealing with those conditions. So it is going to be challenging. The good news, Michael, for these teams is tomorrow, when it counts in qualifying, we do expect the temperature to drop significantly. It's a warm day. We expect temperatures all day long in the 80s. That's going to make it tricky for this Fast Friday, but ultimately, I think the conditions will improve a little bit tomorrow, just from a track temperature standpoint.
84, we're expecting the high to be today. Then for tomorrow, 71, and then for pole day, last row shootout for the Fast 12, the Fast 6, expecting a high of 73. Looks to be sunny all weekend, so pleasant conditions, but again, the potential for those big wind gusts, which you just spoke about.
Seen a couple drivers headed to the racetrack for some installation laps. Nolan Siegel is the first driver to turn a lap at speed. That's at 226.513. You see Scott McLaughlin in that bright yellow Pennzoil Chevrolet for Team Penske. He is going to go on it. And Michael, his first lap draws the line in the sand at 233.954. That, of course, is our pole sitter from a year ago. So Scott McLaughlin is on it down the back straightaway here at IMS.
Does have a slight toe from Ryan Hunter-Ray. Ryan just now entering turn number 3, and McLaughlin right now entering turn number 3. So the rule of thumb at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, if you can see a car down the front straightaway, you are potentially gaining some type of toe. And for Scott McLaughlin, I would imagine a pretty big toe. But I'll be curious this lap to see how he does as he gets set to cross the yard of bricks.
Across the line, and it is another 233-mile-per-hour lap. Lost about a half a mile per hour down to 233.412. And we'll do our best throughout the course of the day to kind of talk about those no-toe speeds because, I know a lot of people love to track those charts, Michael, through Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I don't think it really matters until we turn the boost levels up. I mean, you can get a good qualifying sim in and kind of go through the process, but now is when I think those no-toe reports really come into play. Ryan Hunter-Reay, the first driver to turn a lap without a toe here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on Fast Friday. He has gone to 229.355 miles per hour. So a lot of guesswork going into this today, Michael, of the speeds we're going to see, and it's going to be fun to track. Scott McLaughlin looks like he is staying on the racetrack. That third lap of, I guess, what you could call a qualifying sim fell off about 231.031. None of those laps appear to be unassisted, so getting a bit of a toe down the back straightaway for the pole sitter a year ago. Not sure if he kept his foot in the throttle or not. Yeah, he is. He's in turn number 3 and heading into turn number 4 turn 4 now, Michael. So looks like it's going to be a full-blown qualifying sim for the driver who is not only a New Zealander but now officially an American, going through that process, dual citizenship a couple weeks ago.
And for Scott McLaughlin, the last time through was at a 230.4, his fastest at 233.9, which Nick commented on. Ryan Hunter-Reay, all that was without any help, all no toes. His best lap was a 229.3, this final lap at 229 flat. So a consistent 4-lap average for Ryan Hunter-Reay without the aid of a car in front of him. So gives you a good baseline for where Dreyer Reinbold at least unload in this opening couple of minutes at Fast Friday. So Ryan Hunter-Reay certainly, I think he's got a heck of a car this year.
Absolutely.
And looking forward to seeing what Jack Harvey can do as well.
Yeah, that is an organization in Dreyer Reinbold Racing that just consistently brings pretty fast cars. Ryan Hunter-Reay across the yard of bricks just turned another lap. This one at 228.859. It was also unassisted for the driver who won this race just a couple, well, I guess it's more than just a couple years at this point. It was back in 2014.
Yeah, it's been a hot
lose track of time a little
Right.
bit. 2014 when he won that race. That was the 98th Indianapolis 500. Of course, did that driving for Andretti Global, and now he is back with Dreyer Reinbold Racing with Wedbush Securities, a wealth management brokerage and advisory firm, sponsorship on that car for the 44-year-old from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It's a Chevrolet for Ryan Hunter-Reay. And again, the first unassisted lap of this Fast Friday at 229.355. So we'll see which of these drivers can contest. Looks like Alexander Rossi's going to be the next driver, Michael, to get on the racetrack. Always takes a little cooperation for these teams and drivers, too, on Fast Friday, because you do not want to run in traffic today. It's all about trying to find a little clean space on the racetrack, and sometimes you got to, find it and coordinate with teams around you to get that.
You'll get an idea, but not a true idea if you have a toe. Alexander Rossi, the second time through, 210-mile-an-hour lap, so we expect him to really get after it this next time by. Jack Harvey, Ryan Hunter-Reay's teammate, just made his way onto the 2.5-mile oval. And to check in and let us know what it's like down on pit lane, let's check in and welcome our very own Alex Wolf.
Well, Michael, a good afternoon to you and Nick down here on the pit lane. And right on cue, the wind had gusted up just as the track opened at shortly after noon, but it's now dying down, calm conditions. We're switching between sun and clouds here at the Firestone pit box. Ambient temperature 82, track temperature on average 110. Firestone sensors in each of the 4 corners. The hot corner is turn 1, 120 degrees, turn 2 at 93, turn 3, 110 degrees, and 115 in turn 4 as activity starts to pick up with more cars coming out of Gasoline Alley and getting ready to go through their paces on this Fast Friday.
That is Lima, Ohio's Alex Wolf, Delphus, Ohio's Michael Young inside the booth. My name's Nick Yeoman. I am from God's country, Lafayette and West Lafayette, Indiana.
A completely different part of the country.
I've heard somebody, we had a guy, the guy was working with us yesterday, Jonathan Ramos made a great point. He's like, just about everybody calls the place where they're from is God's country.
That's correct.
It's just the moniker that it gets.
We call our part of the country Northwest Ohio.
That's what's called being natural. Jack Harvey is on the racetrack, the second of 2 Dreyer Reinbold Racing cars. And much like we have seen all month in practice, Michael, nearly identical to Ryan Hunter-Reay. Hunter-Reay ran a fast lap at 229.355. Harvey darting down the back straightaway in that green and black Chevrolet. His fast lap right now at 229.004, and that's something I feel like has been the trend with Dreyer Reinbold racing the last few years. It hasn't mattered who's in those cars. They seem to be very consistent. It hasn't mattered who's in those cars. They seem to be very consistent, almost always right on top of each other on the timing and scoring charts. And to their credit, usually somewhere in the top 20, 24 cars. So they've got a couple good hot rods this year.
And I think they will qualify well come tomorrow, and then on Sunday as well. Drops down, does Jack Harvey at 228.6. It's interesting in talking with Jack over the last couple of weeks and his stint with Meyer Shank, and then the hope of going to Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing and the promises of what was to come from that team, and it never really played out. He ended up really struggling to qualify for the Indianapolis 500. But you look back at his days with Meyer Shank, his best qualification efforts happened in 20 and 21 when he qualified 20th in both of those races. Other than that, he started 27th, started in the last row for Meyer Shank in 2018, a 25th, and then, of course, we know the woes of 2022 and 2023, started 32nd in both of those races.
Yeah, it was a heroic qualifying runs for Jack Harvey the last couple of years for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. So although he is not full-time in the series anymore, in my opinion, got to bump up a notch in terms of car equipment coming to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, driving for Dreyer Reinbold. And, of course, this is now his part-time gig as he joins us, Michael, throwing on headsets, interviewing drivers now as he is working as a pit reporter for the Fox broadcast. He'll be back with them at Detroit, but, of course, gets to put the racing helmet back on here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Here comes Jack Harvey, Michael, across the yard of bricks. I think this is going to complete a qualifying sim. 228.503. So pretty consistent over the last 3 or 4 laps that we have seen from the 32-year-old from Bassingham, England.
The wind still coming from the south-southeast. Looked like the back end may have wiggled ever so slightly in the north end in the short chute between turns 3 and 4. Interested to see what this run will look like after Scott McLaughlin, our record pole sitter, laid down a couple of laps at a 2:33. We'll see what his teammate can do. It was interesting in the press conference today. They commented, and one of the press members asked that Will Power is a very great prognosticator. He can predict the future. And everybody laughed and said, it is true. Will does do a good job predicting the future. So the question asked, does Penske sweep the front row? Will said, I don't think we'll do that. We will get the pole. And then the next question asked, will you all be in the Fast Six? And Will said, yes, we'll be in the Fast Six. So that's Will's prediction.
I'm going to hold it to it. I'm going to write that down. So Will says all the Fast Six, Penske gets the pole, but not all 3 of them on the front row. We will see. The guy that has been up front quite a bit over the last few years at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I mean, maybe not on lap 198 or 196 or 199, but doggone it, when lap 200 rolls around, the driver of the Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Chevrolet for Team Penske has been a rocket ship. That, of course, is the 2-time reigning, defending Indianapolis 500 champion Joseph Newgarden, trying to set a little history, becoming the first driver to win this race 3 years in a row. Just completed a warm-up lap at 214.972. Michael, this appears to be an unassisted lap. I don't see anybody else on the racetrack. Here comes Newgarden across the yard of bricks. What can he do unassisted, no-toe on lap 1?
Joseph Newgarden makes his way into 229.6, so maybe a good idea of what he truly has, where we saw his teammate running those 233s, but that again was with the help of a toe. So Joseph had a 229, and I'm guessing very conservative in this first run, trying to get a feel for the wind, feel for what that car is like in these conditions. Still very warm and very windy, but no sense of letting it all hang out on this first run. But again, a good baseline for them as they come into Fast Friday.
It's a familiar paint scheme. It's the same one that he has won the last couple years. It's a beautiful red, yellow, white gradient down the sides. That Shell logo right on the side pods. Joseph Newgarden across the yard of bricks. Second lap at 228.196, so a pretty steep drop-off there. If this is indeed a qualifying sim for Newgarden. He heads out of turn number 2. But, Michael, that's the spot out of turn number 2. Last 2 years, you've had maybe the best view of anybody. First, it was running down and passing Marcus Ericsson. And then last year, it was out of your view almost by the time he got the Palou Award all the way down there in turn 3.
But you could tell it was going to happen.
Yeah, I think you said he's got a ridiculous run or something like that.
And he popped out, and and Jake got the call in turn 3 where Joseph went to the lead. Interesting, the last time through when Joseph was crossing the yard of bricks, he completely let off the throttle and had it down to nothing, and then got back into the throttle as he entered turn number 1. So I can't imagine this being a very quick lap. Indeed, a 188.9 for Joseph Newgarden, but still getting a baseline as they get set to run more qualification mock runs here later on this afternoon.
So the 6 drivers that have been on the racetrack so far: Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Jack Harvey, Nolan Siegel, and Alexander Rossi. Fastest lap overall was from McLaughlin. That was with a tow. That was a big lap at 233.954. Newgarden, though, was able to set the best no-tow lap. That was at 229.638, but again, looks like he has aborted a qualifying sim after just 2 laps. Meanwhile, guys like Ryan Hunter-Reay, Jack Harvey, they stayed out there and did 4 full laps for a full qualifying sim. Best lap for Hunter-Reay was a 229.3. Best lap for Harvey was a 229.0. Alexander Rossi, the only other driver that has turned a no-tow lap, that was down at 219.292. So Newgarden going to bring his car back to pit lane. Looks like Alex Palou also just went out and did an installation lap. Saw Alexander Rossi pull out of the racetrack. So again, Fast Friday, it is all about one-car efforts. You're not going to see a lot of pack running today. You're not going to hear us talking about a lot of guys dicing it up and trying to make some late passes down in turn number 1. Just one incident yesterday, Michael, to report. That was the teammate of Alexander Rossi, Christian Rasmussen. And again, the spot where you'll be calling the 500 there in turn number 2, where he got a little high, a little sideways. And all told, that could have been a heck of a lot worse for the second-year driver from Denmark.
Well, you were up there. You can tell me exactly what happened. You were actually went out to the spot just to watch practice. What happened? 8 laps or so, and the back end just broke loose on him.
You know what? I have to thank you, because Sam Rumsa, our former producer, who's helping us again this month, he and I were waiting on you. You were finishing up some business deals, and finally you were like, just go out there. If we would have went out there about 15 minutes earlier, we probably would have missed it. But yeah, Sam and I went up to the turn 2 spot there on top of the suites, and we weren't there for more than about 5 minutes when Christian Rasmussen's car broke loose. He did slap the right rear corner of that machine and then spun to the inside. Kyle Larson had maybe the best view of all of it. Well, we have seen both of the Dreyer Reinbold with Cusick Motorsports cars out on the racetrack. Let's hear from one of the guys helping guide that organization this month. That's Don Cusick. He's standing by with Alex Wolf.
Oh, it's so great to catch up with Don Cusick. And Don, it's been so great to have you involved the last few years in efforts here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the 500-mile race. And just for our listeners that maybe need a little refresher, what's your background and how you got to motorsports and here at the Indianapolis 500?
Well, it all started at Thermal. We had a Hendrick Motorsports track day car, and one of the driving coaches said, hey, can my buddy Steph Wilson come out and drive it? And I said, sure. So Steph came out, and I've always been an IndyCar fan and never been to the 500, so I said to him, what's the best experience I can have at the Indy 500? And he said, sponsor me. And I said, okay, and that's how it all started.
I mean, that's quite the introduction for your first time coming to the Indianapolis 500, being involved in a team.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. And of course, once you've done it that way, there's really no other way to do it. So we're back for our 5th year now.
And back for your 5th year. And one of the things that we just marvel at year in and year out is just the ability that you have to get different sponsors, the diversity of sponsors, the different companies, and year in and year out, you guys have a first-class operation, especially for an Indy-only effort like this at this point. But just talk about that, how you're able to network and get sponsors to be involved with your team.
You know, I'm just a big fan, and all I really wanted to do is share that with all the other fans. That was really the initial goal. And, you know, once you get them out here and they see it, they all want to come back too. And so that's all we really try to do. Show them how amazing this place is, how amazing this sport is, and how much fun you can have at a place like this.
And I have to think of the networking process, not only for you with the sponsors and involvement with your own team, but I'm sure with the relationships you've built, you've been maybe able to help some other people get involved in the sport with other teams. Yeah,
absolutely. And that's kind of the fun part too. You know, we're all racers at heart, we're all fans at heart, and so to be able to spread it around, that's what we love to do.
You talked about having that meeting with Steph Wilson at the Thermal Club. Of course, they had a beautiful facility out in California. And just to talk about what it meant to have the relationship you got involved here with the 500 with INDYCAR, and then the evolution to see INDYCAR come for preseason testing at the Thermal Club last year, the non-points race, and this year in March to have a full-blown points weekend. What did that mean for you to see that at Thermal Club?
Well, I mean, we love being hosts, obviously. You know, it's a small group. It's a very intimate setting. It's about as up and close and personal as you can get at an IndyCar race. We're super proud of the facility and super proud to show it off and, you know, welcome all the fans. And we just had a blast. We had a great time this year.
Certainly was a great time at Thermal Club. And now looking to this month, you got your involvement with Dreyer Reinbold Racing once again. Ryan Hunter-Ray, Jack Harvey. What are some of the goals and aspirations for this month?
Well, Dennis has said it from day one. We want to win the race. I mean, that's obviously the goal, and that's everybody's goal. You know, I think for this weekend, let's get it into the Fast 12, both cars, and kind of see where we can go from there. And, you know, just have some fun. Last year was a blast. Connor led the race. That was pretty exciting. I was up in the pit stand with the headphones on and through all the noise. When he took the lead, I heard the crowd go crazy, and still gives me goosebumps. So, yeah, we want to be competitive, you know. That's the intent. Let's go out and win this thing.
Lastly, I know, of course, you're a guy looking at a big picture, looking to the future. What are some of the future goals and aspirations for you in Cusick Motorsports as we get past Memorial Day weekend and into 2026 and beyond?
Sure. I mean, we want to run full time, and I think, you know, that's our intent. We're talking to Dennis and Brett at DRR about that. You know, it kind of makes sense for us to wait till 27 when the new car comes out. It's a pretty big capital investment for those cars. So that's kind of what we're shooting for. But for Cusick Motorsports, I think we're going to get involved in the Indy Next program perhaps next year, do a little bit of driver development out at Thermal, and support that series, and then you know, be back for the 500, and then hopefully 27, the new cars come out, and we're a full-time team with these guys.
Well, Don, we not only are excited about this month, but the future, and we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, and we wish you a lot of luck this weekend and the next weekend.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate the time, and you guys are a great supporter of ours, and we appreciate it. It really helps.
That's Don Cusick.
Appreciate that, Alex. Always good to, Michael, see a little new blood in the ownership role, and that Don Cusick story has just been fantastic, and, of course, awesome that he gets paired up with Dennis Reinbold, the Dreyer Reinbold folks, to field two cars, and obviously, as Alex touched on there, they've got some big plans for the future. Hope that all comes to fruition.
I mean, honestly, he's a gearhead, but it's great that he's a fan as well, and to be able to take that fandom and turn it into a potential ownership role down the road with not only an Indy Next by Firestone team, but potentially an NTT IndyCar Series team as well. That's pretty big news. Only one Honda to take to the circuit thus far. Takuma Sato, his best lap at 2:26.1. But wait, there's yet another Honda, and here he comes across the yard of bricks. Our points leader, Alex Palou, his first lap, a 2:17.7, so still getting up to speed. But it'll be interesting, and we talked about Honda. Everybody changed the engines in that Honda program, so all of the Honda teams have brand new Honda engines in their cars for qualifications this race weekend. It'll be interesting to see what type of speed they're able to garner.
And that kind of strays from the norm. Typically, we see everybody change an engine before the race, but to do it before qualifying leads you to think that maybe Honda's got some different specs, some new tricks up their sleeve, and we'll see what their top driver can do. Here comes Alex Palou. This is the first lap at speed. It's going to be unassisted across the yard of bricks. What can the driver of the DHL Honda do? It's a strong 230.695. Doesn't show up on the no tow reports, Michael, so that appears that IndyCar thinks he got a bit of a tow, but a strong lap regardless for the driver who leads the IndyCar point standings right now, winning 4 out of the first 5. That's right, 4 out of the first 5 races this season.
Ed Carpenter is exiting turn number 4 right now. Alex Palou entering turn number 3. So by the time Ed Carpenter gets down to turn number 1, Ed crossing the yard of bricks right now. And of course, Chevy power there. Alex Palou exits turn number 4. So just about a full straightaway, but still considerably tough.
But speaking of Ed Carpenter, how about the no-tow lap he just threw down, Michael, at 231.054. So that is stronger than we saw even from Joseph Newgarden. Carpenter setting up for turn number 3. Meanwhile, Alex Palou just turned another lap. This one's at 2:30.799. So pretty impressive speed for the Butler Bulldog. Ed Carpenter, as he's coming out of turn number 4.
Watching Alex Palou and his race telemetry, he is full throttle all the way around 232 entering the turns. Been watching the hybrid, and he has not utilized it at all. We've had several drivers talk about the hybrid unit, when they engage it, when they don't engage it, and I still think the jury's out on when the most effective time. Some of the drivers said we're not going to use it at all. Some say we're going to just use it as a full blast and just hit the button and let it go. Some say just give it little blips. So I think the jury's still out on the most effective way to utilize the hybrid system, but at this point, Alex Palou is not used to on this qualification mock run.
Yeah, it's a new tool for all of these teams and drivers to use and implement, and how Honda and Chevrolet goes about doing it even is different here at the Speedway. Drop off for Ed Carpenter pretty significant from lap 1 to lap 2 on this qualifying sim. It went from 231 down to 228. Picked it back up here on his third lap up to 229.543. Alex Palou, meanwhile, turned a couple laps at 230 miles per hour. Both of those registered. A bit of a draft off of Ed Carpenter. Now he is off the throttle. I wish we could dial in just a little bit, Michael, like a percentage for the no-tow reports. Like, I'd like to know, hey, were you getting 60% of a tow? Were you getting 20%? Because I didn't feel like Alex Palou was that far off of Ed Carpenter. Just saw a replay. It looked like he had a bit of a moment there in the short shoot in the 3 or 4.
I saw that when it actually happened. Yeah, just a little blip with that steering wheel. Had that moment where the front end wanted to break away a little bit. Again, the wind has died a little bit, and when I say died, it's now 7 miles an hour. We're not seeing those big gusts at this point, but it's still coming out of the southeast, where it basically came from yesterday. It was all coming from the southeast. So these teams, these drivers, experiencing nearly identical conditions from yesterday to today. And again, throw that all out the window, because tomorrow it's going to be a lot cooler, and that means we'll probably go a lot faster, but still that guarantee that we'll probably see some gusty winds as well.
Hope you'll join us bright and early tomorrow morning, 8:30 Eastern time for Indy 500 practice number 5. That's just a 1-hour session. Mark James will guide you through that. That's really the last finishing touches for these teams before they go qualifying. We will have live coverage all day long of Indy 500 qualifying, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern all the way up to 6 p.m. At the end of the day. We will set the 12 drivers that will run for the pole and the 4 drivers that will compete in the last row shootout. That, of course, all takes place on Sunday, May 18th, 1 o'clock Eastern. We take the air for the Indy 500 practice for not only those drivers in the top 12, but that last row shootout. Always a lot of drama, Michael. I've told folks I love qualifying weekend about as much as any non-Indy 500 race weekend of the year. So much drama, always a lot of emotion, drivers hanging it out, going for the pole, and then, of course, all of the drama that comes with trying to establish the last row shootout. Let's go back to pit lane, check in once again with Alex Wolff.
Sitting on the pit stand in the number 14 pit for AJ Foyt Racing with Larry Foyt. And Larry, we see Santino Ferrucci getting ready to go out momentarily, and your other car with David Malukas getting turned on the quick jack. There's been a lot of talk the last couple of days about Santino and the 14 car. What can you update us with that vehicle before it goes out on track?
Yeah, definitely been chasing the handle for Santino, trying to get him comfortable. It's just been one of those Indy weeks that sometimes you come here and things go smoothly, and sometimes you're chasing it. So we still feel like we've made some good gains, and very curious to see what we can do here in quali trim.
So I guess when you get ready to go out with this extra boost in qualifying trim, I mean, you look online, you look in the stands, and people have the panic meter pegged for the 14 team. But for you guys, where is it on a scale of 1 to 10?
I didn't catch all of that, but yeah, just love how the fans cheer for us, and this beautiful Homes for Our Troops livery, and Santino's a fan favorite, so he knows how to get around here. So we're staying confident. Everyone's just been head down working, and that's what you have to do here. So I'll feel better when all this is always nerve-wracking when you've got these things trimmed out and everybody's on the edge going around here. You just hope you get 4 good laps.
And now as you get ready to go out, I mean, was there any thought of maybe trying a different car, or is it just all systems go with this vehicle?
I mean, this is the car he raced last year, and that it only has 2 races on it. More just chasing a couple components, just trying to eliminate anything that could be causing him some some discomfort in the car. So we think we found something, and we'll know in a little bit.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to seeing what you guys can do, and we appreciate your time, and we'll let you get back to work.
Cheers. Thanks.
Appreciate that, Alex Wolf, the pole sitter from a year ago. Scott McLaughlin is back on the racetrack. Michael, first lap for McLaughlin, unassisted. A very strong 231.962. He started that second lap. That car looks a little less comfortable than I think I'd like it.
Yeah, it's a second lap. He's been using the hybrid system, and he's engaging it at the midway point of the short chute in the north end between turns 3 and 4, and drains it all the way down to 0. And that really, I think, gave him a fantastic first lap as we track him going into turn number 2 right now, still carrying speeds of 230 miles an hour, doesn't let off the throttle at all, and then carries that 230 all the way down into turn number 3, nearly clips the 240 mark, just did for 2 seconds there, has not re-engaged that hybrid system, but that second lap at a 232 flat.
I mean, he went faster in that second lap, Michael, and that was with, I thought I saw a bit of a bobble in the short chute in between turns 1 and 2. So we'll see what Scott McLaughlin, the new dad, can do on lap number 3. Still pretty strong at 231.823. Looks like he's going to keep his foot in the throttle. Car swings wide at the exit of turn number 1. Sets up for turn number 2. You want those Firestones right on the white line. Then he'll let it slide up off of the corner. Left a fair amount, maybe a foot and a half off the outside retaining wall. Michael, he is hauling the mail. Looks like McLaughlin is going to complete a 4-lap qualifying sim into turn number 3.
And just now the hybrid system has been re-energized up to 100%. He's engaged it again, the midway point between turns 3 and 4 in that short chute. Nice run out of turn number 4. Takes those right sides about 3 foot off that outside retaining wall. And for this next lap for Scott McLaughlin, a quick one, 230.753.
So the best 4-lap run that we have seen qualifying sim here on Fast Friday. Again, Scott McLaughlin goes to the top of the charts. He's got the fastest lap overall at 233.954. That was assisted by a draft. He also now has the best no-toe speed at 232.005. Alex Wolf, Michael Young, Nick Yeoman here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. More coverage of Fast Friday practice when we come back to IMS.
With live audio, in-car cameras, plus live timing and scoring. Download the INDYCAR app powered by NTT data and stay on track.
There's nothing quite like the Honda Accord Hybrid and the CR-V Hybrid when it comes to exhilarating efficiency. With hybrid technology and thrilling capability, these vehicles deliver an electrifying performance on every drive. But what truly makes these hybrids special is the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. Redefine your driving experience with Honda, KBB.com's best value brand of 2023. Visit your local Honda dealer or shop online today.
Based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Racing Optics is the official aero screen and helmet protective solution partner of INDYCAR and NTT INDYCAR Series. Racing Optics is a Wilson family-owned business with deep motorsport roots. Dempsey Wilson competed as a rookie in the 1958 Indy 500 with A.J. Foyt. Racing Optics is proud to continue the family legacy of participating in and working with INDYCAR for 60-plus years. Visit racingoptics.com to learn more about the windshield protection and helmet tear-offs featured on every INDYCAR.
The greatest day in motorsports is almost here. Hi, this is Brad Gilley from the Performance Racing Network. Join me and IndyCar Radio's Nick Yeoman for a preview of the Indy 500 and the Coca-Cola 600. Listen Sunday, May 25th at 10 a.m. Eastern, and we'll get you ready for a full day of racing. It's the greatest day in motorsports.
Turn your compassion into action when you volunteer with the American Red Cross. From helping people affected by disasters like home fires and floods to supporting the collection of life-saving blood, you can make a difference. Learn more at redcross.org/volunteer.
So our radio partner has really known since 2016 that this is a possibility when we sell out. Not to take anything away from TV, because I love TV, but there is something special about the radio broadcast that you can't replicate. It has been for years, and I know the bulk of our fans that sit in the grandstands will do what they always do, put their headphones on and listen to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway IndyCar Radio Network. They do it at every race. They certainly do it here. There's something about the specialness of listening to the Indy 500 on radio, and I know that a lot of folks may have the TV on at their house if they're not here, but they'll definitely have the radio on as well.
That's Speedway and IndyCar President Doug Boles a little bit earlier today. Michael, of course, announced that they have just about every single reserved seat in this joint sold out. I think they said they're under about 4 digits. So if you're wanting to get tickets to the Indianapolis 500, do not wait. And because of that, television blackout locally is going to be lifted. But, of course, as Doug pointed out, we appreciate all the folks tuning in on IndyCar Radio. I know a lot of folks are going to have those headsets up in the grandstands. And, again, I encourage the folks locally, sync it up, watch it on Fox, and sync it up with the radio broadcast. I think it creates a pretty unique way to take in the greatest spectacle in racing.
And it's fantastic to have the support of Doug Boles behind us in this radio network and to be a part of it. It's such an honor, and it truly is fantastic to listen to the broadcast. And when I'm not talking, to listen to the rest of you guys talk, it's just like, wow, this is really cool. We really do a good job. And who's also doing a really good job, Christian Rasmussen of Ed Carpenter Racing, just ran a lap of 2:29, but he had a quick one, a 2:31.1. Santino Ferrucci, as Alex Wolf chronicled with Larry Foyt, talking about the woes of that car, the unhappiness Santino has had. He just turned a lap of 2:30.3 and 2:30.2. So Ferrucci on it and hopefully finding a little bit of comfort in that number 14 A.J. Foyt Racing Chevrolet.
Speaking of Christian Rasmussen, Michael, I'm going to put you on the spot. I feel like this has kind of been the case with the Ed Carpenter Racing cars the last few years, where they're capable of big one-lap speed, but I feel like the drop-off is always pretty strong, and that is very similar to what we saw from Ed Carpenter. He went out and did a lap at 231 miles per hour. Then immediately we saw about a 2-mile-per-hour drop-off. Very similar for Rasmussen, 231.182, the strong lap, and then immediately down below 230 miles an hour.
Just saw something very odd on Santino Ferrucci's telemetry. He was in 6th gear, full throttle, and was only doing 193 miles an hour.
That can't be right.
I can't be right.
That can't be right.
But he did not go that quick that last time by, did he? A 203.3. Yeah, that just was interesting. I glanced up at it, and it remained like that. And the RPMs were fluctuating a little bit, but staying right there, so we'll keep an eye on that. But Christian Rasmussen out there all by his lonesome right now as he enters turn number 1, puts those right sides about 3 or 4 foot off that outside retaining wall in the short shoe, and now enters turn number 2, the place where he had a moment yesterday on those used Firestone Firehawk tires, and really not a lot of damage to that car. So good for Christian. Got back into the car at the end of the day yesterday, and the sim run that he was on will be completed.
Yeah, he's was out the throttle there through turns 1 and 2. Last lap that he turned was at 230.036. So second-year driver from Denmark will bring that car to pit lane, where he is now second on the charts behind Scott McLaughlin, both on the fast speed and no-tow reports. Two-time Indianapolis 500 champion Takuma Sato is out on the racetrack for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, navigating turn number 1, where he had one whale of a crash in the open test a couple weeks ago. Had a chance to talk to Taku a couple days ago. Let me know that he's actually got a slight fracture in one of his ribs, and he said that hurt about as much as anything he's experienced driving an IndyCar. He chuckled because I then followed it up. I'm like, hey, as you become an older driver, is it harder to bounce back? And he kind of looked at me funny. He's like, are you calling me old? And I was like, no, I don't mean it that way. But certainly, man, those hard hits, it may just become you get tired of them the older you get. And it was a big hit. 91 G's, I think, was registered from that accident, and that is a completely brand new car for Takuma Sato, so good to see him out there. He's turning laps, his fastest so far today at 226.124. He's coming down the back straightaway now after a warm-up lap. He is joined on the speedway, Michael, by a guy we expect to be very, very fast.
Yeah, Will Power making his way into turn number 1 right now, so the only team to have all 3 cars out on track with the exception of Ed Carpenter Racing. We saw Alexander Rossi momentarily, but didn't really put any type of 4-lap average together that we would say, oh, that looked like a good qual sim right there. Will Power making his way down the back straightaway, and to put a exclamation mark on your Takuma Sato story. He was up at, they had a press conference today with Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing, and I saw Taku, and I just kind of slapped him on the back to say, hey.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, geez. He goes, no, it was this side. It was, so, whoo, dodged a bullet there, but he goes, it's just a slight fracture. And I said, does it hurt? He goes, still a little, yes, so.
Yeah, I think he told me it's going to take a good 4 to 5 weeks to fully heal, so he is certainly nursing it. But obviously, we're just happy that Taku was able to walk away from that accident. He is on the entrance to pit lane, so it looks like He's going to come back to pit lane. Didn't turn a lap faster than about 2:13 or 2:15, so didn't like what he felt in car number 75. Will Power, though, I'm sure he likes what he's felt. The driver of the Verizon Chevrolet for Team Penske's been strong all week. And the qualifying statistics are amazing, Michael. 12 times he started in the top 10 here at Indianapolis, never on the pole. Will Power about to do his first lap, and what's the speed? No toe, Michael, for Will Power.
Will Power, lap of 231.870 miles an hour. Had used the hybrid system, a different spot than his teammate Scott McLaughlin. Ooh, he had a little wiggle at the exit of turn 2. He hit it on the south end right before he entered turn number 2 and then utilized it all the way down the backstretch. That hybrid system now has been re-energized. Will Power looks set and as he enters turn number 4, looks good and has not used the hybrid system there, just engaged it and now will drain it about halfway down, and he lets... I was hearing that he was just kind of blipping his hybrid system, and he doesn't drain it completely. He blips it, and that's just a different way, a different method of trying to gain an advantage with the hybrid system.
And he's off the throttle in turn number 1, so he ran 2 laps for a qualifying sim. Big drop-off for Will Power. He went from 231.870 down to a 228.188. So, Michael, again, you're watching these drivers use that hybrid system in different ways. Will Power, though, clearly had a moment. The car looks stable around all 4 corners here, but clearly to have a drop-off of nearly 4 miles per hour, he didn't like what he felt and did the smart thing, the veteran thing. Get off the throttle, come back to pit lane. We've got 6 full hours of practice here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Bring that car back to pit lane, and the crew guys can kind of diagnose it.
I thought I saw a little something on the south end when he had the back end kind of twitch on him a little bit. Again, checking the weather, it has gusted a little bit more. We're up to 11 miles an hour, and that wind coming due south. So when it comes out of the south, it catches you at the exit of turn number 2, pushes you down into turn number 3. And again, in speaking with Joseph Newgarden, granted, just one driver, he said, I would rather have a tailwind going into 3 than going into 1. He said it's just wicked handful to have into turn number 1, but in turn number 3, it's not nearly as bad.
And I should remind our listeners, Michael are going to talk about small moments and little wiggles from those race cars. It's very easy for us to say that when we're watching these cars going around. It's a much different circumstance when you're in the cockpit and you feel it. And certainly here on Fast Friday, there is no reason to risk it if that car is ill-handled.
And the biggest thing right now is the wind, right?
For sure.
I mean, you just don't know. It's not something you can predict. And Will Power had said it. He said, you could be fine one lap, the next lap, it's like, where did that come from? And you could literally lose control of the car because of where you catch a gust of wind.
Let's go back to pit lane. Alex Wolf.
In the Pennzoil number 3 pit with Kyle Moyer. And Kyle, we saw Scott come out basically right when the track opened, laid down some 230-plus laps, and now you're rolling back to Gasoline Alley. How'd things go on that run?
Yeah, I mean, we did both runs there. The first one, we had a bit of a toe on that one, which is a shame, but we didn't get a perfect read. But the biggest thing is that it looks like everybody's struggling to complete 4 laps, and so without the toe, we went back out and did it again, and still was really quick, even with a hot motor. So, yeah, we're really happy right now. We're in that ball range now of, little detail work here or there. It's like a turn the front wing in or out can make a big difference for us right now. So, yeah, we're going to head back, and I'm not for sure we're going to come back out anymore today. Wind's supposed to pick up a little bit more, change directions, and it's going to be different tomorrow.
Of course, all the talk coming into this month of May, looking ahead with the first 500th, this new hybrid unit. How does that change things, not only with deployment on the track, but handling-wise and setup-wise with 100 extra pounds at the back end of the car?
Well, we'll have a better idea after tomorrow because, everybody's doing different stuff with it. Some people are regenning, deploying. Some people are only deploying, never regenning. So in the wind changer tomorrow, make a big difference on what you do on gearing along with the regenning if you need to use it. Because it does slow the car down a little bit when you're doing it, so you have to see which one you want. Do you don't want to do that? When do you deploy? So it's a lot of work and a lot of buttons to push.
Lastly, of course, so this is the 30th anniversary of your involvement with the Jacques Villeneuve's win against the Indy 505, if you will. I can't reveal my sources being a sports journalist, but I've been told to ask you something about buying a truck after that win in 95.
Yeah, I finally had enough money to do something after that. So, yeah, we got a truck and everything. And, yeah, no, that was a great win. I mean, that was one of my special ones to come from 2 laps down. To get that one, it was a really, really good team, and Villeneuve, of course, was a great driver.
You know, we talk so much to drivers about what it feels like when they drive in here with experiences they've had as a driver, but what about you as you climb the ranks as a mechanic now and management team strategist? What does it mean to you to drive into the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with all the success you've had here in the month of May?
Well, I mean, it's a Super Bowl for us, so anytime I'm here, I love it. You know, it doesn't matter what we do. If I'm here, this is the place. I mean, as huge as it is, them announcing today that we're going to have a sellout, it's just like, you know, now we're performing in front of 350,000 people. So, you know, who doesn't get goosebumps from that?
Well, we'll let you get back to the garage area, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Alex. Of course, Kyle Moyer, decades of experience here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He has seen and done it all, Michael, when it comes to crewing those cars, and obviously now he's been on the pit box with Team Penske for many, many years.
And growing up with our Mark Janes had to have been an issue in and of itself.
Very trying times,
Trying times. You go back and look, I actually went to their alma mater and looked at the photos on the wall. They're lucky they made it out of school.
Well, there's a pretty cool, and listen, if I tee Mark up one of these days, I'm sure he'd love to talk about it. They do have a nice little Indianapolis 500. I don't want to call it a shrine, but, you know, recognize both of those two and their accomplishments in the sport. It's very, very cool.
It's the Moyer-Janes Shrine.
I mean, Mark has said many times, it's unbelievable that the two of them, you know, here they are after all these years, but very, very cool. We've had a couple of drivers on the racetrack. Rinus VeeKay went out, Michael, unassisted. Was only able to do a 226.961 for Dale Coyne Racing, and now we see the four-time winner. And Helio Castroneves is out of the racetrack for his first mock qualifying run here on Fast Friday.
It'll be interesting to see how he rolls. Of course, that Ganassi Alliance, we've only seen Alex Palou, and he was able to do a 230.799. That was Alex's quick lap after Helio Castroneves with the help of Ganassi Racing and that alliance in the engineering department. We'll get a good idea of where Meyer Shank stands. Thought it interesting, Kyle Moyer saying, and we saw earlier this week Joseph Newgarden do the same. Joseph said, I'm plenty happy. Let's just be done for the day. And Kyle sounded like he may be done for the day, too, with Scott McLaughlin. Maybe we'll see them later in the day if conditions change, but no sense chancing anything if the wind's going to be as bad as it is.
Well, especially after Will Powers already called a shot, right, that they're all three are going to be into the Fast Six. So we shall certainly see. And interesting to hear from Kyle talk about that just about everybody appears that they're struggling to put together four good laps. We'll see what Helio Castroneves can do on lap number one of a qualifying sim. It's a 226.670. He's really high in turn number one. Wasn't a great angle into the corner, although Helio knows how to make that car plenty wide. He'll keep his foot in the throttle halfway down the back straightaway. Cleveland Cliffs, the sponsorship on that car. It's blue, it's green, it's white. Got some yellow end fences there on the front wing as the four-time champion looking to win a fifth Indianapolis 500 is already in the north end.
The back end right along the outside retaining wall, about 2 foot off, and he does the same at the exit of turn number 4, about 3 foot off that time. Takes that car to the middle of the front straightaway, crosses the yard of brick, and now enters turn number 1. That time around for Helio Castroneves, a consistent run for 228.428. That lap actually a quick one for Helio.
Got a few more drivers on the racetrack. Just saw one of the Prema machines. That is the rookie Robert Schwarzman. And Schwarzman with a pretty nice lap, Michael, at 229.008 miles per hour. That moves him into 10th.
I almost came out of my chair.
Yeah.
Good for Robert Schwarzman. And we've been talking about Prema and the learning curve that team has had throughout this week. He and Kalamilot, the Schwarzman car, sat in the garage area for the longest time, but a good opening lap for him and the mock qualification run, 229.008. Helio Castroneves, second time through, went from a 228.4 down to a 228.1. And for Robert Schwarzman, in his second time through, a 229.008. And he goes faster, a 230.895.
All right, Prema, that's what we're talking about. All the concerns early in the week, and now as Robert Schwarzman's out of the racetrack, it appears those bright red, white, and green cars may have the pace needed to make this race as Robert Schwarzman makes his way through turn number 2 and heads down the back straightaway. A good qualifying run. Now already into the north end, turns 3 and 4. Helio Castroneves, he'll complete another lap at 227.570. But it is the Israeli rookie, Robert Schwarzman, who is catching our attention. He rips across the start-finish line. Another solid lap, 229.247. So if that consistency and speed is in that race car, Michael. The folks at Prema may sleep easy tonight.
18 cars have taken laps thus far. Christian Lundgaard, not really a quick lap, nor Stingray Robb, nor Graham Rahal, nor Alexander Rossi. I do find it interesting, though, that the teams that we see going quick thus far of our top 10, they're all bow ties with the exception of that sole Honda of Alex Palou. But the Chevrolets have come out to play, at least thus far in this practice session and Fast Friday, and get an idea of who's going to be quick come qualifications tomorrow. But Robert Schwarzman out of nowhere, that was a fantastic run for him.
Yeah, this time across the start-finish line, got out of the throttle. I think I saw that car wiggle just a bit in turns 3 and 4. So he aborts that final lap at 199.248. Oh, and we got a crash. Kyffin Simpson out at turn number 4. That car turned upside down as he got sideways. Now it slides to the entrance of pit lane. It lands back on all 4 tires, and it'll slowly roll to a stop. But the second-year driver from the Cayman Islands just had a massive hit at the exit of turn number 4. That car swapped 180 degrees, spun around, slapped the outside wall, flipped upside down, and then rolled back on all 4 tires. Safety crew is there. Alexander Rossi slows to look over to see if that driver needs any help. The safety crew is there. We see Kyffin Simpson already reaching up into the cockpit, gives the thumbs up to the safety crew, which is the ultimately sign we're looking for, Michael. That car is used up for Kyffin Simpson, the driver for Chip Ganassi Racing.
And that was his outlap. He was just slowly getting up to speed as we see the replay back end. Just swapped ends at the exit of turn number 4. The car, as Nick described, tried to go upside down, got on its left side, and then came back down on all 4s. It then did about 2 spins, a 100 and then a 360-degree revolution, and then slowly came to a rest as it entered pit lane. Lucky he didn't catch that attenuator at the end of pit lane, although there are a lot of tires there that would have taken some of that impact away. As we watch it again, and we really look like he had those left sides down. The back end just wiggled, and then it stepped out.
Yeah, it was hard to tell. I can't. We're looking to see maybe if we see an onboard shot. You remember a year ago, Marcus Ericsson got a little too low there in turns 3 and 4, and there's a bit of a contact patch where you just get off of the banking and it'll upset the race car. Unclear of what happened, but there was a big wiggle for Kyffin Simpson. Tried to catch it, and Michael, that was a big ride for the driver from the Cayman Islands. He is out of the race car, sitting on the pit wall, looks to be catching his breath, helmet in hand, kind of rubbing the hands through the hair to try to maybe catch his breath here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Again, second accident that we have had. Christian Rasmussen's yesterday was a minor one. This was anything but minor. Michael, that car is used up. I mean, it's not even rolling on all 4 tires. Front wing was destroyed. Left side pod torn up as well. So, boy, oh boy, Kyffin Simpson, glad to see he is out of that race car.
Yeah, once again, as that car came back on all 4s, it rotated 360 degrees counterclockwise. A lot of debris. It's a massive debris field at the exit of turn number 4, and now it begins for Chip Ganassi Racing. They have to go to a backup car because that car looks completely gone.
Yeah, I hate that for Kyffin, too, because I think he's really impressed us, Michael, so far this season. And his second year driving in the NTT IndyCar Series, didn't light the world on fire as a rookie, but has been consistently kind of battling in the top 10, top 15. It's really just another hit to what's been a disappointing month of May for him. Had a good qualifying run a weekend ago for the Sancio Grand Prix. They had mechanical issues. He didn't even get to answer the bell and see the green flag in that race. Came away with a dead last finish, but the pace has been there for Kyffin Simpson, but he has learned the hard way today just how much the Indianapolis Motor Speedway can bite. And Michael, there's a good shot of the remnants of the mark left on the safer barrier there in turn 4. Left quite a debris field for Kyffin Simpson.
There may be some holes punched into the safer barrier, and if that's the case, they will have to replace that safer barrier. So this may be a lengthy cleanup, but glad to see Kyffin out of the car, really taking deep breaths. You could see just the adrenaline still as he got out of that car, but he looked to be okay. Obviously, will be taken to the infield care center, but the AMR IndyCar safety team, there are about 8 to 10 fellas out there trying to clean that mess up, and it is messy. It looked like that front left may have just got down below that white line.
Yep, I think you might be right. It just got a little low, and it wiggled as if it just upset the balance, and he might have gotten a little too low in turns 3 and 4. And, Michael, we've been covering Kyffin for 3 or 4 years now at Indy in the Indy Next Series by Firestone. Last year as a rookie at INDYCAR. And to his credit, while the results haven't always been there, I can't really recount a lot of mistakes that he has made. So I can understand why when he got out of that car, it might have been, hey, I need a minute to collect myself, because I don't, for the life of me, remember seeing Kyffin Simpson tear up a lot of cars. And right on cue, we see our partners from Fox. They're airing a replay of the accident that Marcus Ericsson had a year ago, which, again, very similar, little low in turn number 4, and that's all it takes for that car to lose.
I don't want to call it a rumble strip, but there's a patch down there that would just, if you get the left side.
I think it's for drainage.
Drainage, it is.
Yeah, they've got a flat part of the racetrack now.
And when you get the car and you get off the asphalt and get into that area, it just upsets the handling of the car. And I don't want to say it was nearly identical, because obviously Marcus Ericsson took out the attenuator that day, but it looked like Kyffin's left side might have done the exact same thing.
Hey, the greatest day in motorsports is almost here. Join yours truly and Brad Gilley from the Performance Racing Network for a preview of the Indy 500 and the Coca-Cola 600. Make sure you tune in Sunday, May 25th at 10 a.m. Eastern. That's about an hour earlier than our pre-race coverage on the IMS Radio Network. And get you ready for a full day of racing. It's the greatest day in motorsports.
This is great news here. Racing Electronics is back at the Indianapolis 500 for the ultimate fan experience. Get to the track and make your first stop at Racing Electronics. Find them in the infield midway or at Gate 1 on Carb Day and the Indianapolis 500 race day as well. And when you want to hear what the pros here use, what the pros use, rent them or buy your scanner at the track from Racing Electronics. And if you'd like to listen to the broadcast all day long, 454, what do you call it? Quattro zero?
Quad zeros.
Quad zeros, everybody.
454.0000. That's the frequency. You can tune in and, of course, listen to us all month here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So make sure you get those scanner pre-orders and rentals in line, or if you have one, dial in those frequencies. Happy to see a lot of folks wear those headsets at the Indianapolis 500, listening as we call the race. Again, working our first yellow flag of Fast Friday for a big, big accident involving the second-year driver from the Cayman Islands, Kyffin Simpson, who lost it off of turn number 4 and really destroyed that Journey Rewards program machine for Chip Ganassi Racing. It has been put on the back of a wrecker and is being towed back to Gasoline Alley. They've got the tarp underneath it to prevent any liquids from dropping out all over pit lane. And again, Kyffin Simpson, happy to report he is okay. Our Alex Wolf is headed back to the medical center here in the infield of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It is mandatory. Anyone that has an accident here has to take a trip to the medical center to get checked and cleared. And hopefully, once Kyffin is cleared, we'll have a chance to hear from him and find out exactly what happened. Your fastest drivers so far at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway: Scott McLaughlin, Will Power, Christian Rasmussen, Ed Carpenter, Robert Schwarzman, the top 5. And Alex Palou, Santino Ferrucci, Joseph Newgarden, Ryan Hunter-Ray, and Jack Harvey. We'll be right back with more live coverage of Fast Friday action at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Are you the ultimate fan? Join the IndyCar Nation Fan Club for exclusive access to all things IndyCar. Find it at IndyCarNation.indycar.com.
From the green to the checkered, what drives our drivers is a passion that has made them the best in the world. Global Medical Response, a proud partner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and NTT IndyCar Series, invites you to follow your passion with a career in emergency medical services. As a GMR first responder, you'll be on the front line of medicine, playing a vital role in your community and providing care in any crisis. Our teams include nurses, paramedics, emergency medical technicians, pilots, dispatchers, and mechanics.
Well, a huge accident here at the Brickyard, and the yellow flag is out. Welcome to JB Motorsports as well, the team with you here on what is a frightening part of the circuit. JT is with us as well. I don't know if you're in sound and vision, mate. Hello. Big accident, caution's out, and that's our first big one on Fast Friday. Not the time you want to see it if you're here. Hello. I don't think we have him at the moment, but yeah. So while the IndyCar radio on ad breaks will bring you in to keep equipping up. But yeah, so session suspended while we clean it up. And that's unfortunately the way we have accidents, breeding accidents as well. We'll take a look at it shortly. IndyCar currently on Sky Sports F1 are not live, which means it's very difficult to get some TV pictures to you. As well to show you the onboard accidents, but the 28 car also involved in it down on pit road as well. Pit roads were now going down.
We could see Kyffin Simpson in a similar situation if he does in fact have to switch chassis, which could very well be the case.
So AMAR safety team goes to work on the safer barrier. Now, the first couple of replays we saw, James, I looked for that left front. It didn't look to me like he got on the curb, but let's take another look and slow it down. So there's the white line.
Yeah, it goes over it.
So here's, just as we had it, the TV pictures have disappeared on us. That is so unfortunate. Literally, that's really annoying. The interruption on the broadcast. Yeah, right at the same moment that we saw the accident and we had the TV pictures to bring to you, it has gone wrong. There we go. It's back with it now. So let's go full screen and try and have a look at it. The 8 car coming in as well. So it slams from the outside to the inside, then back down pit road. The car did flip upside down as well. Here's another look at it. So it comes out of 3, already backwards, lifts up. The air that gets on the circuit already underneath, pulls over. And unfortunately for Kyffin Simpson, that's going to be a bigger job to be redone. He'd just gone fastest on his run and was lucky, actually, that nobody was coming down pit road at that time. And there is the 8 car getting repaired. So we're under yellow here at the moment.
So hard to say. I guess I'd rather have it happen early, but this is part of learning to race at Indy. There's drivers that have crashed, and there's drivers that will.
So we are going to hand back over to IndyCar Radio whilst we're under this yellow flag.
We're carrying Helen's foundational logo on all of our cars. We're kicking that off here at the Indy 500. And we're going to do everything we can to drive as much awareness for Helen as we possibly can. And we're super appreciative of you guys helping us spread the word.
And, obviously in this case, one is one too many. It goes without saying. But I think the other thing that makes this case challenging, amongst everything else, is just the rarity of this, right? It would be very easy and I think with young people, Tim, you look at young people that probably don't even have necessarily it within them to say, why me? They just want to be young kids. And yet, for the parents as well, you would understand that. But you have to commend the mindset of, instead of why me, simply what can we do? And that's where we are here, right?
That's exactly where we are, Jake, and that's well said. And, it's fight or flight. And this family and their family is all fight. And like I said, we're gonna do them in everything we can to help them fight.
And to that, in that vein, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway has a lot of things planned over the next several days to help raise money.
Yeah, Doug and his team have been fantastic as expected. They're first class across the board, right? And we have a lot of fun initiatives. In the Pagoda Plaza, they'll be selling strawberry lemonade, which is like pink lemonade. Just give some context. On Helen's birthday in a couple weeks, we have pink lemonade stands going up all across the country, quite frankly, the world right now. We've got people in Australia, Sweden, all volunteering to do these lemonade stands where all the proceeds will go to the foundation. All the proceeds from the pink or strawberry lemonade sold in Pagoda Plaza will go to the foundation. The family will be on site here on Carb Day with Helen. It's her second trip to the Motor Speedway. They will have a lemonade stand after practice set up in Pagoda Plaza. They are looking forward to engaging with the greatest fans in sports. And we hope to see as many people as possible and share the story and say hi.
It's, if you wanted to put an odd, maybe even, I'm not going to say inappropriate, but I guess a positive to it. If she was born on the day that Helio won his 4th, there's a symbolism there, because I can't think of many drivers that seem to just have the embrace and the zest for life as Helio Castroneves. And so to be able for a young person to enter the world on that day and that connection with the team right there in itself, it does seem, while cool, at the same time to almost be, if there was somebody that you were going to put a connection with, appropriate, I guess. And I could see Helio being one that also would be all in on whatever he can do to help out.
Yeah, Helio's a special human. It gives me goosebumps thinking about the whole tie-in with that day and the joy that it brought us and our family of winning that race, and then, welcoming a new family member on the same day. It was blissful, right? And Helio's obviously her favorite driver, given the context, and Helio is just, he's superhuman as it relates to his ability to care, and he has been a phenomenal individual in this whole process and has been willing to do anything it takes to spread awareness.
And I could be off on this on my memory, but didn't his car have a touch of pink in it as well?
It did.
Yeah.
It had a little more. And if you really remember, we got in a little bit of trouble, so we won't do it again, maybe. But we actually put some pink powder in the milk after we won.
Yeah.
In honor of our pink car.
Everybody knew it was still milk. I mean, come on, everybody knew it was still milk, right?
So one more time, give us all of the events that are going to be held here to help raise funds, and then importantly, how people can get involved and help out if they can't be here for any of that.
Yep, thank you. So Pagoda Plaza, pink lemonade's being sold, strawberry lemonade, all week out of the Grab and Go concession. All proceeds will go to Helen's Pink Sky Foundation. Again, we will have a lemonade stand, the entire family, a couple hours after practice in the Pagoda Plaza. They're there. They're wanting to meet fans. Helen will be there for as long as she can obviously make it. And then in a nice show of solidarity, all the teams will have a display in front of their garages on Carb Day.
Super.
With some pink lemonade and letting folks know where they can go. And it's hopeforhelen.org, Helen's Pink Sky Foundation, and again.
Let's have a word then with Doug Boles. He's on the Fox call.
So we got that announced today. It's the first time we've had a grandstand sellout since 2016, the 100th running of the Indy 500, and lifting the delay in the local market so people in Indianapolis that aren't here get a chance to see the Indy 500 live on Fox. We're looking forward to that, but we'll have really close to 350,000 people here on race day. All 232,000 of our grandstand seats will be gone. You got 100,000 people or so in the infield, about 20,000 in suites, and then 12,000 that work it, and then whatever on the crew. So we're going to be right up at that 350 number.
Doug, you've been the president here at the track for a number of years. Everybody loves your leadership here, your energy for this place, but now you find yourself wearing another hat. As effectively the commissioner of IndyCar, the president of IndyCar. You've been responsible for the experience of the fans, but now the future of the product of what's on track very squarely under your influence as well. What do you see for the next few years as the sport evolves? What can you tell us about what you would like to see things go directionally?
So I don't view myself as the commissioner. I mean, I really think that I'm really trying to run the brand and build the brand as we go forward. And really what that means for me is I'm a promoter at heart. So how do I help our other 15 venues outside of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, those 15 races that don't take place here? How do we build big events in all of those places? Obviously, the relationship with Fox is super important. So how do we leverage the Fox relationship and the passion that you all and the whole Fox Networks has for the brand to just continue to grow the brand? A lot of constituents that are different from the constituents I'm used to, right? I mean, at some level, I guess drivers and team owners were a constituent here, but only for one event. When you get a chance at leading the IndyCar series, there's a lot more opinions. You're trying to work through it, and everybody wants to go the right direction, but everybody kind of has a 10% different opinion than the other constituent. So just really trying to get everybody together. We got to get on the same page. We got great product. We got great drivers. The future coming, you know, where are we with engines? Where are we with a new car? All those things that are going to be coming online here over the next few years. We just got to get ahead of that.
What do you want the fans to experience with the new car?
Well, what I want them to experience is an ability to continue to see the racing that we have expected in the IndyCar series. Obviously, Alex Palou, maybe the greatest race car driver on earth right now, has helped make that a little bit more challenging because he's just dominating. Frankly, I'm excited that kind of talent is in the IndyCar series, so we have to step back and think how important that is. We've got to keep the racing to be really, really strong. That's really important as we go forward, and we want the fans to get to know our personalities, our drivers, because we have unbelievable personalities. You've seen some of that in Fox's investment around Joseph, around Pato, around Alex, but there's so many more of them. We have to tell those stories. The things that sell tickets to races and get people to watch are the drivers. We cannot forget about promoting the drivers, and that's really where I want to come in and make sure that these drivers are elevated to the point where somebody's buying tickets.
Now, let's talk about that a little bit. Obviously, 2016, the last time we sold out the grandstands, there was kind of an easy answer for that, why that happened. It was the 100th running of the race. It was a big deal. A lot of people wanted to be there for it. Now you fast forward to 2025. We're doing it again. What's changed in that 10 years that's kind of filled that gap, help bring that ticket selling up over that, you know, without having that kind of milestone event or year to have.
Well, I think that was the beginning point, right? The momentum of 2016, and what we really wanted to do out of 2016 is make sure we kept a lot of that lift from 2015, and really the trajectory has been really strong. We had a couple challenging years in 2020 and 2021, but Roger's investment in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the product, I think, has really helped. But it's really about our fans. Our fans who love the Speedway, who love IndyCar Series, are our best evangelists, and giving them the opportunity to bring people here and engage fans, new fans. I can't believe the number of kids. You guys saw it in the Grand Prix. The number of kids that come here is really important. But I think it really starts with this community. If you get off an airplane in Indianapolis in May, you know there's an event here. You know there's a big event here. And it kind of starts with that. The racing has been outstanding here. The last few years, last year to have that last lap pass, the racing throughout the field, the races have been great. So it's a whole combination of things, and we just got to keep the momentum going.
Doug, we know you are incredibly passionate for this place and for this championship, but you also have to have your business head on in everything that you do. How do you separate your emotion and your passion from your business mind?
It's funny you say that. So I think I've been okay on the IndyCar Series side when I've gone to events. But here in May, I've definitely felt that challenge because a lot of my time, for example, the open test. When we had the open test here, usually I'd be out with fans, thanking fans, giving them donuts, doing all that. I didn't get to interact with one fan those 2 days because I was focused on the business side of it. So the biggest challenge for me has been in this place where I'm so passionate about it, and I really want the fans to know how appreciated they are. So for me, this has been the first real time that I've thought, okay, really 90% of what I have to do right now is focus on the business side. Where my heart is, I want to be out with the fans celebrating and screaming from the rooftops, this is the greatest race in the world with the greatest race car drivers in the world. How do we build it? So it is a little bit of a challenge for me to train myself to think a little bit differently and to have to let the team do some of the stuff that I feel like I want to get out and do.
What's your earliest memory here?
My earliest memory here would be in the early 70s. We lived at 42nd and Kessler, which is about a mile as the crow flies from here. I was a big AJ Foyt fan, and writing a note in our little ranch house that we had to AJ Foyt, and my mom and dad bringing me here back when the fence to pit lane was basically a normal fence you'd have in your backyard, and standing there with my dad and handing a letter to AJ Foyt to the crew member and having the crew member actually put it in AJ's seat of his car as they rolled the car back into pit lane, and my parents convincing me that they're sure that AJ read the letter, right? I haven't yet asked him if he remembers because I know that he wouldn't. I don't want to think that. But that would be my first. And then the one I think about the most is 1977, my first Indy 500, coming with my dad, coming through gate 1 and just thinking, oh my gosh, I finally get to come to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And then the other one, 2013, I'm a huge TK fan. And so for TK to finally win the Indy 500 meant so much. And it was also Connor's first race as a rookie. So that was a pretty special year for me as well.
Amazing stuff. Well, this place, as you know, has such a heart, such a soul, and under your stewardship, of course, goes from strength to strength, as does this series. We thank you for your time, as always, Doug. I'm sure we'll get you back up here over the course of this season. Right, hard work going on out on track. We hope to be back up and running soon.
Yeah, we are waiting for that with a huge accident we've had. Kyffin Simpson has been released, I can tell you, from the medical centre. Let's bring in, as we now welcome you back to our segment of the broadcast as well, let's bring in JT, if he's available on mic. He's throwing something down. He is available on microphone. JT, good afternoon to you. Day 4, and this is, I think, our first real big crash of the 500. We had a little brush yesterday in the wall, but this is the big one.
That doesn't count, does it?
Nah, that's
First big crash of the month here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Good to see that he's been released from the infield medical centre here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And, well, they are signing off from the F1 show, so we should get TV pics soon. And, well, Sky Sports F1 viewers who are not across social media will be very confused to why we've got a very wrecked car.
Yeah, it's not the best, but we will get through it. So stay with us here, dear viewers, and we will bring you up-to-date information on everything as well with the Sky Sports F1 broadcast lining up. So we've had IndyCar Radio. They remain on backup. What's going to happen now is we are going to run alongside Fox. Fox will take us until 2 hours to go. And then myself and JT and the team will come back on the broadcast as well for our segment of the commentary. And we'll be filling in the Fox ad breaks coming in to the field. I want to get your opinion, though. Fast Friday, all Honda power now with maximum attack, getting that extra boost. You can see they're definitely pushing out there as well. And we've already seen 233.954 for Scott McLaughlin on the Chevy runs. And Honda coming up there as well, looking quick.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, a little bit too quick that they maybe catch some air. But then again, hitting a wall at... what was his turn 3 speed? Let me have a look on
good
the
idea.
clock.
Also, we are working out why the timing screen, as somebody said, looks drunk. We don't know why it looks like that at the moment.
I know it was at turn 4, but the turn 3 speed gives us a little bit of an idea. Okay, 231, that explains it. 231.449 was his turn 3 speed. We don't have turn 4 speeds, but it's around the same. And official update from Indianapolis Motor Speedway for literally the 4th day running. Free infield parking for the Indy 500 practice is full. So additional free parking will be available in the North 40, accessible from 30th Street / Gate 10. That's for anyone who is heading trackside at the Speedway. Still waiting for updates on a start of a
car's still there.
Time for the restart, but with work being done to the safer barrier, because the safer barrier is damaged, we could have an extended delay here for Fast Friday.
Let's head back down then to the Fox team.
The parameters we expect it to be, but clearly it was giving him a feeling from inside the car that wasn't what he liked, like he said, right from the get-go. And that's one of the hardest ones to get over as a young driver, because you don't know what to do different. You don't know what to change on the car when the sensors are telling you everything's as it should be.
You also don't know the result of staying out and going for it until this happens. This is the first time that Kyffin Simpson has learned the painful lesson of, hey, if something doesn't feel right on Fast Friday, on an outlap, come right back in. You lose nothing.
Interesting as we look at this picture on the right-hand side there, that is Kyffin Simpson's spare chassis. The rear of the car off, awaiting an engine to be lumped on there before putting the hybrid, the gearbox, the rear assembly on. But that would be the spare if indeed it's needed. I suggest it probably might be, given the damage to the tub. So big work for everyone down at Chip Ganassi Racing here at Indianapolis after a very big impact for the 20-year-old.
Yeah, and the safer barrier is now being repaired, and that, as JT just said, is going to take a long, long time, because it's individual polystyrene blocks that's actually more of an absorbent run, and they get damaged. They need a lot of cleanup, and it shatters a lot. It's not great.
Yeah, and, well, I've just looked at Kyffin Simpson's Twitter.
Oh dear, how's that gone?
And I quote 2 hours ago, "I've just seen my car and it has changed colour overnight." 1 hour ago, he puts tons of yellow circle emojis because, well, his new colours was yellow on the halo and the wing mirrors for easier spotter identification. 1 hour said, also 1 hour ago, "The spotter said looks cool, but how about more yellow? Say no more." Well, you got a lot more yellow in the way of a caution and a yellow flag.
Sadly, that
due
is
to your car.
not the greatest, was it, to come through overall? Okay, let's head back over to Fox Sports.
Still under caution here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but before that, Scott McLaughlin went fastest on a 233.9. That was with a tow. Will Power second fastest from Rasmussen and Ed Carpenter. A great start to the day for ECR. And what about Robert Schwarzman? No tow in the brand new Prema team. The rookie goes fifth fastest on a 230.895.
Too legit to quit. Prema, the brand new team out of Italy that comes to IndyCar for the first time this season with two cars, Schwarzman and Callum Ilott, demonstrating excellent speed for their very first Indy 500, and that will instantly cause eyebrows to raise and anxieties to rise for some of the other teams that are struggling to find some speed right now that have been doing this for a while.
And speed over one lap is one thing, but you have to do 4 in qualifying, and comparing that chart to the best 4-lap averages, you have the same guy up top. It's Rasmussen second, but then it's Ryan Hunter-Reay in third. Not a lot of drivers able to complete a full run yet.
And we've talked about veteran advantage, especially with the wins, and somebody like Ryan Hunter-Reay understanding intimately the adjustment he needs to make for the difference in airspeed across 4 different corners as the AMAR safety team continues to work, presumably repairing either the surface membrane, the steel membrane of the safer barrier, or perhaps it looks like to me waiting on styrofoam inserts in there. So we talked about Kyffin Simpson's car before the break, and a lot of questions about how extensive the repairs are or if it's even repairable. Let's head down to Gasoline Alley again. Georgia?
I just checked in with Taylor Kyle. They will be going to a backup car. The good news, if you'd like to take any from this, that is the car that they ran at the open test. So they are confident with the car. It's just a ton of work for the team. So they're getting on that right now. But Kyffin Simpson will be going to a backup car.
Good to get that confirmation, Georgia. Thanks so much. Big work for CGO.
So Kyffin Simpson took a huge blow to the body, but he is one of the fiercest trainers preseason, getting his body ready for the demands of IndyCar racing. And it's a question I've had a lot as a racing driver. What do you guys do to train in the off season? How do you prepare your body for this very specific athletic endeavor? And our own Will Buxton got a deep dive on what it takes to be an IndyCar driver.
Every day I'm hustling.
What does it take to be one of the fastest drivers on Earth? We're about to find out. More explicitly, I'm about to find out.
Your opportunity to see what it's like to drive like an IndyCar driver today is spot on. So this is a synaptic sensory station, and we have a number of drills that we use for this, Will. If you want, we can bring in someone and maybe show you what IndyCar drivers do.
Ooh, I mean, it's been a minute, but...
Fast hands, fast hands.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
Yeah. You did very well on the neurocognitive training, but we're going to try for some of the physical stuff now. To assist us with that, Alex Ross.
Hello. You're going to destroy me,
Have you been in the gym before?
Not for a year.
Right.
I don't love that.
You ready?
No. Okay. Oh my God.
I keep them coming back.
Oh my
Okay.
God, everything hurts.
Whip it real
Go hard.
hard. Whip it real hard.
Good. 25 feet. Here you go.
How far have I gone?
60 feet. Almost there. Pull. Good. About 10 seconds.
I'm gonna go pass out or be sick. One of the two.
Can I just say full props for the effort and taking the plunge? I mean, got to be the first play-by-play guy that I know that's ever gone for it. Nice job.
Thanks, man. It was pretty horrible, if I'm completely honest with you. Pretty horrible. What these guys go through, what you guys go through, unreal.
Sky go to another break then here on Fast Friday. As I think we might be staying with TV pictures. That might be a first, JT. About 10 minutes to go, you said, until green flag, correct?
Over 10 minutes.
Over 10 minutes coming through. Kyffin Simpson is okay. He has been released from the medical centre. I'm delighted to tell you he is okay. What's going on, JT? We've got international pictures and no ad breaks for the first time. That's better. So they're repairing the battery. In fact, should we show? Let's show while the Sky Run ad break, shall we? I think it's still button 3. Yeah, there it is. There's the circuit and there's the change round going on there. And it was a scary accident, JT, that he the first proper flip of the year.
And still, viewers of Sky Sports F1 have no idea what happened. They just tuned in and saw tons of damaged cars, damaged fences and everything.
Yeah, so that's the situation as we currently look at it. Safer barrier is being repaired, and as soon as we get the crash replay, we'll flash it back up on screen. We did replay it earlier on, but that was quick and basic because we had to hurry up. I think they still need more, looking at that. Okay, let's cross back over to Fox. They're not there. They played the music and they're not there. So they're still sorting out the safer barrier then and fitting in new absorbent blocks to come in. I suppose the only good thing about this is the fact that we know it's going to be safe if somebody hits the same point again, because the exit of turn 4, getting it into the wall, is so easy to do.
Welcome back to Indianapolis, and ahead of the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 live on Fox, Fox Sports Films is premiering a new 1-hour documentary, INDYCAR Anything to Win, featuring some of the biggest names in the sport, including Mario Andretti, Joseph Newgarden, and Alex Palou. The film premieres Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox, ahead of the network's coverage of Day 2 of Indy 500 qualifying.
Everybody that straps into one of these cars is willing to die for their passion for going IndyCar racing.
If you're not levitating, you're not hooked up right.
The crowd is deafening here.
It hits you like a wave.
The Indy 500 can take your name to an entirely new level.
Just one race, one day changes your life forever.
You want it so bad.
It's a vicious cycle of wanting to win.
Indy's a drug, man. It's the reason they take the risks. Everything is about winning and winning here.
The greatest spectacle in racing!
The Indy 500 comes your way May 25th. Don't miss anything to win on May 18th. Our coverage of the greatest spectacle in racing begins at 10 a.m. Eastern on Sunday, May 25th. We cannot wait for you to join us and for us to present to you this incredible spectacle. Not far away now from getting back out on track. The wall looks to be almost entirely fixed. And guys, everyone will be raring to get back out on the track.
I mean, they might, maybe not. When you're sitting there, you're looking at how difficult the conditions are. You've now seen a car wreck. It makes you almost second guess certain things sitting in pit lane. Rarings might not be the word I would use, but anxious to go out maybe.
Well, and you might think, well, the wind's blowing. It's going to be blowing tomorrow. This would be good practice. However, the wind direction projected to shift. So how much are you really, you're learning, but how much does it really apply to tomorrow if you've got a 90-degree shift in wind direction? So teams will also be contemplating that reality and temperature, because today, much warmer than tomorrow's projected. In fact, right now, Will, the track is hotter than we've seen it at any point this week at 122 degrees.
And with winds gusting now to 20 miles an hour around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
JT, how much could that have actually played a massive factor in what we just saw, with Simpson getting loose at the back of turn 4 and flipping over the upside down as a baby runs down in one of those electric little convertibles? That's the best way to get around Indianapolis. Good parents over there. I've seen the mother has the remote control as well, making sure that the little baby doesn't go over the side of the golf buggies. But how much wind speed are we going to see today? You've got the weather radar. It's massive, isn't it? And there you go, Sweet Caroline. Ba, ba, ba. Can't resist it. But there you go, that's what I was on about with the little baby out there with the mother controlling it. That's quite sweet, actually. I should get my niece one of those. Edna McLaughlin, she'd love it. But yeah, JT, what have we got to worry about with weather?
Gusty here today at Indianapolis, and apparently this is Lingard.
Yeah, the TV
I'm guessing this is what
Lingard.
Sky Sports F1 were on about them doing testing.
Yeah, but I begged them, and now they're showing the full thing. So thank you very much, because I'd rather have this than nothing, for a long time. We need to commentate on something as well coming into it. So go on.
60 mile per hour winds.
60?
16.
16. I was going to say 60. It's like that's the typhoon you were on about the other day.
I was on about a typhoon.
Oh, okay. I'm with you now. So, do we be alerted? Do we not be alerted? Tell us after this. Back to Fox. Nope, not yet. Hello, Amy. How are you?
Hello.
Did you see the crash?
No. I've been sorting out my Supercup timings.
Fair dues. He did go backwards. As soon as we have access, we are going to show you it again, dear viewers. But the track has gone green. We are back to running with 4.5 hours to go here. We'll be back. Our team will be taking you through the entire coverage with 2 hours to go. But Fox Sports, it's now time for their half of the broadcast, and we'll be filling in the advertisement breaks, a bit like what Tom Gaymore does, our friend and colleague here on the channel. Cars venturing back out. First one to go is David Malukas. That's it down to Kevin Lee.
Maybe one of the names you've heard for a little while. This is Dan Towriss. He is the CEO of the group that now runs what is Andretti Global for many years, and they have motorsport entities everywhere. TWG Motorsport, and we're in their hospitality area. But first, Dan, you know, we first met you 7 years ago as a sponsor. Now you're running not just this program, but others. How did we get to this?
It's been quite an evolution. We first started as, you know, with the golf tournament just over across the way with Brickyard Crossing and LPGA tournament, which turned into a one-race deal with Zach Veach with AJ Foyt Racing. I actually saw Larry Foyt yesterday, and I said, hey, don't forget, this is all your fault. And so we did the one-race deal. And then after that, Michael called me. He said, hey, Zach was in our program. We want him back. And met with Michael, and he's like, this is going to feel like family. We started a sponsorship deal. It evolved from there, and we've never left.
And now you're running Andretti Global. And one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you in your hospitality area, when we think about the business of motorsport, it's a lot more than just the sticker on the race car. What does this facility do for your partners?
You know, this has been fantastic. Obviously, there's a lot of B2B, you know, a lot of brand awareness that comes through motorsports, in particular the Indy 500. Gamebridge, one of our retail-facing brands, is the presenting sponsor of the Indy 500, so we love that aspect of it. And so really now, you know, as we stand here and the Andretti Global Hospitality, it's about, you know, activations. It's about connecting with our partners, you know, creating opportunities for, you know, social media content. What are the demographics of the fan base, you know, the series, all those kind of things. There are B2B opportunities that come, you know, as a result of being here as well, and all that makes for good business.
So tell me about the facility. We're on the second floor, and we can look over just over your right shoulder and see them into turn one. The pagoda is right behind us as well. This takes like a week to build.
Yeah, it takes a week to set up, a few days to tear down. We have, in this footprint, this is our smaller footprint. It's about a little over 4,000 square feet. We have a bigger footprint that we set up, but this is year 2 for our new hospitality unit, and it really lets us you know, create various levels for, you know, for our guests. We have the second floor, kind of a VIP area. Our first floor, again, a lot of branding that can take place on here as well. We have some really creative activations that IndyCar fans should expect to see from us in years to come. We have pods that are off to the side. The Gamebridge pod is probably the coolest one. 8 television screens, all 3 in-car cameras, telemetry, track feed. So there's just, you miss nothing that's going on at the track when you sit in there.
Dan Towriss, and he's, by the way, the growing group of team principals that were Division I athletes. He played baseball at Indiana. Ted Geloff, now with Ed Carpenter Racing, he played football at Purdue.
The more you know.
Competitive urge runs deep around here as David Malukas with AJ Foyt Racing that debuted this blue and white number 4 yesterday. New sponsorship from Clarions. And it looked like Malukas just out to get a quick evaluation and come right back in. But there is a car on track at speed.
Connor Daly.
And he was fast yesterday.
Yeah, Daly's been looking great all week, to be fair to him. He's improved consistently. 3rd fastest yesterday from Noblesville, Indiana. I was saying earlier, he loves this place, adores it. And the crowd here adores him. He has led the Indy 500s. Actually, one year led more laps than anyone else. Just adores it here. and goes well here as well. That car looked like it had good pace both with a tow and without a tow yesterday.
But watch that throttle trace on the bottom of the screen. Pretty big lifting in turn 3. Some baby lifts there in turn 4. So struggling a bit with the handling in the wind. We'll get a read on his first lap in anger as Connor Daly goes 2:28.9 and Bales not happy.
Bales out of that one. It's going to happen. Not more drivers have failed to complete a 4-lap run than have actually successfully completed it so far in the day, and that's not atypical for this time in the week.
Well, but I'd say I can't remember a Fast Friday where this, I mean, there's no traffic. Most people have had clean runs. I can't think of a Fast Friday that started off with this much uncertainty, confidence being this low right now in the handling of their cars.
The big difference is that in the open test back in April, for the first time ever, they did get a chance to drive with the added boost that we see here on Fast Friday. So I've definitely seen days like this before, but it's when they're literally seeing it for the first time. 2 weeks ago, these guys were doing this at this racetrack.
So what's the difference? Temperature?
Temperature and wind. You know, wind is a big part of it.
How much cooler was it at the open test?
Track temp was probably almost 20 degrees cooler.
Yeah.
It's crept up. It's still creeping up. You mentioned it was the hottest we'd seen it. It's now 123 degrees, continuing to move up. As we see Dixon
out and in.
Out and straight back in. That's his first time on track, so that's standard. We know there was an engine change overnight, so that's just an install check.
I'll be eager to watch the 2 cars that are on track, Marco Andretti and Jacob Abel. These are some question marks based on, one, Jacob Abel, Dale Coyne Racing. We saw Rinus VeeKay, not exceptional speed, but how about this guy? He's been expressing his displeasure at the outright speed of his race car, also as a one-off entry with Honda, telling us, I'm not at max power just yet. I wonder if he is now.
Time will tell, and we will see as he crosses the bricks. Gets started on his run. Marco Andretti, if he qualifies for the Indianapolis 500, will join a select group to have contested 20 of these great races.
Green flag this time by.
I think it's something like 13 drivers in history have made that marker. Pretty impressive. So that's considered the green Andretti's warm-up lap, 2:17.2. So again, when we reference Quali Sim, that's a qualifying simulation, trying to go through all the steps and procedures that they're going to have to do tomorrow. It's out of the pits, a warm-up lap, 4 laps at pace. Something fell off the back of that car.
Yeah.
They would have, hopefully someone on the stand saw that. I'd be calling them in as well.
Wide open through turns 3 and 4.
Lap 2 on the back straight.
Mario Andretti, his grandfather, watches with great intrigue. What was that first lap?
It's intriguing. We don't have a
230.5.
That's pretty good pace.
It's not bad at all, but clearly that whatever
yellow's
flew off
out,
the car
yellow's
didn't stay
out
on the racetrack because we're not seeing a yellow.
Yeah.
It must have gone.
Is there any chance that was a bird? I didn't catch it. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye.
Little lift, and
now
there's a caution out.
There we go, yellow now. Yellow now for debris.
And
yellow debris.
That might just be race control seeing what we saw and said, we're not sure what it is or where it is, but let's pull him in.
So we're getting a replay here. Yeah, just there.
Is it the Buckeye cover?
Oh, you know what, mate? It might be.
No.
That was further back than that.
It's a different looking piece of carbon, I guess.
Well, a sharp piece of carbon fiber out there on track.
Not what you want.
Could be a piece of the wrap of the livery because it laid so flat on the ground.
Let's try to look, see what's missing back there.
That is something from inside the wheel rims. There's something broken off on the right-hand side.
Can't tell if that's broken or if that's just...
I think you're right, Will.
It might be right, yeah. Inside of the wheel, those covers.
Could be a piece of the carbon laminate, maybe just the top layer that came.
Something's broken on that rear right. There you go, you see where it's just sheared off. We'll be back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway once the yellows go back in.
So, viewers, you saw the same thing we did back here, just a small little bit of carbon fibre flying off the back as well of Marco Andretti's car, so the yellow flag safely brought back out. JT still with me up here in the commentary booth as we'll fill in between the gaps here as well. Sensible decision, because the last thing you want to have is any form of tyre delamination at that part of the circuit. So the yellow flags have come out. The AMR safety team is making its way around the circuit now as well. The best safety team on the planet for all of the action as well. And here it is. So, yeah, it is just... Oh, hello. JT, it's an actual shedded bodywork part across the two sides. That looks... Is that the brake cover on both sides that's been shattered? It is, yeah. It's the brake covers on the inside of the suspension that shattered. That's weird.
I'm not a rocket scientist.
It's not meant to happen. I've never seen that happen before.
That's not good.
And they are connected to the tyre as well, so maybe it's stopping it from taking the tyre off, and that's why we're having a few issues. But okay, very interesting. As it was that Jacob Abel. No, that's definitely DiFrancesco's run over it. So that's why the caution came out, because Devlin ran over it and put it back on the centre of the line. Yeah, so it's obviously...
That's what it's meant to look like.
Hang on a minute, let's get that on the stream. Yeah, and that's what happened. So it's the brake cover on the inside of the car. Let's go back over to Fox and get some latest news. And they're now having to smash it apart, GT, because they can't take the wheel off. And look, you can see that they've got
the Indianapolis
blue tack
500
on.
never gets old.
It's our crown jewel, it's our champagne. We prepare for months.
Okay, they're not obviously wanting to go back on just yet. Picture's gone black. Please don't go to Outbreak Sky. You know they're coming back in about 5 seconds' time. Just for once, be cool. As they come in. Scotty Mac is up there.
The Indianapolis 500 never gets old.
It's our crown jewel, it's our champagne. We prepare for months for the Indy 500. Over 300,000 people on the stands. You can feel the energy.
I want 3 in a row. I want it so bad. I want to set history. I dream of doing things that have never been done before.
You have enough money.
Marco Andretti continues to sit on pit lane as IndyCar tech officials come to inspect what actually flew off of his car. We understand it was a carbon laminate piece on the inside rear wheel cover as we take another look, and there's the part that the IndyCar official holds. Here was Devlin DiFrancesco, unfortunately running over said carbon laminate. And I've been in the booth for 14 seasons now, and this has never been possible. Firehawk, the legend, with a headset on, super cool, ready to broadcast. I've never heard one word out of Firehawk. I'm not sure how this is going to work.
Will, you've changed. So, I mean, we saw that caution. Were you guys worried about somebody cutting a Firestone tire on some of that debris on the track?
That's a big headset.
Praying no,
didn't
saying
happen.
no, absolutely not.
Tires were great. Everything's great. Tires are holding up well. They're holding up well over 4 laps. It's hot. It's very hot, isn't it?
I know. It's like to compensate with Megan.
Outside. All right, and here's not too bad. He's enjoying the air conditioning.
Getting serious inside information from Firehawk, both in the booth and on all 4 corners of every Indy car in the 109th running of the Indy 500. That's Scott Dixon sitting, studying, and thinking about how those masterful hands might handle the conditions out there, because advantage drivers like Dixon, like Castroneves, when the conditions get difficult, these guys will know how to handle it. 22 starts in his Indy 500 career, 1 win, 5 top 5s, and green flag back out. And let's see who the takers are. This will be a pretty good sign of what's to come tomorrow. 2 cars, Ferrucci and Louis Foster, heading out, and frankly 2 cars that we know have a lot of work to do. Both kind of bailed out early on their first attempts today.
So along with Dixon, that's going to be 3 cars on track. That's about the most you can get without tripping over each other and interfering on the runs. So it'll be Dixon, Ferrucci, Foster in that order on track. So again, Dixon on that out lap. He's going to come to the warm-up lap. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but here's another great opportunity to listen to what one of these runs sounds like. The engine sounds a little low right now. It doesn't really sound like it's accelerating. It's because the car is in a cool map designed to keep the engine temperatures down. A cold engine is a fast engine, T-Bell, up to a certain point. You see 205 miles an hour flat out. That's because he's going to come out of 2, flip a switch, and that thing's going to light up.
Let's light this candle. Dixon works the knobs and watch the speed climb.
Afterburners engaged in the fighter jet, glued to the ground.
He's using the fast jacker there. Down the back straightaway, finds 230 miles an hour, holds it wide open, 5th gear. Left thumb, gonna go down to the fast jack right there.
Just dropping the right rear corner, trying to get the rear wing out of the air. Dixon 2:17.1 on his warm-up lap, comparable to what we've seen. 2:30 through the corners.
A little surprised that Scott Dixon doesn't look at the technique that Alex Palou uses with trigger buttons on the back of the wheel for the fast jack. It doesn't seem that ergonomically friendly to have to move your hand and your thumb twice a lap, but
he's not even.
Who am I to second guess? Old Dixie.
He's not even using that style of wheel. He's still with an old style produced by MPI. 231, 232, 234 miles an hour as he turns in flat out to turn 1.
What really matters is the average, and for Scott Dixon, he is right level with his teammate Alex Palou, 230.6 on that lap. Palou did a 230.7. That puts them 6th and 7th right now for fastest laps. Let's see what the consistency looks like. I'm watching his hands. What's the balance like in 3? Looked a little dicey, but he hung on. Remember, one teammate bailed out of a run. His other teammate rode off his race car. So this is kind of sketchy stuff for Dixon because he knows their setup probably not that different.
The engineers would have done an early dive into the data from Kyffin Simpson's car to see if there was anything glaring that stood out. Clearly nothing that concerned them as far as what's on Dixon's car as well. You know he has not touched that hybrid yet. Looking like we're going to see a 4th lap deployment.
Very consistent run for Dixon. That last lap just down to 230.59, so almost a 230.6 as he comes through turn 4.
And this is super impressive, guys, with the extra weight we're seeing in these race cars and the track temps.
White flag deploy.
So white flag deploy.
Hey, James, that was faster. That's the fastest lap Dixon's done on lap 3. That is impressive. We haven't seen much of that so far. And now the hybrid deploys on the trickle strategy. Just a drip of hybrid boost over this entire final lap.
We're seeing them shifting, we're seeing them fast jacking, but we're not seeing a lot of adjustments to the other tools for handling weight jacker and the bars. So the car fairly comfortable for Dixon at this phase.
Let's see how much more speed the hybrid can give him or how much more consistent it makes lap 4 as Dixon completes this run. He'll come across the line at a 2:31.0. We're in the hybrid era, bud. It's nothing like what we've seen before.
Fastest lap on lap 4 with 125-degree track temps. I've never seen anything like that here in qualifying at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is a different era for IndyCar racing.
His 4-lap average would read like this tomorrow, 2:30.761 for the number 9. I think they should be pretty happy with that. The question is, can they find another mile an hour to match the outright speed that, say, Will Power, Scott McLaughlin demonstrated with their Chevy-powered cars? We've been speculating how much more does Honda have in the bag when it counts.
But here's what's interesting. A run that consistent, again, tells me that the car's handling very well. Not one end or the other is really going off. We saw issues with Joseph Newgarden having an imbalance. We saw issues with Will Power. He had to bail out. So, and even Alex Palou. So Dixon he's found a really nice, happy place right now, but does that mean he's still got a decent amount of room to try to trim and push those limits a little more?
And shout out to Firestone, who appears to me to be bringing a tire that is equal on grip, but maybe more consistent on degradation. So early results, early polling suggests Team Penske, yes, a massive factor in qualifying. Ed Carpenter Racing, they've come to play like we expect, and Chip Ganassi Racing. So you've got 3 Penskes, you've got 3 ECR cars, and you've got 3 Chip Ganassi. That would occupy 9 slots. What can a team like Prema Racing and Callum Ilott pull off? Because Robert Schwarzman, Ilott's teammate, has really impressed so far today. He has a quick time that is 6 right now on the charts, and it's legit. No toe to help him. Callum Ilott getting a toe. I was saying Schwarzman. No, Schwarzman's time was legit. Ilott has to bail out.
Yeah, very close to the back of the 4th, David Malukas. While we were transfixed there on the run of Scott Dixon, we mentioned Louis Foster was out there at the same time. 4-lap average of 2:27.965 for Foster.
That's in a trouble zone on speed. Ilott's car looks fast. Kind of an awkward run when somebody comes out just in front of you and you sort of have to bail out, try to find a gap. Oftentimes you just come to pit lane and just do a full reset, as Rinus VeeKay and Dale Coyne Racing making their 2nd run of the day.
And this is one of the ones we really wanted to keep an eye on. Not quite sure we have a good handle on what the outright speed of the number 18 is right now. So this will be an important run for Rinus. Nice and clean, doesn't have anyone near him. I'm kind of surprised. Callum Ilott, you see it up in that track map in the corner, just sticking to it, even though he's so close to David Malukas. It's not really giving him an accurate run, accurate read. But this guy, VeeKay, qualifying specialist here at Indianapolis, never started outside the top 7.
It's called swimming in whipped cream in 5 attempts on qualifying weekends.
Don't know what that means.
It's just pure happiness.
Got it. See a little bit of throttle pedaling there in turn 1, managing.
Little lift.
And again in turn 2. Something not making Rinus feel comfortable inside the race car.
Do you ever enjoy too much whipped cream at, say, Thanksgiving?
Not a big whipped cream guy.
Okay.
So.
Uh-oh, he's loose.
Bail.
Bail, bail, bail. Pit, pit, pit.
No point, bud.
Right, command and pit.
There we go. The safe bet, which is what you want here. Look, if this is tomorrow, it's a different story. This is still practice. You still have a chance to fix it and make it better.
And that feeling has way more gravity than it did just an hour ago before Kyffin Simpson crashed.
Caution for
Every
debris.
single driver has seen all the replays of Kyffin Simpson, and they know that feeling, trust it implicitly, because bad things can happen as we go full course caution for debris. And Scott Dixon smiles with his team. Nice run for the Kiwis.
Caution's out for debris then here with 4 hours to go of the Indianapolis 4th day of practice running. Fast Friday is upon us as well. Just a reminder, tomorrow you can join us for coverage of practice. And then we'll go into our qualifying build-up show as well. Practice tomorrow is a separate entity. So the 1 hour practice will be just a solo stream. We'll be then live at the top of the hour, ready for qualifying to go live as well, as a heads up to you all at home. The same can be said for Sunday as well. But the good news is you'll be automatically redirected. So it won't be too bad. JT, you have got a 4-lap average getting ready. You've been monitoring them down so far. It's a fast 500, isn't it? With this hybrid power, it has changed the way we go about racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, it's going to stay in that box throughout the whole day. So if you want to add it to the stream, you can add it to the stream.
I've added it now, so we can take a look at it. So this is the 4-lap average, correct, that you're working out for us?
Yeah.
So
this is what I'll be doing tomorrow in qualifying.
If you can give us a proper zoom in of it right now for VeeKay's times at the moment. Perfect. So lap 1 was a 2:16, 2:74, 2:29, 2:44, then aborted on lap 3. But yeah, that was VeeKay's first off beginning lap time.
That was because of the caution.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Sorry, hang on. We're just going to have to interrupt and bring on this because this is one of the primers at the rear, and this was the reason for the caution coming out. There is small debris coming off the rear of it. We'll get to that shortly once they start running it. Go on.
I will update this whatever car we're focusing on the 4-lap average. I'll update this, so if you want to add it as a little box on the stream, you can.
We'll add it in. Here is the reason for the caution and the debris. Watch the rear of the primer. Just a small bit of debris that comes off. Let's go back over to Fox.
Wheel cover, I think, on Callum Ilott, the Prema number 90, using a piece of perhaps laminate that looks eerily familiar to what came off the back of Marco Andretti's car, but gives us a chance in this break to take a look at what are the differences on an IndyCar when it runs on a road course versus here at Indianapolis in Speedway configuration. And it starts with probably the most obvious difference. Look at the size of a road course wing on the left and a Speedway wing on the right. Really tiny aerodynamic wings in Indianapolis. It's less drag, but also less downforce in the corner, and it doesn't stop there. Let's get into some geometry.
A lot of mechanical things that change between them as well, but one of the most pronounced one is camber. On a road course, you run negative camber on both sides, top of the tires tipped in, but because of the banking and only turning left on an oval, that left front goes from a negative camber to a positive camber to try to keep as much of the contact patch of the tire on the ground through the corner.
In the cockpit, changes as well. You see that right side head pad that allows the drivers to really lean their head left, and then as the G-forces build in the corner, have their head almost sort of level out and not have to hold their head up with neck muscles. They use the pad to hold things up. As we understand, the 27 Andretti driver of Kyle Kirkwood has had some issues. Let's find out more. Kev?
Yeah, Kyle Kirkwood has come back to the garage. You were actually sitting in the cockpit and noticed something that you wanted addressed. What was it?
Oh, well, yeah, everyone here is obviously using weight jackers and stuff, and you got to set up your weight jackers end up pushing weight to or from the left front tire, and if it's incorrectly positioned when you're on the setup pad, it actually gives you the wrong cross weight. So I noticed when I jumped into the car, I was actually in the wrong position, and I asked them, hey, did we set up like this? And they're like, oh yeah, we did. Good eye, good catch. We would have noticed it as soon as we went on track because we have push rod sensors and stuff, but that's the reason why we're back here already making setup changes, because we made a small mistake. So we'll get that addressed, and then we'll be back out there and try and do some quality times.
What is a qual sim like in these conditions?
I don't know yet. I don't know. It doesn't look fun. I'm sure you guys have been watching. It's not easy. Not everyone's really done a full attempt. I think when I was sitting out there, only 7 cars actually made it a full 4 laps, and even some of those were still lifting. So it's scary conditions right now, but this is what we're going to have tomorrow. It's going to be cooler tomorrow, but man, it's hot. It's hot right now, but it's still going to be windy when we get out there tomorrow. So we got to adjust for the wind. We got to be ready for it. We got to get some runs in, and we got to tune on this thing. This is the only time that we get an opportunity at this power to run it, and we got to get some runs in, even though the conditions are scary.
Thank you, Kyle.
So 3 Indy 500s on the resume for Kyle Kirkwood, and a veteran move there to identify a seemingly tiny little issue, but confirming. Trust but verify. If it sounds like and feels like and looks like a lot like airplane protocols, that's because they're going airplane fast, and when things go wrong, it looks like an airplane crash. Whoa, will power high in turn 2, and he dumps the throttle.
Already off the pace. That's just highlighting how difficult it is for these drivers.
Woo! That was a big moment. So much going on at 230 miles an hour, and power just never got down to that apex that he's used to. And the car started to take off. That looked like an Helio Castroneves intended line, but that's not how Will Power normally drives it here.
You can see how the right side tires are kind of up in that it's almost like a brown color of the racetrack. Yeah, you know, you see that dark rubbered in line, and as soon as the right side tires kind of get up into that lighter asphalt, the grip just goes away exponentially. Meanwhile, on track, this man Christian Lundgaard for McLaren, he is attempting a run as well. 227.1 was his last lap by.
And this is a driver who told us after 2.5 days of testing, you know, we haven't really changed much. I was very happy with my race car right away when practice started on Tuesday, and I don't want to change much. I want to stay in a nice, predictable window. Saw the throttle trace hunting in turn 3. Hunts now in turn 4. So handling suboptimal because Lundgaard not trusting things just yet. Comes across the line. That was a 227.7. James, for McLaren, that is not going to get it done.
That is worrying, and he's pedaling it too. This is not a comfortable 227. You have Scott Dixon, who we caught just going to break, saying, yeah, we ran that one pretty conservative, which makes sense based on the consistency we saw on that run for the 9 car, but all the way out of the throttle. This is a very, very uncomfortable driver deploying the hybrid over this lap. It was a 227.0.
And like we talked about a while ago, you know, this circle of cars, teams, and drivers that are struggling is large. Maybe the biggest that I've ever seen in the last 10 years. Bump day is going to be dramatic. There will be some surprises on Sunday for the last row shootout.
Yeah, absolutely. That was not a comfortable run for him. The team is going to be have to be diving hard to find out what was making him so uncomfortable.
So Christian Lundgaard, as we look at that heavily tinted visor, that's what you want on a bright, sunny, hot day, thanks to Mission Foods. Lundgaard back to pit lane to download debrief. And I would guess maybe even go back to Gasoline Alley, the barn, as we call it. Here comes Joseph Newgarden.
4-lap average for Lundgaard on that run. I mean, he did survive the run, but it was a 227 flat. Not a particularly strong one.
And Newgarden has not put up the kind of monster speeds yet that we have been expecting.
And we talked about this. He's been in the top 3 in all 3 practice sessions so far. He was the best toe and no toe time yesterday. Came into today brimming with confidence off the back of the last 2 years here, off the back of the last 3 days here. And that first run, not what he was expecting. He would have come here, thought, all right, first run, let's lay down a fat one. We'll get this thing up there. Couldn't even finish the run. I was actually texting him when they were back in between these runs. I said, hey, man, looks pretty gnarly out there. His reply, yes. So struggling with the balance, struggling with the conditions. As he turns it up now, let's ride along and listen.
The speed will be building on the back straightaway as he goes to full boost, full mapping on the engine. Little bit of a safety lift in turn 3, and now he'll round turn 4, dial everything up, squat the rear down the front straightaway into the wind, and find out. This is such an unknown. What does it do in turn 1? Oh,
big lift.
Not good.
Not a comfortable race car at all.
The guy that came into practice right off the truck, super confident, totally determined, deliberate, decisive moves. All of a sudden, he's guessing. I'm not sure what I have here.
But he's sticking with it.
Not really.
I mean, he's sticking with the run. He hasn't bailed out of it. Had to lift again in turn 3. Not seeing his hands come off to make adjustments for the tools. That's a map change. That would have been called out by the team. Not even committing to holding the weight jacker or the fast jacker button all the way.
Oh, he's spooked in turn 1. Something not right down there. That's not a corner on the racetrack with this wind right now that I would expect him to be struggling. It would be I would think, down in turn 3.
Marginal deployment of the hybrid there out of 2. That first lap was a 2:28.1.
Uh-oh.
Big lift in 3. Again, when you consider and compare the run that we just saw out at Dixon, absolutely planted, 4 laps, no issue, fastest on his 4th, and said, yeah, we were conservative.
How about his teammate McLaughlin?
2:31.0 on that lap. Massive jump, even though we saw some lifts. There's no one else on the racetrack, but he's now bailed out of the run. That was peculiar.
That was, and this is a driver that's a little unsure and tiptoeing his way to a point where he feels confident enough to keep his foot down and trust it. And this is never a driver where that's in doubt here.
Never. I'm confused by that run. Looking forward to coming back and seeing what more we can learn about that latest run from Newgarden here at Indy.
Yeah, that's coming up shortly, as well as they will fly through when the racing gets underway. JT back with us as well, and Sky have gone to an ad break. That's the first time for everything. They must have remembered that they're Sky Sports at the moment. What have you been making then of the first official runs we've been seeing so far?
Well, not bad from Joseph Newgarden, even though he did abort on lap 3. As we do have Connor Daly, I believe, getting ready for a run. He's the only car out on track at the moment. He is building up speed, and we will see if he goes for a run.
There'll be a few more then. We'll change up and get ready to run and run and run as this weekend will progress. Okay, so we have 4 hours remaining here of this 4th day of running. And let's have a look. Let's catch up with the chat first of all. Where's my glasses? Here they are, on the other side of the desk. Rod, hello Rod, says Scotty Mack, a very fast guy. Graham says, anyone know when the 17, that's Kyle Larson, will hit the track? Not just yet. They're waiting for the wind to die down. And also, he's got to be very much getting ready for his Cup Series race with the All-Stars coming up. Michael says, like quali means anything with only 1 car to be bumped. None of this really matters except the last 2 to 3 guys. Where you start the 500 doesn't really matter. We've seen that numerous times, and that's why I think what Jackson was saying yesterday, and I think a few others have been saying it, we need more cars back up to the field of 40. Even Kobe Lambeth was mentioning it as well. Back up and a proper bump day would be fun, but who's going to come in to field those cars? That's the question.
The question is, have you messed around with the new graphics yet?
Not just yet, because I'm in the middle of doing everything else. Right now, I'm in World Superbike mode. Kyle Larson's spotter has now just gone up to the stand, to let you know. So I think Larson might be out very soon. Right now, the 21's out on the track. Let's cross back over to Fox.
Looks like the Splenda car of Christian Rasmussen. Giving it another go.
I mean, he was quick earlier in terms of single lap pace. He's up on P3 on the tower right now, 2:31.1. But again, this guy's still getting over what happened yesterday. Scary moment off of turn 2.
Is he? Or is he just young and brave and has that magical short-term memory that you sometimes need here? Listen, did a great job to keep it off the wall, as did this guy, Kyle Larson. Just a masterfully calm set of hands behind the wheel as Rasmussen went for quite a ride.
Did you figure out what they did with that rear wing?
We have not hunted that down. I'm going to maybe assign that to Kevin Lee if he's got time to add that to his enormous to-do list today. But understand that Kevin Lee might be standing somewhere near the pits. In fact, I think he might be with Ed Carpenter. Kevin, can we find out about that rear wing? We debated that extensively.
I'm going to need to go back and catch what that is. I was chatting with Ed.
Christian Rasmussen's rear wing from the spin. Did it survive? Can it be used again?
Let's ask the boss. Before we get to your story, did Christian Rasmussen's rear wing survive? Did you have to change, or was it all fine?
No, we had to change the rear wing and the skid on the bottom, I think. I wasn't totally involved in all the repairs, just doing my own thing. But yeah, very, very minimal damage, and he's fine.
You started to do a qual sim a few minutes ago and bailed. What's going on?
Nothing really, other than I just didn't like the circumstances. You know, it's qualifying and the runs are such a rhythm and everything's so precise here. I was gapping for traffic, and to me, like, I get a lot of feels on that warm-up lap, and when you're not doing it the same way you did it before, to me, it gives weird reads. So we needed to go through tech hot, so we're just going back to do that, and we'll see where we go from here. But, you know, the first run I was pretty happy with. The balance wasn't perfect, which was causing some lifting and inconsistencies, but, you know, where we rolled off, I think we're in a pretty good spot. So getting into the weird part of the day, really surprised more people haven't run already. But yeah, I'm happy with where this Bundesliga car is at. I think we've got some good speed for the weekend.
When you abort a run before it even starts, can you use that set of Firestones again, or is that no longer useful for qualifying?
No, we have plenty of Firestones. Yeah, and that's the beauty of doing this 22 times, is you kind of get you can feel things pretty early, whether you like something or not. So we're good.
Thank you, Ed.
The other thing that's great about having done this 22 times is you've been through the entire range of emotions. You've had all sorts of days, good and bad here, and you know that one good run, one bad run, conditions you like, conditions you don't, somebody maybe coming out front and interrupting one of your runs. It doesn't faze you too much. Not that Ed Carpenter's ever really fazed by anything, but here specifically, he just knows how the cadence of this month goes.
And as we were interviewing Ed, I'm pretty sure Christian Rasmussen bailed early on his run, had to give it a pretty good lift as he comes to pit lane. So more challenges up and down these 34 drivers that are trying to figure it out. I go back to that clip we saw of Scott Dixon smiling as we went to break a little while ago. I said it earlier, veterans should be happy about the challenges this year because they have a distinct advantage. We're riding with another one now, Graham Rahal. Now, I put him in the camp of drivers not at all happy, perhaps the unhappiest driver in practice, but this veteran has done 17 Indy 500s, and when it's time to throw caution to the wind and lay it on the line tomorrow, he will be ready. He told us that, but he's not going to take too big of a risk in practice.
Maybe not taking too big of a risk, but he really needs to get a handle on where this car truly stacks up. You know what's funny, T-Bell? We've done this a lot, both from up in the booth, from down on pit wall. By this point in the week, you normally have a pretty good sense of who you think is going to be fighting for that last row, who's going to be fighting for that final spot as this is coming to the green. This is still the warm-up lap for Rahal. Can't get through turn 3 flat.
That is a terrible sign. But again, the wind pushing you down the back straightaway. See what happens here.
Just to finish that thought, I have no idea. There could be 10 cars. Big lift from Graham Rahal, struggling down to 219 miles an hour minimum speed. 217 in turn 2. We saw Dixon minimum speed 229.
And a struggle bus, big time.
Doesn't look...
Kev, the driver of the United Rentals car does not look any happier another day in.
So I'm going to go back to what he said after his first run. We haven't had a chance to get this in. Not happy at all in the early run. He said no lateral bite. It just never turned in. I could never get to the middle of the corner. The front felt like it was taking off on the opening lap in 4. We're too light on downforce. The wind is really tough. But he did say the rear is better than yesterday, but we're really light on grip.
I mean, the rear might be better, but that comes at the cost of front grip. And we just saw it even on the warm-up lap. He could not keep it flat, still struggling to hold it flat as you see the wind there. Look, there's wind, 6-8 miles an hour. That's not nothing, but that's not the strongest wind we've seen today, and it's definitely way weaker than what we're going to see tomorrow.
Bad news on the wind forecast. If you're a driver struggling today, your engineers are going to tell you, hey, we got to figure this out because it's going to be much tougher as Graham totally bails in turn 1.
Coming in. I mean, I just can't. I've got a lot of understeer, but the rear entry to mid, the same thing. Can't feel it at all. There's nothing there.
And this is the problem. I've been celebrating the advantage of veterans, but on the flip side of that, if you don't feel what you have felt for 17 Indy 500s, perhaps more disconcerting than a rookie that doesn't have feel to go off of at all.
This was that replay of the moment coming to the green on the warm-up lap.
So this is the worst run we've seen so far. 223.0 lap 1, 222.9 lap 2, and then a full bail. Kevin, we've seen this before with Graham Rahal on qualifying weekend, and it was tough to watch.
I'm still listening to him download. He said that it just won't load. Let's go back and go to Louis' setup. So they're going to try that.
So Graham takes an additional ultra slow lap to cool down his race car.
I don't want to be that guy, but I'm looking at the 4-lap averages right now. The best 4-lap average for Louis Foster is a 227.9. It's not awesome. It's not awesome from a pace standpoint, but maybe the setup can get Graham more comfortable to a point where he can at least finish a run without bailing.
Jacob Abel on track, but immediately back in the number 51 Miller High Life. We'll be back to Indianapolis as conditions continue to present problems.
Yep, and now all cars circulating, but I think we've got somebody actually who is on the circuit, and that being, well, I've got a few. Jacob Abel still circulating, and Sky, I've remembered, JT, that they are Sky Sports and keep going to an outbreak. Ha!
Yeah, Jacob Abel was on track. I did have his lap times here. Hold on, let me just undo. Lap 1 was a 226.321, lap 2 a 227.486, and lap 3 was a 227.798, so improving all the time. His 3-lap average 227.201, but he aborted on the 4th lap. Something must have happened.
Yeah, sadly that is the case. Something must have happened, and we have to wait to see what that's going to be. We're still green then here as the atmosphere is building, as we anticipate qualifying day number 1 here at the Brickyard. And that is tomorrow live here on JB Motorsports with all of your watch-along action. You are in the best seat in the house. Just out of interest, what do you reckon would be the biggest change around that we could see coming in? Because we know that Honda are fast, but it seems like Penske are still as quick as they were even before we had all these issues with the wind.
Yeah, wind is going to be a massive factor. And, well, that's what they're struggling with today. I don't think anyone is out on track. Yes, we do have Devlin Di Francesco turning his first laps of the day, and he is, I believe, getting ready for a run. So hopefully we'll pick him up.
Oh, thank you very much to the comments as well that are coming through that are enjoying the stream. We do our best, and we'll be taking over in about an hour 45 of the commentary as well, simulcasting obviously. Ramo, thank you very much. Lightning says, come on Larson, don't be scared of the wind. Luke says as well, the winds aren't even that strong and everybody's struggling. Could the added weight of the hybrid be making the cars more sensitive to wind? I think 100% that seems to be what we're seeing is the factor at the current moment. Is the fact is that just the rear of the cars are now so much heavier, they're easier to just spin round and tip round as well.
Roadster, 485 brake horsepower. It doesn't weigh much. It's quick.
Now, all future episodes of 100 Days to Indy will be streaming exclusively on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com today. Now, James, we disagree on quite a few things, but we both would like to have a Cobra. That looked like pretty cool stuff. I really want to watch that episode.
That's a bucket list car for me. Would love. I might just, I know where he lives. I might just swing by and ask him if I can borrow it for the day.
Sweet, sweet piece. Will Power back on track, back on full power as that number 12 Verizon car rockets off of turn 4. Last lap, this lap I should say, would be a warm-up lap at 216.5.
about a mile an hour faster than the last attempt he made on the warm-up lap. Wasn't able to complete that. I see even a little bit of breathing off of turn 2 there.
That looked dicey, but he's staying with it. Power, the speed climbing.
You see the hybrid charging. He had used a little bit there on that south short chute. Flat through 3, no. Has to breathe it.
It looks to be dancing around on him a little bit. The back of his car starting to wander. Looks darty, doesn't it?
It does, but sometimes that's the effect of the wind. Again, little breathing, a lot of breathing.
Here's the troubled corner so far for Power, turn 2, and he's out of it. Look at the throttle hunting. He is not happy.
3 of the 4 corners were having a lift. Very different hybrid usage from what we've been seeing, and he has bailed out of it. Another car unable to complete a run. T-Bell, I'm used to seeing it first thing in the morning on Fast Friday, but this is way higher than normal.
This is you need the front and back of a sheet of paper to keep track of all the drivers that have bailed so far. Another shot of turn 2 as he, exactly like the previous run, just gets high and decides that is way too close for comfort.
Now the panic starts to set in because you're on the boost, you have to qualify. The track conditions are what we believe is going to be actually better than what we see tomorrow, and you're unable to even complete a run. That is not a great confidence builder for these drivers.
No, it's an absolute confidence destroyer, and I look at temperatures, it's 100.
Turn 3-4 is a lot better.
Oh, this is Devlin DiFrancesco's feedback, but temperature now 128 degrees track temp. We've seen nothing like that this week. The good news is tomorrow temperature should go back down a little bit, but you have no chance to practice that today. So that's the guessing game that takes place on all the timing stands with the engineers and the drivers. Okay, we know this is tough, but where do we set the car up for tomorrow?
Could be a lot of educated guesswork happening in these teams. Last lap there for Dev was a 2:09, bailed out of it. He was running a 2:26 the lap before. You heard some of the feedback from him there on the radio. Not ideal.
The bail is the norm right now. It's 1 lap in bail, 1 corner in bail. Maybe you get to half distance. Big props to the drivers that have completed 4-lap runs.
Dev did get through it. 228.1 is the 4-lap average for the number 30. I mean, that puts him 7th right now on the list because so few drivers have completed it.
And look at the difference between just in the top 10 of best 4-lap averages, it is a 5-mile-an-hour difference front to back.
That's more than the entire field was covered by last year.
I'll say it again, I am getting psyched for this weekend because driver influence more now than ever, and that's how it should be, frankly. You want the best drivers on the day to be rewarded, and I think they will this weekend as another Prema car, this time Callum Ilott again, takes to the track.
So that would be crossing the start-finish line for his warm-up lap. So this is the warm-up lap for the 90. Let's see if they are able to get a full 4-lap run in.
So his teammate Robert Schwarzman has had a really good run so far. We'll watch Callum Ilott as he continues to warm up here on the back straightaway. But as he's taking his run, Kevin, I know you're on pit lane with Schwarzman. Maybe we can get some commentary on what he's experiencing and what he's seen from his teammates run right now.
Yeah, so we're going to multitask with the IndyCar rookie who has great experience and success in the Formula One ladder. Well, before we talk about you, what are you seeing from Callum here, and what can you learn when you watch your teammate run?
Well, I see that, like his first run, he got a bit compromised by David Malukas, so he didn't manage to do a good stint. I think overall we're both quite aligned with the car. I feel pretty good with the car, so honestly I have a good feeling. I think Callum is struggling a little bit more at this stage. So yeah, I don't know what they're doing exactly. They're trying to figure out how to help him out. From my side, honestly, I had a good run this morning. Yeah, it was interrupted by a big crash. So luckily, he's fine, he's good. Kyffin is good, so that's the important part because I've seen the car, it was pretty damaged. So yeah, but luckily everything is fine from our side. Yeah, we did the first run. It's first experience, my first Fast Friday. I'm really happy to be here, and yeah, I'm enjoying it.
What did that feel like going, say, 235 plus miles an hour for the first time?
Honestly, felt amazing. We even looked my top speed that I reached, if we speak in kilometers, because I come from Europe, so it's 385 kilometers an hour. That's the fastest I've ever driven anything so far in my life. So yeah, definitely impressive.
Let's go with that, guys. 385 instead of 240. Maybe we can get to 390K.
Sounds good to me. Kyle Moyer went 228.9, James, and then reported loose. And that four-letter word that's dominating the day, bail. Dude, bail. Rossi dog, ready to eat. He was fired up on pit lane with Kyffin Simpson's accident and the safety team in his way. And are we seeing frustration or anxiety or just the aggression that qualifying weekend brings?
I think just amped up for qualifying weekend. That first run for him wasn't a great one, so that's going to be part of it. Wasn't able to complete it. He was one of the B words.
Christian Rasmussen, his teammate, sits third on best consecutive four-lap averages, a 230.1. We know Ed Carpenter did a 228.6. So where does Rossi match up? He was brought in over the offseason with a nice healthy contract to help this team, especially here, but he is already in bail mode early in the run. Rossi back to pit lane.
Look, he's got the experience to know when it's not right. Curious what the feedback's going to be from Rossi after that second failed attempt to finish a four-lap run.
Rarely a guy to give us feedback on the radio. He'll likely wait until they plug into the confidential hardline. But he's figured it out in Indianapolis before, no more so than in his first season. The number 98 Napa car limping on fumes on a long shot fuel strategy that paid off that day. He didn't have enough gas to get home.
Yes, the 20 car still circulating out there at the back of the track as well. But I think, JT, the biggest word isn't loose or bail, it's wind. And how little there is. And it's causing such big problems. Tomorrow in qualifying, we could see several cars going up. This is going to be very dangerous. Is there a chance that we could have to delay qualifying a couple of days?
I mean, they won't want to, but
safety.
They might have to.
Yeah. Safety is a big factor as well that we have to contend with. It's the last thing you want to do ever. But sometimes safety is paramount, and, well, I'd rather them be safe than sorry in this situation. So we are just on an ad break now. Sky Sports have remembered that they are Sky Sports and keep putting us back to said commercials, which
Do you
is...
want a sneak peek of my qualifying run spreadsheet?
You are on Video Ninja. Go for it.
There you go. So it's literally every single.
I have to zoom in a bit because we can't see.
Yeah, but it's every single car with warm up lap 1, lap 2, lap 3, lap 4, and it'll go this way for how many runs there are.
Literally going to be the perfect run around for JT. Is that updated of exactly who's where as the action continues for this round of the championship. Turn 2 exit is diabolical right now. That is the case. And, well, I think Colton Herta did come back out on the pit lane. He's just come back in, so it's definitely DiFrancesco. So nobody's risking the conditions. Is our car coming down pit road? Unsure. Yes, it is. Definitely Francesca's back out. Here it is then, back to the world feed. And hello, my friends. Nice to see you again, my friend. I did see your comment, I responded, and nice to see you again. Let's head back to Fox.
Drivers like to say, and it's certainly not an act they like to commit, but right now it is the safe bet for majority of the field. You saw Colton Herta there going out. That, I believe, was an install check for Herta. The Andretti car's yet to really take to the racetrack in any capacity. A few of the drivers that haven't. We saw and heard from Kirkwood. He was in the car ready to go, noticed an issue, went back to the pad to make sure everything's fine, but has not yet returned to the racetrack. Marcus Ericsson also yet to turn a lap. So Herta is doing the install after that engine change last night.
James, how much of this is a combination of factors? Obviously, the wind has picked up today massively, and we're seeing that affecting cars out on track, but they're also trimming out. They're in qualifying setup now rather than the race setup that they've been running for the last few days. So how much is it getting used to a car that's got a lot less downforce on it, and how much is it actually trying to react to the climatic conditions and the wind?
It's certainly a combination of both. You've got a car with less downforce, you've got a car that's got a lot more power, so you're carrying more speed into these corners and trying to corner at a higher speed anyway. And then you are dealing with some serious environmental factors. The wind it's not nothing. It's not as gusty as we're expecting tomorrow. It's not something unheard of that we haven't seen here at the Speedway, but I think what's making it that much more challenging is track temps at 128.7, coming up at 129 degrees. That is very, very hot. And tires don't like getting that hot. When you're going that fast, you're putting more energy into the car. You've got that extra 100 pounds that the hybrid system brings to the equation. That's just stressing the tires even more. So as track temps go up, I think it's affecting it even more. Then you throw the wind in to wiggle it about as you're cornering. So it is a lot of unknowns with this system. These track temps, every condition that they're experiencing, they're really experiencing for the first time with this hybrid.
So what have you got to do to be a McLaughlin, to be a Power, and feel like a king?
Well, if I knew that, I might still be in the car.
I think he knows. We'll be back.
So, nobody currently running out there on the circuit. That was kind of to be expected, though, with the wind picking up. We've been yellowed for 47 minutes and 54 seconds today. Green flag total time at 1 hour 41:10 as the continue run. Top time, Scott McLaughlin at 232.066, so a faster time. Let's just move over to where we can actually read, shall we? A bit easier. 233.954 for McLaughlin. Power, 231.870. Rasmussen in third, Dixon fourth, and Carpenter in fifth place. I think JT as well, it's just looking stronger and stronger and stronger the more that we go on.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully these weather conditions, well, the weather conditions are good. It's just the wind that is playing a little bit crazy, but hopefully the wind will die down and we will actually be able to get some runs out on track.
And welcome finally to everybody joining us on USON. We've had to wait in order to have the maximum delta time, but welcome to the fourth day of testing for the 109th running of the Indy 500. We've had an accident for Kyffin Simpson earlier on in the day. He went up backwards, but he is okay. The car is being repaired. And right now, Alexander Rossi's just left the circuit, and he is onto the track, and hopefully he's going to have a good run. I'm Josh Birch. JT's with you again, and the world feed from Fox are going to be calling you through the action very shortly indeed. And JT, it's been calm, but wind is dominating today's storylines.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everyone on USRN. Welcome along. And, well, wind is the big story of today. And, well, we've had a lot of aborted runs, a lot of bailing out of runs. We've had so many attempted qualifying runs, not a lot completed qualifying runs.
We'll bring the full story in the update shortly. Now, however, let's go back over to Fox Sports and join our colleagues with 3 hours and 28 minutes to go of running, and the wind is just being the biggest part of it.
All-Star Race takes centre stage at the legendary North Wilkesboro track, and it all begins with the open races at 5 Eastern. Then the best of the best battle for the crown at 8. All coming your way Sunday on FS1. Back on the golf course. Not overly happy with that.
You know what? Let's pretend that one didn't happen. Boop.
Fair.
Another one down. No one saw it except the
Except
entire
everyone.
world. Sorry that we called you out on that.
That's good.
Good man.
That's nice. Right. Before he went out on track and made his way towards qualification tomorrow for the Indianapolis 500, back in the hot seats, back in his regular office, we sent Jack Harvey out with Scott Dixon to take a look at this legendary track.
The one and only Scott Dixon. May is here. It's the Indy 500. You won it back in 2008. What was one of the things that surprised you that you enjoyed about winning outside of the obvious, having your face on the Bob Warner?
Do cool things like David Letterman and, you know, kiss the brick, wear the wreath, you know, drink the milk, all the stuff that you see, and then you find yourself in that moment. So going through those traditions was, for me, a bit surreal. Like, it didn't feel real. It was kind of a bit bizarre.
Is that what keeps you coming back and being so, like, hungry and feisty to get another one?
It's probably getting beaten. This race is the biggest race in the world, also the most challenging. I think, like, what I say a lot of the time now is even if you have the perfect race, it only gives you an opportunity to try and win it. It doesn't guarantee you anything. I think I've finished second 4 or 5 times. I think those close misses are the ones that you think about the most, and that really keeps the vibrant for me. But I love racing, man.
Well, Scott, if I can't win it, I certainly hope you're one of the guys who's fighting for it. I would be really jazzed to see you get your second, and not that it's even a debate, but cement your position as one of the greatest of all time.
I hope that it's a second. And if I can, I hope it's you too, man. So we're going to have a good one. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, you will.
Cheers.
Best of luck, buddy.
Appreciate it.
If he wins it this year, it would be the longest gaps between Indy 500 wins. The 2008 winner would be 17 years. The record at the moment, 15. Juan Pablo Montoya between 2000 and 2015. Another former winner, Will Power, currently your second fastest man with a 231.8, is back out on track and at pace. Let's see if he can put together a 4-lap run.
This one's going to be interesting because his teammates, or at least Joseph Newgarden, his one teammate's not really been able to do it. Scott McLaughlin, really the only Penske car that successfully completed a competitive 4-lap run. That was much earlier in the day when the track temperatures were much lower, and that's part of the reason why we're going to see that draw tonight for the qualifying order be so crucial, so important as Power comes around here to start his warm-up lap on a mock qualifying sim. So there, oh sorry, this is the start of the first lap. He's finishing his warm-up lap, so at 2:14.6. We've been monitoring these laps for the warm-up, a little bit slower than what he's done the last few times. You see the hybrid being deployed. Again, Penske, the only one, had to bail out of the throttle again in turn 2 completely.
Now it's a little rear work, don't forget to shift.
You're getting those reminders from pit lane. We've talked a lot about how much the drivers have to remember on these runs now. Flat through 3 for Power. Between shifting, the fast jacker, adjusting your bars, deploying, regenning your hybrid, all the different strategies you can employ. The gentle reminders from pit lane are very helpful because while you're doing all that, you're also trying to manhandle an IndyCar around a corner at 230 plus miles an hour.
230.2 despite backing out of the throttle. It's a good first lap for Will Power. Very much more on it through that sequence. No lift on the throttle. A very partial lift for him through there.
But crucially, you don't see that hybrid usage through the short chute through turn 2. Maybe he thought didn't have the grip to take that extra speed from the hybrid last time. I'm going to sit on it right now. He's using it through turn 4 into that headwind. Actually, the wind's died down quite a bit. The windsock on top of the pylon nearly completely flat. That's something Power will be noticing as he crosses the line. 231.9.
Huge.
Big lap from Will Power. And that's the difference between being able to hold it flat or cracking the throttle as he's having to do here.
Big lift again through 2.
Hasn't regenerated the hybrid. Is that intentional? Was that a mistake? Did he forget to do a step? Remember, he's barely made it this far in a qualifying attempt so far.
Just remembers to grab a little bit on the run into 3.
Really having to pedal it there. Has nothing really to use on the front straight. He'll be getting the white flag, the hypothetical white flag right now.
229, big drop for Will Power, no hybrid use, and a big lift through 2. Let's take a look here. Does he lift again? No, he's pinned. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, he was, and then he wasn't.
You pin on turn in, but then he's got work to do. Again, he's left the hybrid depleted. Now he's regenning.
Let it all go through 4. Up to 100%. 1 turn left. And now he does. Hits the hybrid, powers it through 4.
Minimum speed, 227 through 4, as you see Colton Herta in the foreground warming up.
And it's 230.2.
That hybrid deployment really gave him a boost. I wonder if lap 3 was a mistake, just forgetting to regen the hybrid to be able to deploy it.
So 230.5 is his 4-lap average. That will be adjudged to have had, I imagine, a small toe from Colton Herta. So it's not a complete no-toe run. Oh, yeah, you can really hear it on board.
You can hear the throttle. That feeling's just awful from inside the cockpit. You think you're glued, you think you're stuck. It starts to walk itself up the track. You pedal it. You hope it's enough as Colton Herta completes his warm-up lap and takes what would be the green flag, the first flyer in this qualifying simulation. Warm-up 220.
Wow.
.399. That's considerably faster than what we saw Will Power do. Is it too fast? Is it taking too much life out of the tires?
We will find out.
First run through turn 3. Solid, flat, car looking good. Gets the downshift done off the 3 in the short chute. What kind of pace does the Gamebridge Honda have?
It's a 230.4 for lap 1. No hybrid use on that lap at all. Very different philosophies being employed by everybody out there, but in particular between the Chevy runners and the Honda runners.
I would even classify it as the Penske runners,
just the Penske
and everyone
runners
else. You know, we've seen a couple teams doing that, the slow burn, the full lap trickle over the final lap, but really only the Penske's have been using it multiple times. The belief being that the regen process takes too much speed out of the car, doesn't really justify using it multiple times. Penske disagreeing, and right now they're 1 and 3 on the 4-lap average. That second lap for for Herta, 229.9, slight fall off.
Not a huge fall off. And no major lifts so far for Colton Herta. Looking good and assured. Pretty hooked up. Can he get the 4 laps completed? We haven't had many today.
Here's the thing. These guys have been later out. They're purposely picking the hardest track conditions. 129.2 degrees is the track temp. As bad as it's been, hopefully worse than we'll see tomorrow from a track temp standpoint. Really testing what the car has. 230 flat.
Ooh, little wiggle.
Yeah, very close to the wall on the exit. You see the hybrid use starts at the beginning of lap 4, doing that slow burn, that steady trickle.
Almost a full lap. And they're able to work with that. They're able to determine how fast it deploys, how fast the usage is actuated on these cars. That's completely down to the teams, how they do that. And he's got just about 20% left, so that's pretty much exactly a full lap. Has a little left over the line, and that's a 230.1 for his last lap. Colton Herta, P11 with his best lap time, but in terms of a 4-lap average for him, they look pretty close.
230.16 puts him 4th so far. Colton Herta getting it done here at the Speedway.
So Herta improving on the boards as well. Finally, we're getting some more slipstream. And actually, JT, some decent lap times coming in. The wind settling down a bit, which is good. Andretti cracks 2:30. If he wins, Indy will explode. It's going to be fun, isn't it? Marco's up there now, finally.
Yeah, absolutely. Will Power's run was a lap 1, 230.208, lap 2, 231.983. Lap 3 was a 229.692, but he was able to recover it with his fourth lap with a 230.284. That was a 4-lap average of 230.541 miles per hour. And then Colton Herta, the run that we've just had. Lap 1 was a 230.460. Lap 2 was a 229.972. Lap 3 was a 230.047. With lap 4 being a 230.164, which is a 4-lap average of 230.160.
Good, decent times. Hello to Illy as well. I was here once. You were here once. I remember you. Very happy to see you again, my friends. Hopefully everyone's doing okay. Tell you one thing. It does tire you out, all this, doesn't it? I can't imagine how the drivers are feeling right now as they're giving up. 3 hours to go. 3 hours 17 minutes in day number 4. It's officially called Practice 5. Don't know why, because we haven't actually had 5 practice sessions across all of the work. This is practice day 4. Now go practice 4. Thanks to everything. But I suppose they're counting the rookie orientation coming through.
The freshers was a practice.
Yes, that counts as practice 3, doesn't it? Oh, is it? Yeah, practice 3 across on that board. Then we have practice 4 yesterday and practice 5 today. Gets confusing trying to work them all out. I just call them practice. It's practice day. Tomorrow will be practice, and then we'll go into qualifying day 1, qualifying day 2, and then we'll have practice, and then we'll go into more races. The Snake Pit is one of the best places to be at the 500, and we've got pit stop practice coming up soon as well.
Contest, there's a whole heap going on track, and we will be here and we will be bringing it to you.
Concerts, the final 2 hours of practice. I absolutely love it. You take a look at what is left here in the month of May. Fast Friday today, Saturday and Sunday qualifying weekend coming up before Monday's practice, back to race running. And then, of course, Carb Day, the most exciting day. I think one of the most fun days of the whole year before we head to May 25th. The 109th Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge. It is shaping up to be one heck of a show, Will.
It most certainly is. And if rumours are to be believed, we may even get a race on Carb Day. We'll tell you more about that later. Riding on board with Santino Ferrucci, who has been utterly miserable this week of practice, appearing far happier today. Let's ride on board with him, and big back out, big back out.
Not the case at all. A complete lift for him, having to pedal in turn 2 as well. That first lap was a 2:28.6.
That's not enough, is it?
I mean, it's...
or might it? I mean,
tough to know.
Might it be?
Look, the spread in the field right now is just so much bigger than what we're used to seeing. The best 4-lap average, I'm going to give the best honest one because McLaughlin's run had some help. So the best honest one for me is still Dixon at a 2:30.7, even if the Penske's have a bit more in it.
Wow, he's having to lift a lot in one.
But here's the thing, guys. If this is what we're dealing with in INDYCAR 2025, if this is what we're dealing with a hybrid in the back of these race cars, there's something to it, to trying to stick through it and see what lifting and driving, really wheeling these things is all about. Obviously, Santino's bailed out of it, decided not the best move, but man.
To use your phrase, Hench, best worst. Is that ultimately what it could come down to?
It could. Tomorrow, you don't have the freedom to bail out. You are going to have to drive the car no matter how uncomfortable you are until you finish your 4 laps or you find yourself in the wall. That's just the reality of qualifying day here at the Speedway.
At every other racetrack, a road or street track, we hear drivers talk about driving around the problems, driving around the issues in the car. Is that possible here, or once you've got that setup dialed in, do you just have to back out if it's not giving you what you need?
Look, you have a lot less leeway and a lot less that you can do you know, when you're doing 230 miles an hour, the car is what the car is, but you're going to have to find a way to find that limit and complete the run.
Actually isn't bad at all.
You know, what I liked about what Santino was doing there was he was lifting on the entry to the corner and then trying to motor through it, get back to the throttle. He was predicting the issue on exit. Normally what you're seeing is drivers turning in flat because that's what you're supposed to be doing. Of course, flat, we mean pedal to the metal, all the way down on the throttle, 100% wide open, and then lift at the problem mid-corner off. Santino was trying to wheel it almost like a stock car. This is what you would do in a NASCAR around the Brickyard, what he's done in some of the stock car racing that he's done over the last few years. That might be something we see tomorrow.
Santino likes it on its nose on entry, loose mid to exit. How does lifting give you that? Or will it not? Is that counterintuitive?
I don't think that's necessarily why he's lifting. I think it's just the car can't do it flat. He's having end imbalance, whether it's the rear stepping out or the front pushing off. There's something he's not liking. So by lifting early, he's just trying to stop it from having that mid-corner imbalance, get back on power, because what's bad for an Indy car is having that lift mid-corner. When it's loaded up like that, when you lift off the throttle, the weight transfers. Let's see if we can listen to what he's saying.
And make sure you're happy with the car. Yeah, I mean, that first lap, you just had the lift in one, but two. I popped up the turn in. I just stopped fucking with the weight jacker.
So, interesting. It seemed like he was saying car feels good overall. But I think not too complimentary about the use of the weight jacker, so we apologize for the language there.
But he kind of mentions, you know, he messed up the turn-in because of the weight jacker. We've talked about this a lot. All the things these drivers are having to remember to do in the car while you're not comfortable going 230 miles an hour. There's just a lot to it, and it's easy to get something wrong somewhere on that process and find yourself in a little bit of trouble. But this is not what we're used to seeing in terms of the demeanor from Santino Ferrucci at the Speedway.
Right. Now, if you've been with us all week, you will know we have been following a very important storyline. For the conclusion of that, Georgia is standing by.
Arguably one of the most important storylines of the week so far. First of all, your helmet made it here, but secondly, we are going to have the big debut. Right now, let's see this beauty.
Let me show you. This is the long-awaited arrival of my Indy 500 helmet. I've already revealed it on socials a couple hours ago, but this is it in the flesh. This is my favorite part, these eyes, but I'll tell you, this is obviously a monster. This monster is an Aztec monster from, well, you know, Mexico. And because I'm Mexican, I wanted to do something with my heritage and where I'm from. And the meaning of this creature, I guess, like, you know, what it was kind of used for. It had like 18 different mouths, and it apparently devoured everything in its path. But most importantly, it was sacrificed to create heaven and earth. And I feel like sometimes you need to make sacrifices in order to reach greatness, and I feel like that's a little bit of what I've been trying to do here at the Indy 500. You know, there's things that you sacrifice as I'm not gonna sacrifice myself, but there's things that you sacrifice as you're going on in your journey to try and accomplish something big, and I feel like this best resembles that, and I carry it proudly on my helmet, and I've promised myself, I win this race, I will be wearing these eyes right here on the top of my helmets for the rest of my career.
That is beautiful. Thank you, Pato.
Thank you.
Love that.
Oh!
The creature is known as Chipatli, which, intriguingly, Hinch, was a mythical being also associated with the beginning of a dynasty.
There you go. You could say that the groundwork's already been laid for Pato O'Ward in terms of his dynasty here at the Speedway. And now we go back on board with Alex Rossi, winner of this race. He has struggled so far today. He's been looking good in practice, big lifts in turn 2. Is he going to stick with it? Are we at the point of the day where people are accepting it ain't easy? This isn't old Indy qualifying. It's a different beast completely. So let's figure out how to throttle this thing around for 4 laps. You saw that adjustment in turn 3, down to 4th gear. Different strategy here in the gearbox of the number 20 machine. First lap, second lap. First one was a 2:29. Second lap was a 2:26.9.
His teammates, Rasmussen and Carpenter, both of them well up in the 2:30s. Rossi is sticking with it. He is going to see if he can do it and just get 4 laps on the board.
It is not fun being behind the wheel of an IndyCar in qualifying trim here at Indy when it is feeling like this, when you're having to pedal it through the corners, the car sliding around, the Firestone screaming at you from all 4 corners. Track temp highest it's been 130 degrees. It has cracked the 130. Cross the line.
225.3.
And he bails out.
That's all she wrote for Alexander Rossi a few moments ago. Callum Ilott in the 90 Prema, a 4-lap average of 228.18, but Rossi not happy in the ECR.
No, JT, he is not. And I don't think any of the drivers are. They are. We knew this win was coming. We knew that we were going to get it. But it's thrown complete spanners in the operations out here.
Yeah, absolutely it has. And, well, it might only be like 8 to 10 miles per hour, but travelling at like 230 miles per hour plus, it doesn't really...
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't really help, does it?
Yeah.
230 plus miles per hour.
How long until it becomes unsafe? Like the wind speeds that we get tomorrow, if we are going to be just about risking it, aren't we?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea of it. I hate it. I do not like the idea of putting these guys out there in a situation where they could flip over. And it's a terrifying prospect. We've already seen one happen this here earlier on today with Kyffin Simpson. He's now going to his backup car. So we'll have to qualify with that. His weekend's practically already over. And that could be his 500 over as well. Because that backup car's a road car, as we know. So average speed still coming through. The cars...
Open test car.
Open test car. Thank you. Well, at least he's got some margin going in there that we know what's going to happen. Still not great, though, as we know. Just a reminder what we've got coming up here on JB Motorsports. We've got Formula E during the night as well, and it looks like it could rain in Tokyo. So let's hope well, it's a double header. So either they put both races to Sunday, or B, make it a longer race Sunday and just cancel tomorrow's, because we could all do with some sleep and some rest as well as the situation continues to breathe on. This is one of my favourite places to sit at Indy. Jeff's brother Greg is likely above you, spotting as well. I feel like I've come in and missed a conversation as well to everybody out there watching. Hope you're enjoying it. We've got 3 hours to go here at the greatest spectacle in racing as we build up for qualifying.
Couple hours. It's really making it live after that. This image represents the pinnacle of their career. For many, the best day of their professional lives. Well, this is my studio. It's people walk in and they sort of their heads on a swivel. 1989, I was called about doing this, which I was excited about because I was also a race fan. I thought it was just a one-year thing, but they've been calling me back ever since. You know, I've known this trophy and admired it before '89, and there's no greater trophy, no more spectacular trophy in any sport. To have my work on that, I was excited.
Checkered flag, Joseph Newgarden.
When you win the Indy 500, your whole year is filled. We can't really get the driver usually during the season because every week is booked. They come here when they're finally free. It's really not that hard. I take the photos the day after the race. Then I do a life-size clay study. When they first come in the studio, we do an unveiling and they see it for the first time. That always really gets them. You spend hours, days with it, and you really memorize it. By the time I go directly after that to the small scale, it goes faster. It's like I'm just redoing it in another scale. Mold makers come and they make the mold, goes through the foundry process.
Back-to-back champion at the Indianapolis 500.
Thank you so much.
Two-time winner, and especially a back-to-back winner like Joseph. Do you just pull out the mold from last year and redo it? I do just the opposite of that. I put last year's work away and I don't even look at it. I'm trying to find a different way to portray them than I did the previous year. I feel privileged because I've sort of been injected into this thing where I get to meet all these guys and I get to be associated with this wonderful Borg Warner trophy. I just do my little work here, and that puts me in places that I'm really proud to be.
Not just a trophy, a veritable work of art. Absolutely stunning. To see it in the flesh, it really is something incredible. Every winner going all the way back to 1911 and the very first running of the Indy 500. But who will be there in 2025, James Hinchcliffe?
That's the roughly $3 million question, because that's around about the purse for the winner of the Indy 500 the last few years. Joseph Newgarden actually compliments of Borg Warner, had a nice boost in his prize money purse last year. Borg Warner puts up $20,000 every year in case there's a back-to-back winner, and it carries over. So our last back-to-back winner had been Helio Castroneves back in the early 2000s. So that extra bit of purse money was up to $440,000. So unfortunately, if he wins it again this year, he only gets 20 grand from Borg Warner, because he's now drained the pot. and it starts again. So if he gets that three-peat, he's going to have maybe a slightly smaller check than last year. But still, an incredible prize purse on up for grabs.
Well, if you want to know how much Penske are getting after it, Will Power is back out on track again, our second fastest man of the day. And this is 3 runs in fairly quick succession when you take a look at the fact that we're not getting, a huge number of drivers out on track at the moment. The fact that Power keeps going out, keeps trying this, indicative of the work they feel they still need to do, backing out of the throttle big time, though, through 4.
And this is,
I'm guessing, a warm-up.
Coming to the green.
No, it is coming. Yeah, it's coming.
So that's the warm-up lap he's just completed, but he's already not on it. So not sure what's happening here.
Yeah, way out of the gas through 2.
Well, we do see Marcus Ericsson making his way onto the racetrack.
Hybrid down to 0. Power just coasting at the moment. So a reminder, it's McLaughlin from Power, Rasmussen and Dixon, then Carpenter, Newgarden. Robert Schwarzman still sitting there in P7, ahead of championship leader Alex Palou, then Malukas and Andretti.
Curious as to why Will, maybe Will's out there trying to cool the car down a little bit. We've talked about how running around at high gear, slow pace, getting lots of air through the radiators, through the side pods, just to cool everything down. But we'll keep an eye on what's happening on track. That was just an install check for Ericsson, as it was his first time on track today. Conditions continue to fall apart.
You mentioned the last time we had a back-to-back Indy 500 winner before Joseph Newgarden was Helio Castroneves in 2001 and 2002. He's going for a record 5th win of the Indy 500, and he's with Georgia.
Yeah, we're back on Helmet Tour 2025 here, back in the garages, and who better to showcase his beautiful lid than Helio Castroneves. This helmet has an awesome story behind it, and I'm just going to let you take it away.
All right, no problem. So this obviously, as you can see, the logo of the Indy 500, and Troy Lee did a good job and put a little bit of flair with the spider thing, you know, the webs, right? But here, people don't realize this is what I raced this year, the Daytona 500. So I combine the Indy 500 with the Daytona 500. That's why I end up doing this. So I think it was a special 500s this year, you know, so that's why I want to make sure that we have something special.
Can I see the back of it too? Because there's some pretty cool stickers there.
Yes, we do have good achievements that you want to show the competitors. Watch out. Yeah. I'm here.
Drive for 5 is still alive. Helio, how has today been for you?
You know, it's been quite an adventure. You know, we rehearsal because I'm sure I've been watching you guys, by the way, and there was a lot of what going on the steering wheel with the deploying, regen, you know, and also the mapping, because every lap, everyone had to change the mapping. And in our system, for example, it's red 1, right? So we rehearse all of that, and all of a sudden, they're just like, white 5. I'm like, white 5? What are you talking about? White 5 wasn't in the rehearsal, so it was becoming a mess. So my first lap was like a completely disaster. I ended up doing the whole run without obviously the hybrid, but it was good. It was a good run. Despite all of that, the balance was actually good. It's a little, you know, turning too quick in the entry, so we decided to just do a little adjustments, load a little more downforce, and now we'll go back again.
Thanks, Helio.
Helio Castroneves, 4 wins to his name: 2001, 2002, 2009, 2021. The drive for 5 is very much alive in 2025.
Have you heard the news? Next season, 80% of all televised Premier League matches are on Sky Sports.
And that's where you can view them as well on Sky Sports as well. Thanks to them for, again, providing our TV pictures here. JT, no one out on the circuit, and we're just waiting to see what's going to happen next. Wind playing a huge factor in today, as we keep saying. I do, you got to trust and believe as well that we could see another one going through. What do we do then for the rest of the day? 3 hours to go, still a huge more amount of running. We're halfway in the test day, and nobody can do actual runs. We're going into qualifying effectively blind.
Well, there is a partly blind, but if you press number 3.
Okay.
What JB Motorsports won't be blind on.
Yeah, I can't get the advert off. Here you go. Oh,
it's
wow.
the qualifying speeds, because every single qualifying run from the 2 days of Indy qualifying will be on this spreadsheet.
We should try and make that public. Lock the sheet, but make it public and get and so everyone can view it.
Yes.
So we'll pop that in. So in the qualifying and race sessions, we shall pop that Google Doc into and pin it in the YouTube chat so that you can have it open and watch as we fill in those lap times.
You can watch JT work and fill spreadsheets in.
We'll get that sorted to you, and that's what you can have tomorrow here on JB Motorsports. Right now, though, let's head back to Fox.
And completed 4 lap runs, even more scarce.
And it's interesting. It's one of the most challenging Fast Fridays I think I've ever seen. And conditions tomorrow expected to be equally difficult in a slightly different way. And we've seen a lot of drivers bail, and we've seen a few drivers have big moments, none bigger than what Kyffin Simpson experienced in turn 4 in his first run of the day.
Yeah, a warning shot across the bows for all drivers out there that when it goes wrong in a very big way. It's why even the smallest of twitches through a corner has led to a driver backing out today, because trying to recover at full pace, it's just not as easy as once it was. I mean, it's never been easy.
No,
right. But in terms of the balance of the car, the weight at the rear, once it goes, it goes.
And Kyffin walking away seemingly unhurt. The best 4-lap averages right now. McLaughlin sits atop the charts ahead of Dixon, Power, Herta, and Rasmussen. Again, not a ton of drivers have even completed 4 laps at pace. I count only 18 on my timing screen that you could even argue were a real 4-lap run. But of those, maybe only 15 actually kept their foot in it for all 4 laps. So challenging conditions, considering more than half the field have not set a representative 4-lap run.
Dreyer will be happy for Hunter, Ray, and Harvey. And what about Prema in their first 500? Ilon, top 10 of the 4-lap averages.
Commercial city for them. We're supposed to be, well, to be fair, we're just filling in most of anything anyway today. Okay, let's try and pick up some of the stories. Starting with the great news that doesn't happen that often. Last time it happened was during the pandemic. Before that, never. We have great news announced by Penske Entertainment earlier on. The
Dacia Sandero. Oh, wait,
yeah, the
wrong
Dacia
show.
Sandero. Yeah. Now, brilliant news. If you live in Indiana and in Indianapolis area, the blackout is no more for this year. All 350,000 tickets have been sold. It is a sellout crowd here at the Brickyard, which means it triggers the television clause. It's going to be broadcast live. So if you live in Indiana, you can watch the Indy 500 live. So bars can show it. Your local TV, home channel, everything. It is going to be there. JT, the sold-out crowd for the 500 is fantastic. It really is the greatest spectacle in racing. And the noise, I can't wait for next week now. Next Sunday evening.
It's going to be chaotic.
Just bring it on. But yes.
What could go wrong?
Everything could go wrong. We've seen that before. We've got a car going out on the circuit right now. It's the 27, venturing out of Kyle Kirkwood, who's 30th overall on the timesheets. But JT, I doubt we're going to see him run for very long because of the wind. We've seen him do a couple of runs, but it is Kyle's first run out there today. He has not done any Delta run at all. He's bottom of the timesheets. So now he's going to head out and find the wind. So is it unfair to say, watch out for a crash? I think it's pretty much safe, really. Coming through. Let's return to Fox and see what... No, is he back in? Yeah, Kyle Kirkwood's back in. So the install lap complete then. And we'll hand back over to Fox Sports.
And this was the scene. Days of this circuit.
It's cool looking back at the over 100-year history of this place. What all's gone down here before and even outside of the IndyCar world. Such an incredible facility.
And if you do get the opportunity to come here to Indiana and to Indianapolis, please do visit the museum. It's absolutely stunning. We've been taking a closer look inside every day this week. And I think we're due to go back down there a little bit later today. Right, in the middle of Fast Friday, time for some more helmet chat.
Helmet tour, Helmet 101. Now we're down here at Rahal Letterman Lanigan with Louis Foster. This is a very special helmet and really cool looking. What are all the names on the side?
Yeah, so busy with Breaking Designs, Arrow helmet. I think it's honestly just me and Alex that have Arrow helmets these days in IndyCar. We're a dying breed, but No, so this is a list of names. Obviously, you can see the L and the F on the side, my initials. But this is a list of names of people who have helped me throughout my career. Well, started. Get to the point where I am today. So it's very sentimental to me. Everyone here has been, fundamental in one way or another. Is engineers, mechanics, team managers, team owners, sponsors, etc. I've got Bobby, David Letterman, and obviously Mike Lanigan on here as well. You can kind of see them there if you zoom in a little bit, but yeah, so for me it's super special. And then obviously to add the 500 theme, we've got the Yada bricks at the top, and then this year's logo on the back. So yeah, it's a super cool helmet. I'm sure Bobby will want to keep this, so he'll most likely have this after the race.
In order to come up with all of these names, did you have to go on a journey through your entire racing career and then have almost a surreal moment that you were going to qualify or attempt to qualify for the Indianapolis 500?
Yeah, it's been wild, man. I mean, I grew up in England, very far away from here, very far away from the Indy 500, always known about it. And I grew up in the Formula One ladder, more or less, right? And then came over to Indy in America in 2021 when I was 18 years old, midway through COVID. So it's been a pretty big leap of faith in a way, really. I left my family and all my friends back in England. But no, I'm loving life out here, and it's super special to see that leap of faith paid off.
We should probably talk about the action on track today. How has that been going for you and the whole RLL brigade?
Yeah, so we've been working through stuff. We've only done one run so far. Pretty good. We were flat for all 4 laps, which in these conditions is quite difficult. It's very warm and quite windy. We're going to run again, hopefully soonish, I hope. But yeah, all good. We've been struggling a little bit the last 3 days, but I think we've got a handle on our balance. And hopefully we'll have a good race car come tomorrow to qualify, and then hopefully next Sunday as well.
So they're telling me you have a great mustache, in which you do, but we want you to judge this mustache right here, Austin.
Oh man, he outclasses me by a mile. Look at that. He's got some wax on there and everything. I need to get him to look up a little bit more. Yeah, he's 12 that.
Maybe next year.
Next year, possibly, yeah. I'm getting some tips from Bobby, so he's helping me out.
We're working on it here. Thanks, Louis.
Cool, cheers.
I love that. Bobby in his prime did have quite the stash.
Quite the stash. That's the thing. I thought he was modeling it on Mansell, but he's not. He's modeling it on the boss.
Could be a bit of both. Could be a bit of both. Look, I really love that helmet from Louis Foster because, they say it takes a village to raise a child. It takes an army to create a racing driver. The number of people that have to stand behind you and support you as you work your way up the ladder and get that opportunity. So for him to be here on the biggest stage in racing for the first time, really highlighting the fact that he's accomplished his goal, achieved his dream, getting to share that with all those that helped him along the way, I think is a real nice touch.
We spoke to him the other day. He said, this is long term, where he doesn't want to be anywhere else. He wants to be here long term, and he hopes this is the first of many for him. I was just wondering if there were any names of his teachers on that helmet. No, I say that for a reason, because it turns out we went to the same school. 20 years apart, admitted. I don't know if any of the teachers that taught me would have still been there when he went there. We both went to a place called Lord Wandsworth College.
There you go.
Back at home in England. Actually in the...
Close to Odium.
Odium, yeah, just down the road from Odium, where he's from, so it kind of makes sense that he went to that school. Also, Johnny Wilkinson, famous English rugby player. You look confused. Johnny Wilkinson's one of the all-time English sporting greats.
I'm not arguing that, not denying that. Couldn't agree more.
Went to the same school as well. There you go.
Fans out in full force, being very smart and lathering up some sunscreen as we sit out here in the baking Indiana sun. 87 degrees and sunny at the Speedway right now.
It's toasty. Very toasty.
What a way to enjoy an afternoon. Friday afternoon, you took a PTO day.
Yeah, man.
Lay out on the berm in turn 2, get some sun.
Mate, and I've got to say, big turnout today.
Great turnout today. I'm excited. We talked to Doug Boles already about the grandstands being sold out here. First time since the 100th running. And we're seeing a lot of fans here today. A lot of fans were here on opening day. Can't wait to see what the crowd is like tomorrow to cheer on the 34 drivers attempting to make the race, including one who's a good fan, big part of the family here at Fox Sports. Of course, that's Jack Harvey, driver of the number 24 for Dreyer Reinbold Racing, who he himself has a fancy new lid, doesn't he, Georgia?
Yes, he sure does. It's all sparkly. It's It's bright and green, just like your car. Let's talk about the story of this helmet.
Well, starters, the H is not for Hollywood. I've actually had this diamond. It's my dad's like company logo, basically, slightly tweaked. So I've had that on every helmet since 2006. So that's been quite a long time for me. And then just kind of like working around. Invest, our primary sponsors. The Lincoln Imps, what we're famous for in my hometown. It's also taken from the Lincoln City Football Club, my hometown soccer team. One of my favorite places to go, INDYCAR exchange, just to like double down on. That's why I'm not that Hollywood. Trading cards is one of my nerdy passions. And then Kinetic Gaskets have actually been a sponsor of mine for probably since 2007. So the actual design really hasn't changed a whole bunch. Obviously went green, try and match the car, always use Bell Racing helmets, they keep us safe. Chevy, obviously, first time on my first official event, racing with a Chevy engine, and then
Jack
Kennedy
Hollywood
Tank.
Harvey.
It's a tank manufacturing company based in Indianapolis, but actually these guys are like my American family, so during Thanksgiving, if I'm not in the UK for Christmas, that's where I hang out.
So kind of a home away from home.
Honestly, my whole American adventure has been so central to Indy. With the people I've met in my social life, some of my like best and closest friends. Obviously, my racing career has been here now. I love coming to IMS. I mean, I've been here for like 11 years. I think people kind of forget that just because I think the accent's still kind of intact. But I think that's what I like about this helmet. We actually got another one coming for race day. It's a little bit of a low-key special one for Dennis. So, yeah, I'll give you an update when it comes.
Okay, deal. I appreciate it. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
Always cool when drivers get the opportunity to make these event special helmets, which I think is something cool. Drivers often do it for their home races as well. One of the other drivers that we saw doing that was Pato O'Ward, who is on track. Back-to-back laps in the mid-230s. 230.3 on that last lap. It was a 230.4 the lap before. Looking to be a fairly sporty run here.
Yep, getting amongst it is Pato O'Ward, and needs to. McLaren have had what I can only describe as a fairly quiet week up to this point. It hasn't looked overly positive for them.
Not able to hold it flat in turn 3. Pace is still decent. Not many people have been able to hold it wide open for all 4 laps. I see Scott McLaughlin, Scott Dixon, Colin Herta, a few of the ones that popped to mind. That cost him a bit of time, 228.6 for the Mexican. I believe this will be the final lap. You see that hybrid doing the slow trickle, cracking the throttle in turn 2. Big throttle drop off in 2.
Just the back straight into the final part of the track, turns 3 and 4. Can he keep it? No, lift through 3. Back on it to power through 4, still 30% of the hybrid left, so draining it all on this last lap. The slow trickle and down to the line. It's a 228.6 for the last lap. This final of the 4, 227.8 for Pato O'Ward, gives him a
average,
4-lap average of
229.314, puts him 6th on the 4-lap average up to this point.
So a big drop-off for O'Ward from lap 1 at a 230.4 to lap 4 at 227.8.
And you just hear that throttle just really having to pedal it through turn 2. We're seeing a lot of issues in 2, a lot of issues in 3. That side of the racetrack just really giving drivers some struggles.
Such tricky conditions here in Indianapolis on Fast Friday.
I'll tell you why you don't want to miss an IndyCar race. Because I'm racing in it, and I promise to be an entertainment for you. Cheer for me and nobody else, or I'll come find you.
I've just been threatened by Pato O'Ward. I don't know how I feel about that one, JT. That was a bit creepy, wasn't it? Could have improved. Is your microphone on? Answer to that is no. So just a reminder, qualifying day 1 and then qualifying day 2 will be live here on JB Motorsports. And we've got practice alongside you. And it'll be practice 6 and practice 7 of the watch-alongs here. Well, I think as well, we've got Colton Herta running out there on the circuit right now. JT's busy typing away. Let's take a look at some of the comments. Nice to have everybody watching along with us. Hopefully as well, we'll have a full angle of TV sooner or later to bring you. Larson should have signed with Chip Ganassi for this. They brought in the seat that Kyle Busch should have run in, which was with Aaron McLaren. But yeah, he should have run Chip Ganassi because it's a Hendrick car. Let's not forget that as well. And the alliance between Hendrick Motorsports and Aaron McLaren strong, thanks to Zach Brown. Kind of a 50-50 between them. But I think we're almost ready to hand back over as Herta completes yet another lap time run. He's the only one out there, JT. What's the lap times looking like?
I don't know. I've not got timings open.
You've done a Jessica Ball.
Pardon?
You've done a Jessica Ball. Not having the timings open when I'm asking you a question.
No, it's because I've got rows. I've got spreadsheet for tomorrow. I'm setting up.
I'm with you now, yeah. Well, Herta's doing a 2... What was his last lap time on that board? Yeah, 2:90. So improving. This is a good run so far. Just don't lift off or anything, and you've got a good speed up. Let's have a listen.
A 2:30.35. Watching and listening for this second lap. North end of the racetrack. Keeps it pinned through 3. No issues through 4. Let's see what kind of pace we can pick up for lap 2 here with Colton.
2:30.6, it's faster. It moves him up the overall time charts, and considering that he's on a run, little wiggle there, that's very positive.
And he's trying a different strategy. There's a slow burn of hybrid deployment as he uses every inch of racetrack off of 2, but even with that extra power, that little bit of extra boost being deployed, he was still able to keep it pinned in 1 and 2. Same in 3. He's been one of the most consistently flat drivers that we've seen.
So he did a 230.3, then a 230.6. This lap a 230.3. That is consistent.
This is in the same sort of realm of consistency that we saw out of Scott Dixon. That hybrid still just slowly trickling down.
It's well over a lap. Well over a lap of usage. Final little dregs of power through turn 3 into the short chute. 4 to go. Throttle application's been great. Barely a lift. Down the straight and down the line. 230.6, 230.3. And again, a 230.3. That is supremely consistent from Colton Herta.
Improves his 4-lap average to a 230.413. Doesn't move him up the charts. He's still a little bit shy of Will Power, who's sitting at a 230.539, but it was about 0.3 of a mile an hour faster than what we have seen from him so far as we get eyes on Connor Daly, who's out there attempting to make another run in the number 76 machine for JHR.
Hasn't had the balance or the speed today. Looked great yesterday, an impressive run throughout the week. 228.9, his fastest 1-lap pace so far.
I don't believe he's completed a 4-lap average or a 4-lap run.
I don't believe he has.
.130.3 degrees is the track temp.
Really bad. Copy, box 51.
And he won.
Yeah.
Full dump of the throttle. So still not able. Only a second real attempt, I believe, at putting a run together.
Something big here. Check the right heights.
Check the right heights. They're so sensitive on this car. Can have a massive effect on the balance, on the overall downforce level. The engineers spent a ton of time trying to find that perfect bubble, that ride height bubble, front to rear, also left to right. you often run what's called tilt in the race car on an oval, where the left-hand side of the floor will be slightly lower than the right-hand side, so that in the corners, as you load up, it becomes flat and even. You want that perfect downforce number mid-corner.
What's the best thing about being
an F1 driver?
It's being an F1 driver.
It is in the jungle.
I can't leave for 2 minutes, can I? Every time. Fox, that's really ridiculous. Tomorrow might be the final day of practice for the race. Well, we got Monday, but that could be called off as well. Everyone back in the pit lane now then, JT.
Yeah, just getting ready for the next runs in Fast Friday with 2 hours and 33 minutes left on the clock.
My rice had just arrived, you see, for dinner. And I was getting a can of Coca-Cola. Dear me. Okay. All set then, ready to go. The track falls silent once more. Would it go out the range of possibility that they'll do a track inspection soon?
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, might make sense to come in then as well. It's Scott McLaughlin fastest at the moment, with Will Power in second, Christian Rasmussen in third, Scott Dixon fourth, Ed Carpenter fifth, Joseph Newgarden in sixth, Robert Schwarzman 7th, Alex Palou 8th, David Malukas 9th, and Colton Herter rounds out your top 10. Then Marco Andretti is 11th, Pato Award 12th, Santino Ferrucci is 13th, Rinus VeeKay, he's in 14th, 15th, Alexander Rossi 16th, Ryan Hunter-Ray 17th, Devlin DiFrancesco, Jack Harvey 18th, Conor Daly 19th, Callum Island 20th, Larry Foster 21st, Helio Castroneves 22nd, Jacob Abel 23rd, Christian Lundgaard 24th, Nolan Siegel 25th, Takuma Sato is 26th, Stingray Rob 27th, Graham Rahal 28th, Carl Kirkwood 29th, Kyffin Simpson goes in as well in 30th, and then no time set for Ericsson, Larson, Rosenquist or Armstrong at the moment. 2 cars out there on the track right now, Devlin DiFrancesco and Kyle Kirkwood. Let's head back.
Drivers like to keep themselves fit with a little bit of ball sports, bit of pickleball. You play pickleball, don't you, Hinch?
I have played it. I do like racket sports. I'm more of a racquetball guy and a tennis guy myself, but many of the drivers that based here in Indy play pickleball. I've been invited a couple times.
Why is it called pickleball?
Nobody knows. No one knows. It's never been talked about.
Okay. We just don't talk about that.
We just don't talk about it.
Okay, fine. Townsend Bell's back.
Hey.
How you going, Bub?
Really good. Just polished off a nice little pecan salad. But been watching on my break as Colton Herta was very impressive on that run for consistency and balance. And now we get a read on his teammate here, Kyle Kirkwood, who hits 239 miles an hour on the back straight and looks so far just as comfortable as his Andretti teammate. Watching the throttle trace through turn 4.
What's been fascinating for me on these runs, mate, has been the fact that hybrid utilization, we saw it used over a full lap on the slow trickle yesterday. They've managed to slow it even further to a lap and a third, some almost a lap and a half, which is really quite incredible.
Yeah, you know, I'm sure there's a wide range of scientific opinions and not so scientific opinions on when and how to deploy it. And these are pretty good conditions for testing because it's been about 1 car or 2 cars splitting half the track at a time, and you get a pretty good read. But the truth is that no 2 runs are ever the same. And I look, of course, the track temperature now at 130 degrees. Probably be peak of the day right now, but if they go out and run in an hour, it'll be cooler. and you're just trying to do your best to figure out, does it even matter how you deployed the hybrid? If you're going to do it once, is it a trickle or one burst? In the end, it's a certain amount of joules of energy that is being sprayed over the total run. So I'm still of the school of thought that energy is energy, and maybe it doesn't matter as much as the teams are obsessing here.
White flag. Kirkwood is on a hell of a run. Herta was averaging inside the 230-mile-an-hour bracket. Kirkwood, the 231s, drops to a 228 though on that lap and chooses now to push the hybrid, and it starts to deplete. But those first 2 laps, both of them in the 231s, absolutely incredible, but the pace dropping on lap 3.
And Kirkwood stays full wood though on the throttle, wide. Oh, up there's a lift in the 3. That's been the trouble corner all day today, as the tailwind is helping you more than you want on entry speed. And you can see the difference in straight line speeds. We saw that 239 down into turn 3. And Kirkwood finishes his run.
227.6, so big drop off.
And that's what tomorrow.
I'm going to stay flat, but that's really risky today.
I could have stayed flat, but my head told me maybe not such a great idea. Georgia, these drivers are being faced with some serious challenges and a real debate over how much risk do they want to take today.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone who can talk more about that. And before we get to your helmet, let's talk about that a little bit. Ferrucci and Rasmussen, he put up a great qualifying sim there. Let's talk about your run, the conditions, and also the risk versus reward on a day like today.
Yeah, that's exactly why we kind of decided to park it right now. Obviously very happy with our run, kind of coming back from yesterday, where we ended the day on a less good note with spinning, but got pretty relatively unscathed out of it. Yeah, I mean, conditions are tricky today. It's way hotter than what it will be tomorrow. The winds are up, so it's just about, well, the worst I've experienced around here. I don't want to say it's the worst that we've had here because I don't know, but yeah, happy with our run, happy with our pace. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, helmet tour. Let's see this beauty.
Yeah. Yeah, I decided to do something a little bit different this year. Obviously wanted the trophy on there. Have the yard of bricks resembled, and then the current INDYCAR in some cool colors. So yeah, huge shout out to Mike Savage for getting that together. Yeah, very different from what I usually run, but I think it turned out awesome. Also, honorable mention to the flyover. So, yeah, pretty cool.
Wow, that's awesome. Townsend, I hear that you might have a question.
Yeah, I wonder if he recalls a strange man yelling at him on the golf course earlier this week.
He wants to know if you recall a strange man yelling at you on the golf course earlier.
I was very confused. I was very confused. I thought someone was mad at me, but I found out it was Townsend, and it was all good.
Thanks, Christian.
Thanks, guys.
I played the role of the Karen golfer, chastising the young man for language that he wasn't even using. That's why he was so confused. But I was impressed the way with which he kept his cool. You know, I wasn't sure if he was going to come at me with a driver, but it was a really good test of a young IndyCar driver. Kept us cool, and we had a good laugh about it as another Andretti car takes to the track.
Another Andretti out, and the temperature continues to rise. As you see there, the third hour, 130 degrees is your track temp. Turn 1, I'm hearing from the Firestone guys, is currently at 138 degrees Fahrenheit. That is the highest temperature they've seen in May since they started measuring track temperature here in 2015. Unique circumstances.
Digging that Avicii celebration there on Marcus Ericsson's helmet.
Yeah, that's nice.
Really, really cool. Enjoyed learning more about Avicii's amazing life and career through the documentary that came out a couple of months ago. Is Marcus Ericsson, man, this is a guy that really could use a great qualifying weekend and a good start to the race at the Indy 500 after a season that has really not matched up, I think, with his expectations so far. It's just been one of those starts to the year where he's finished you know, 7th at St. Pete was solid, and then 5th at Thermal. But then all of a sudden, you know, you get 23rd and 20th at Barber and the Indy GP. He had the crash last year here in turn 4 that we showed earlier, and he just needs to find that top 2, top 3 kind of history that he has at this track. Of course, a former winner, but last couple of years, it just hasn't been the same.
Is Marcus Ericsson staring at potentially leaving Andretti if things don't pick up this year?
Well, yes, and it probably wouldn't be by, you know, his invitation. Last year had that accident on the opening lap, and you know, of course, 1st and 2nd, 22 and 23, but that was with the Ganassi team. And there's a big lift, and it's not what you want to see when your teammates were able to stay flat almost all the way through. Kirkwood did have a big lift on lap 4.
It was the consistency of Herta's lap, which was the most impressive.
Yeah. Maybe he can make some adjustments here in the cockpit, but there's a lift there as well coming off turn 4.
Wavering so much. Now the hybrid depleted.
228.8. This goes 227.6, and there you see the penalty for lifting. Now lifting in 1, and this is probably where you should bring it in.
Yeah, it's getting sketch now. Lifting out, back on. Not a lot of confidence behind the wheel.
Yeah, but he's going to stay out, maybe try some more changes, maybe make a rotary weight jacker adjustment, but a very shallow entry now into turn 3.
This is the big thing, isn't it? Because when we get to tomorrow, you can't back out. You've got to commit. You've got to finish your 4 laps.
Well, you can back out, but then you're relying on a rerun, so you might as well finish your first run and at least get something on the board. But if you think you're going to crash, you have to bail out to give yourself a chance to qualify for the race. It is way better to bail, fix the car, and try to rerun than to try to stick it with it and be a cowboy around here and ride it off.
Ericsson 226.334 that last lap. Meanwhile, Kevin down around the garages.
Just wanted to check in with Chip Ganassi Racing, Kyffin Simpson in the incident earlier. We already knew he was going to go backup car. They are trying to get this prepared and back out, at least to get an install lap. They've got to go through tech. They want to make sure it's right, but they have a good chance of getting that done. And just across the other side of the garage, their technical partner with Meyer Shank. I just saw Mike Shank. We haven't seen the 60 or 66. They want to make sure it's right. I think they see how difficult the conditions are, so they've been kind of thinking about what they want to do, but should be out in the next hour or so.
Great intel, Kev. Thanks so much, mate. Ericsson then 4-lap average, 228.152. Not too bad, but a big drop-off by the end of the run.
And cars now fall silent once again as Kyle Coker comes back into the pit lane. 2 hours, 21 minutes to go. It seems like all we're getting today is install laps, people trying and then backing out. Looking, it's actually the lowest run. Power's on 25 laps. He's the most of anybody. But today is the lowest run of count on the entire board. So then, JT, what's the point in even running the next 2 hours when it's due to get even windier as the sun begins to set and the action, well, it's just going to get windier and windier.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that Firestone has been tracking track temperatures since 2015. It reports the 138 degrees track temperature in turn 1 at 3:15 p.m. Eastern, 8:15 BST, and 138 degrees Fahrenheit is the highest that they have seen for a May track day ever.
Wow.
And that 138 degrees is 58.9 degrees Celsius.
Imagine that under your foot. That is burning. That's melting your shoes type of weather, isn't it? I can't believe that. So, the tyres would be up to temperature. That could be interesting. We'll keep an eye on the situation and we'll hopefully flag it down. It's going to be an interesting one, as we'll hand it back over to Fox Sports now as well. We're just in the middle of processing with cars out the circuit. Will stay on the easy-to-read timing screen with no cars around the track in telemetry. And Scotty Max still sits at the top with a top time as well, 233.954 mile an hour. So close to the 234s. Can we break into that?
Speedway. That is a good piece of vintage automobile to have here.
Sweet.
That
89.
is sweet.
Turbo TA Trans Am. Speaking of winnings, you know, you win the race here, you get to take the pace car home, and you're talking over 1,000 horsepower this year with the ZR1. Will, you had a chance to rip around in that, but
dude,
talk about
so nice.
Talk about
it's so nice. Even Will Power was like, I need to get one of these.
Yeah.
Like, it is nice.
233 mile an hour Corvette, street legal, for the winner of the race. But talk about a haul of loot. I just was reminded that last year, Joseph Newgarden, in winning his second Indy 500, he won $4.2 million.
Not bad.
That's a big old bag of cash. In addition to simply winning the greatest race in the world. If that's not enough, how about $4.2 million as you see the pace car? What was it like? What was acceleration like with over 1,000 horsepower?
Face melting. Absolutely face melting. Did you know that 1920, talk about winning money here, 1924 was the first time that they paid out for every position in the race, I believe. Do you want to know how much you got for finishing last in 1924? You'll like this.
Hit me.
Guess. Don't look at my notes.
What year? 1924. $400.
Ernie Asterberg finished last and received $5. But
$5
But on a typical driver arrangement of around 40%, it's about $2. $2.
I mean, inflation matters, but that's
it's $2
that's
is
pretty
$2,
soft.
man.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh,
Wonder what you
dear.
could buy for $2 in 1924.
I don't know. Who can we ask?
Chicken sandwich?
Yeah, probably. Good times. Right, a little bit of work going on.
Look at this guy. He's having a good time.
Just over 2.25 hours remain here in Indianapolis. Nobody out on track, so we'll go away for a few seconds.
93.80.
93, what? 80 cents?
$93.80 in today's money.
I think I'll still take that, wouldn't you? Yeah, he's nodding. He's nodding. Ah, well. Seems like we're just having rain. It's like a rain delay, but wind. It's really strange. They're not going to get on the track for it as well, which would be bizarre. I'm going to ask JT an on-air production question now as well. Are you around to do the Formula E session this evening with Megan on TeamViewer? He's looking at me like I've just killed a horse. I can't remember if you are or not, if that's tomorrow. Hello, conversation. It's a commentary. You've got to talk. Don't go all silent on me. I need an answer. Has Larson ran at Indy today? No. But his car is firing up. I just noticed on our timing monitor on RPM. So it's on tick over right now.
I was going to do it, then you told me I wasn't needed for it, so I was going to go to bed, but...
Could you team view it with Megan so that she doesn't have a panic attack?
Wouldn't it just make sense if I took the whole thing then?
It's got to also go on to FEZ.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Megan's going to be in here to do the... We're just having a production meeting, by the way, talking amongst yourselves. Megan's going to be here to do the audio and do the lip mic hello, welcome. You'll be producing the feed. So making sure it all goes in the right place. We're back with you now. There's that quick production meeting.
Tell Megan I will call her on her phone and that will be the production.
Okay, I'll let her know. My laptop will still be in here anyway, so you need to use Discord.
Yeah, but Discord will go through the bus mixer.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. Right, let's head back to Fox then. As we still go, no cars out on the track right now. We'll let you know if there is. As we're continuing to wait with 2 hours and 14 minutes to go here for day 4 at Fast Friday. So far, what's fast about it? It's slow Friday. Just sort of take it nice and slow. Instead of my favourite game, it's
Mechanic
changed.
in 20 and 21 won it himself in 25. $100 a lap.
Pretty
though.
awesome.
That's
What did he
winnings,
lead
right?
that year?
He led 115 laps that year, although he did have a relief driver for a couple of laps. I'm not sure if he had to split the winnings with him.
So, what was Ralph doing during the leaf laps?
Peter was...
Or Peter?
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm
it
not
sounds
sure.
like a nice meal.
Yeah, probably. Went and had some lunch.
Got to do the math on the lap time. That gives you probably 20
actually,
minutes.
I make light of it. I actually think it was. I mean, the track. Obviously,
Did you see him bouncing?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You're still going over the bricks in those days, and you're bouncing. I think his hands actually
Yeah.
became so blistered and bloody, he had to
Yeah.
go and get them seen to, and that's why he needed a relief driver.
They were brave men.
The first winner to average 100 miles an hour, or more than 100 miles an hour, and the first winner to complete the 500 in under 5 hours was Peter Palou.
Right before the break, we talked about the winner in 1924 getting his share. Sorry, last place getting $5.
He is.
And
Ernie
maybe at
Asterberg.
40%, $2. So $2 in today's dollars would be $37.
Oh, that's all right.
Imagine.
$37.
That didn't take you far.
No.
These
Quite.
days.
Quite. Everybody looking on, hoping to get some cars out on track pretty soon. I like looking back through history, man. There's so many fun stats about this race. So many fun. The one I like about Peter Palou obviously is his uncle Ralph De Palma won the race back in 1915. Won for Mercedes, actually. The only Italian to win the Indy 500. Before he became an American citizen in 1920. The fun part about De Palma, though, is in 1912, the second ever Indy 500, he led the second most laps in history not to win. You know how many laps he led? 196.
Oh, that's brutal. That's painful.
And didn't win. Right, tonight, folks, we are under the lights in prime time as the Memphis Showboats take on the San Antonio Brahmas. Fox UFL Friday kicks off at 8 p.m. Eastern. Do not miss it.
They could play it right now.
Yeah, dude. 196 laps Ralph De Palma led. And then his engine went. But Joe Dawson won the race that day. Way before the Indy 500 was carried on the radio. Joe Dawson was from Indianapolis. He got a streetcar home, walked through the front door of his house and announced his folks, I won the Indy 500. They had no idea.
Huh. Well, if this guy were to win his first Indy 500, I think the world would know. Marco Andretti's been on pole here and been so close.
Oh, agonizingly.
So close to winning in his rookie year. Came down to the final lap back in 2006 with Sam Hornish Jr. making the pass. But the driver of the 98 car has not had a great month of May so far. Struggling to find pace.
Coming to the green, use your tools.
Out of his Andretti Honda as the reminder comes from pit lane to use your tools. Try to anticipate where you can or react quickly if needed if you feel the slightest imbalance. Turn 1 looks pretty solid, flat through turn 2.
Decent pace on the warm-up lap as well. 2:18 average for that. Higher than the Penske drivers are running, about the same as what his teammates were.
I think I saw just a tickle of a lift on the throttle pedal in turn 2.
And a big lift there.
Definitive lift.
And that's been the tricky spot all day, turn 3.
So we saw Colton run, Kyle Kirkwood run, Marcus Ericsson run, and now Marco, and almost in perfect sequence, Colton the best, Kirkwood second best, Ericsson and Andretti on through. So
track conditions getting worse?
Well, I look at the temperature, it's actually dropped half a degree. Marco lifting there in 2, so now down to 129, certainly not cool by any stretch.
Yeah, having to feather that throttle still through 3. But interesting to see that they're now committed to, this is a qualifying run. We're going to get 4 laps on the board. Do what you can, get through it.
And I think so important to your point is if it doesn't feel right, you have to make a decision. Is this a terminal, like I need to bail out or I'm going to crash? Or this is how it's going to be, I can deal with it, or I want to try to learn to deal with it. I think many drivers up and down pit lane right now are faced with this predicament.
Well, this is the dilemma, and we've only got 2 hours and 10 minutes left. There are drivers who had a completely open, clear track who bailed. If everyone is going to try and get out in this last 2 hours, you may never get the opportunity to have a run alone on the track without a tow.
This is the start of lap 4.
And experience what this circuit will be like in qualifying and by yourself. Better to get it in your memory bank now that you're going to have to drive around this.
And Marco looking pretty shallow, frankly, on entry. If you watch at the entrance to turn 1, he didn't get very close to the wall, certainly not close to the wall at the exit of turn 2. So a fairly short radius, which puts more turning demand on the car. Starts to open things up a little bit in turn 3, but that throttle pedal still hunting. And it may not be ideal, but if I'm in Marco Andretti's camp, I'm happy that my driver finished 4 laps and just flat had to deal with it.
Intriguingly, though, Marco started using the hybrid and stopped.
That doesn't seem right.
After about 30% of the lap.
I wonder what happened there. It would not make sense to not deplete everything you've got if it's available.
Unless he didn't like the additional boost it was giving him and just pulled the pin.
I think he would want it in every situation, but
really hot.
So this first was a 228.1, then down to 227.6, 226.5, and staying steady at 226.5 for lap 4 gives him a 4-lap average of 227.2.
So his 2 Andretti teammates, Colton Herta, Kyle Kirkwood, they sit 4th on the 4-lap average top 10 chart, and 4th for Colton, 6th for Kyle Kirkwood. So the good news is plenty for Marco to lean on in terms of setup information, data, technique with the controls. That's a big thing. We talk a lot about car setup, but what Marco has the ability to do is go look at Colton's run and where did he change his bar? When did he adjust the weight jacker? How did his steering traces look in and out of the corner? Onboard footage as well. We might not see it, but they have it.
Yeah.
You can look at exactly where he's apexing, where he's turning in, how close to the wall is he getting. Valuable stuff for multi-car teams.
So Marco brings it back in, the number 98 back on pit road. Still yet to see anything out of the Meyer Shank cars. Quite incredibly, we are, where are we now? 4 hours into running today, and yet to see anything from them.
Yeah, I got to think that's a strategic decision.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not lead ourselves down a setup path that is not the conditions we're going to see tomorrow. The flip side is tomorrow's not ideal either. Wind direction might be different, but it's strong, as strong or stronger tomorrow. And I think you want your drivers to learn how to deal with the conditions. And just as we say that,
here comes
the 66 of Marcus Armstrong throws his hat into the ring and jumps on the bull.
Let's see what we've been waiting for then from Meyer Shank. Marcus Armstrong in just his second Indianapolis 500s will hit the track and make a run, but will it be anywhere near what it needs to be?
Well, let's think about where can he get information from?
Wow.
Chip Ganassi.
Chip Ganassi.
And
Exactly.
if I have to circle a run that I've been super impressed with today, maybe the most impressive run I've seen, Scott Dixon of Chip Ganassi Racing. So Marcus looks to be doing an install right here for his first run, like most of the Hondas have done today. So we should be able to get a look in a few minutes at what Armstrong can pull off with his Spectrum Honda.
So just an install then for Armstrong, and he'll bring that in and check it over and then head out.
Because all the Hondas, we understand, the full-timers put in new motors. So
exactly that.
They're getting their first chance to see how everything checks out.
So Dixon the most impressive so far today
I think so. Because of the conditions, the time of day that he did it, McLaughlin went a little earlier, but I thought Dixon, his run said a lot from what I could see, but more than anything, it was that ear-to-ear smile, which I don't see a lot of from Scott Dixon right now, and I think he was really happy with not only the way the car handled, but what he did behind the wheel.
Well, we are heading over to FS1, so make sure you join us there for continued coverage of Fast Friday here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll see you on FS1.
Okay, so we are all set then for the crossover period from Fox Sports 1. We've got the 6 car out there on the circuit at the moment, and JT, the best thing is that at least they're going out there and giving it a go. Okay, JT hasn't got his microphone on, which is handy. Yeah, okay, so I have seen that they've been having issues on the INDYCAR live stream, by the way. Didn't know it was region locked. Yeah, it was a broadcast issue. They've been having trouble all day across the networks as well. 6 car is out there, though, making some stats up. Unless you have cable says premium streaming with FS1, FS2, you don't. There's also been, well, there has been an INDYCAR live stream on their YouTube channel for other countries as well that are in those regions. But yeah, they've been having an issue with it for a while. I mean, we've had just a track angle of TV pictures up here in the commentary box for a while, which is kind of handy that we're not the ones leading the coverage, we're just filling in the blanks. Still, what's this lap time coming through with the 6 car over the line there for Helio Castroneves? 24th fastest on that run. So there are just little tiny improvements coming, which is what we like to see. I'm just having to change to Imperial. Last lap time was 141.9. Okay, so it was a 214.697 was the last lap time for Castroneves just coming through. So yeah, he's building up what is the pace lap, and now he's doing the full-on lap times of a simulation. But I reckon, JT, he might abandon it with the wind that we've got out there. We don't see much runs out, unfortunately. Marco did one.
Hello.
Hello. What do you think,
Is
Ray?
my mic working?
It is working. We can hear you. 4 lap runs, 2 lap runs. What do you think?
Well, hopefully 4 lap runs, because that's what they need for qualifying.
Yeah, but we keep seeing these 2 and then they back off. It's like they get an idea of what they can do and they go, that's it, save the car. Because a big gust of wind comes out of nowhere and just blows it to the side. Getting ready to hand back over to Fox Sports 1 shortly, as they've changed over. They've gone to ad break here in the UK as well. Castroneves' next lap time across the board. I need glasses to fix this. 228.326 mile an hour. Now it is fast, and his last lap time, 228.326. So yeah, okay, he is getting faster and more competitive lap time runs. So the 6 car for Castroneves at Mineshank Racing, not too bad, not too shabby at all. I'd rather take that than any more issues. Okay, we're ready to hand back over to Fox and their coverage. We've got 2 hours to go here on the 4th day of practice for the Indianapolis 500 in 2025. Let's head back over to Will Buxton, Townsend Bell, and James Hinchcliffe with Georgia and Kevin down in the pits.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, folks. It is Fast Friday. And we have seen the rough and ready, the rough and tumble out there on track today. Things are not easy at all, but we have seen some incredibly fast speed. Scott McLaughlin with the fastest time in the lot, a 233.954 average speed around this circuit. Then Will Power, Kyle Kirkwood, Rasmussen looking good, Dixon looking good, Carpenter, Newgarden, rookie Schwarzman up there in the top 10 as well. And the man going for 5, Helio Castroneves, out on track at the moment as we welcome you to FS1 with me, Will Buxton, with James Hinchcliffe, with Townsend Bell. Guys, the wind is up, the sun is out. Conditions are actually very treacherous and tricky. We've seen Kyffin Simpson have massive contact with the barrier, and ever since then, everybody tentative and really full of, I think, no small amount of trepidation.
Well, conditions say everything. Mother Nature rules around here. As you see, the track temp 128 degrees, wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour, and it has created high drama early as we take a look at Kyffin Simpson. Second-year driver with Chip Ganassi Racing over in turn 4, his first practice run, wiggle at the apex, and boom.
Big hit, big damage to the number 8 machine of Kyffin Simpson. They will be going to a backup car. And the goal is for the CGR team to have that backup car out on track today to shake it down before qualifying tomorrow. Kyffin able to walk away a little shook up, but otherwise okay.
Great work from the safety crew here to really get things cleaned up, make sure that he was safe and out of the car. An incredible job by Dalara, of course, the safer barriers around this circuit as well, that he was able to walk away from that one. But ever since then, anytime anyone has had even the smallest wobble, the slightest lift in the middle of a corner, their confidence depleted. They've brought the cars in. We've had very few 4-lap runs on the books today. And why is that important? Because today is your sole opportunity to get your cars dialed in for the all-important 4-lap qualifying runs tomorrow. Georgia Hedberg standing by with Rinus VeeKay.
Yeah, someone who has an impressive qualifying record here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, an average of 3.8 it is. What is it about qualifying here specifically that works so well with you?
Well, it's the part about staying flat for 4 laps that I've got a very heavy right foot. And I don't know why. It's just, I like this place. I'm comfortable while being uncomfortable. So it is very uncomfortable out there today. It should be the same tomorrow. So it's hard, but I'm not worried about our pace.
Will we see you go back out again today?
Yes, I'll go back out. For me, the biggest thing is, even if we have to put a bunch of downforce on, I need to get 4 laps flat out there, go through the whole procedure, qualifying procedure, switches, hybrid deploy. I want to get that, done so I can kind of sleep on it, dream about it, and it should be good tomorrow.
There's a lot of speculation on where to use the hybrid. Where do you believe that you will during qualifying?
Honda just told me what to do. So it's been similar when I looked at the Andretti's. They use it on the front stretch going into the final lap. That's kind of the instruction I've had. Unfortunately, when you lift, the hybrid will stop deploying. So we have to stay flat to have the hybrid actually, have it trickle the whole lap. So that's going to be my goal. I just need 4 laps out there, and tomorrow's going to be a lot different. Still windy, but a lot colder.
And Rinus VeeKay, he shines in qualifying, guys.
He certainly does. He's a magician around this place, Rinus VeeKay.
That was really interesting to learn that if you are using the countdown trickle strategy for hybrid deployment, you have to stay flat. Otherwise, it shuts off the moment that you lift, and you now foul into a little bit of a hole as you see Marcus Armstrong trickling his hybrid deployment, and we'll watch for the throttle trace, and there's the big dump. But then
yeah, I was going to question that. I'm pretty sure you can customize how much throttle you have to lift before it would stop deploying.
Caution.
But it certainly shut off there for Marcus Armstrong at 54%. But I wonder what Armstrong felt as the yellow flag flies for track inspection. And that's kind of suboptimal for Armstrong because you wanted to finish that run if you could. So tough to get a curveball there. That was his first attempt of the day.
Do we think they've thrown it to do a track inspection after he bailed, or did he bail because the track inspection?
They would have waited till he bailed. IndyCar very good about that on track inspections, unless there's something that's been reported. We saw him drop the throttle, come on the radio. IndyCar would have been watching that as well, and with no other cars on track, the yellow flies for the inspection.
It was a 230.3, then a 228.5, 228.1, then bail on lap 4 from Marcus Armstrong. Right, we're under caution here, track inspection, so let's go back to the IMS Museum. Kevin is down there.
Another really cool assignment today, the refurbished, reimagined IMS Museum. We've been highlighting different decades history from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indianapolis 500. I get the honor of presenting the 1960s, the British invasion, the transformation from the rear engine, front engine cars to the rear engine cars. And this is the 1964 Lotus Ford, the first rear engine car that won the pole at the Indianapolis 500, driven by Jim Clark. He won the race the very next year. This one didn't make it to the finish. They didn't have Firestones, and that turned out to be one of the differences, not making it all the way to the finish. By the way, Parnelli Jones drove this car the next year to a second finish when Clark, in a different Lotus, this is the Lotus 34, he won in the Lotus 38, and you look at this garage, very British. You got the dartboards there. That was very much a pastime of Team Lotus in the 1960s, and if you look over to driver's left, to the right side from our vantage point, you've got something for tea time there, so that is always a part of it. So I know a little bit about the 1960s and the significance, but let's look around. Let's see if there's anybody that maybe was there and can share. Oh, it's 1969 Indianapolis 500 winner, one of the all-time greats. He won 52 IndyCar races. It's our friend Mario Andretti. It's great to see you. Tell me what memories you have of this car. You were there at the 64 500 before you were the Rookie of the Year in 65.
I know, but in 65, I chased this car because I chased it because I finished behind. Yep. You know, behind Parnelli. So yeah, nice and looks good. Still looks good.
So one of the things I think it's so cool to talk to people like you. You drove a Roadster, you drove this kind of car, and you drove the high downforce cars of the 1990s. What was it like making this transition to these rear engine cars that I'm sure felt different from the Roadsters that you drove as a rookie in 64?
Well, Kevin, what's interesting is that my first experience from a Roadster to a rear engine car was right here in Indianapolis, because my car arrived late. So I barely made the test, the driver's test and everything. But again, a driver just has a feel. When the feel is right, you know, you just go. And then really that's what I relied on.
Come over here a step. I want this beautiful car in the background as we chat. Is it true that your Dean Van Lines test at one point was supposed to be for Roger Penske in 64?
Yes, it was, you know, and I was fortunate that Roger was busy doing something else, pursuing one of his business interests, and they gave me the opportunity, and then I never looked back.
Yeah, it seemed to work out pretty well for both of you. James Hinchcliffe has a question I'll pass along. Go along, Hinch.
I do a very good James Hinchcliffe impression, Kevin.
Go ahead, Will.
It's Will. I want to ask Mario about 1969, because obviously he practiced with the Lotus, but then the suspension failure wrote it off, so he had to race the Brawner Hawk instead, and obviously won the race with that in 69. How did he adapt to changing cars so late in the day and then having such knowledge of it? He could pull off that victory?
So Will is telling the story about you were meant to drive another car in 69 and had to change to the Brawner Hawk. What was the adjustment like? And did you feel like that hurt your chances?
Well, we didn't know what to expect, because I was familiar with the Brawner Hawk because I won in Hanford, California, the race just before Indy. But we just entered it just as an insurance, and all of a sudden, here I was. You know, they withdrew the cars because they didn't think that we were going to finish. They were going to be dangerous, because I crashed big time, you know, Thursday before qualifying. And so, anyway, you know, we figure, oh no, here we go again. And yet, a day later, I put the car in the middle of the front row, and it lasted. You know, it was just one of those miracle things that I figure, here goes another year. You know, because up to that point I felt competitive, but I just didn't have the luck, you know, to finish. But I finished the most unlikely race here in Indianapolis that I thought I was going to finish, and we won it.
Speaking of 1969, let's go just across the way, and we'll also tell the story. The pictures are of Aldo, right? Some of the pictures are of your twin brother Aldo from 69, and look what we see there. That looks familiar.
Yeah, they stole my helmet.
Did you know your helmet was here?
I know now.
You know now.
No, actually, it's funny. But yeah, talk about Aldo. You know, I had some burns on that accident, so the tradition is to have a front row photo, you know, the next day. And I asked Aldo, I said, you better sit in for me. I said, I don't look too good, and nobody actually asked a question. I think the gift shop is still selling that photo today.
You guys used to share a car and go back and forth. How many times did you play tricks on people of them not figuring out who was who?
Well, we really didn't have to play tricks. We just did it. You know, it was a natural thing to do, you know.
Will's got one more question. Go ahead.
One more question for Mario. As I understand it, Mario's win at the 500 in 69 was relayed to the astronauts on Apollo 11. How did that make him feel?
Your win was relayed to the Apollo astronauts in 1969. I assume you know this, and if so, what was that? Those guys were the biggest stars in the world in 1969.
Well, you know, it was the year of speed, as they put it. So, and that's why we are in the Smithsonian now with a winning car. And so we're very proud of that, as you can imagine. And that's a beautiful exhibit there.
Thank you for coming over today. It's always an honor and a pleasure. And please enjoy the rest of the day through the museum. Have you been through here yet?
You know what? No. I mean, I was here last year, but I haven't seen the finished thing. Amazing. I mean, this is a destination. Honestly, it's amazing. I mean, this is precious.
Awesome. Hey, my day's made. I got to spend a few minutes again with Mario Andretti.
Man, that is the way to spend a day. No better tour guide down there at the museum than Mario Andretti. He never forgets a thing, does he?
I want to say it again, Mario Andretti is an absolute legend of motorsport. So, Eddie has just put in the chat, we were just issued a tornado watch for Indianapolis, Indiana. Looks like it includes the Speedway also. JT is preparing his weather radar. He's off mic at the moment to do so that we can bring you the latest information. So as soon as he interrupts us, even if Fox are talking, we'll bring you that weather radar. No cars are out on the track at the moment as we're under a yellow for a track inspection as well, with 1 hour and 46 minutes to go here tonight. Just a reminder then of what we've got coming up for you. Every hour until Monday at 4 a.m. we have something going on here at JB Motorsports. As soon as we're done here at midnight UK time, we've got the Tokyo Formula E second practice session. Megan taking you through that with the world feed and JT producing. I'll be back after 3 hours sleep for qualifying, and that's going to be at 2:10 British Summer Time. And then race 1 as well at 6:30. It's going to be a wet one in Tokyo. Then we've got World Superbikes practice 3 at 8, and then myself, Tom and Omi together for the Formula 3 sprint race. Followed then as well by World Superbike Superpole. Porsche Super Cup qualifying will be coming to you delayed because it's not available in the UK, but Omi can bring you that information. Then Emilia Romagna practice 3 for Formula 1 is at 11:15. Race 1 at 12:54, the Czech Republic race. Formula 1, by the way, practice 3, Omi leading the commentary with Tom and Megan producing with JT, as I, again, get a little nap. Followed then by the F2 sprint race with Omi on comms. Practice for the 109th running of the Indy 500. Then qualifying for Formula 1 and qualifying for the race of the 500 at 4 o'clock tomorrow until 11. It's going to be a long day of action. That one, once again, as it goes on a bit longer. And NASCAR trucks and North Wilkesboro. Green flag's going back out, though. We might go racing soon.
Welcome back to Indianapolis. 1 minute to go until green on Fast Friday. We might as well call it Freaky Fast Friday because the condition.
Before we do go green, JT's got the weather radars. Are you thumbs up, thumbs down? You ready to go? He's thumbs down still. 2 minutes. Okay.
For the demands of the Indy 500. Well, our own Will Buxton did a deep dive to find out.
Every day I'm hustling.
What does it take to be one of the fastest drivers on Earth? We're about to find out. More explicitly, I'm about to find out.
Your opportunity to see what it's like to drive like an IndyCar driver today is spot on.
We are green. Are you... Right, JT's writing something, but I can see him now. So we'll see what happens there as they come into it. I've just seen the radar myself, actually, which is making me look quite interested. Okay, we're all set then. Let's head back to Fox.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
Yeah. You did very well on the neurocognitive training, but we're going to try for some of the physical stuff now. To assist us with that, Alex Rossi.
Hello. You're going to destroy me,
Have you been in the gym before?
Not for a year.
Right.
Oh, I don't love that.
You ready?
No. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Everything hurt.
Whip it real hard. Whip it real hard.
Good. 25 feet. Here you go.
How far have I gone?
60 feet. Almost there. Pull. Good. About 10 seconds slow.
Very much.
No problem. Anytime.
I'm gonna go pass out or be sick. One of the two.
Sun's out. You had the guns out with the tank on. What did we learn?
That I am not built to be a racing driver.
Frankly, bud, you don't look bad at all.
He did pretty well, man.
For a guy that hadn't seen a gym for a year, I'm going to say it, natural physique. And, I mean, just throwing that medicine ball with the side ab hold.
That was hard.
It looked unpleasant.
That's really not nice.
The dog looks sorry for you.
Yeah, I think that was sympathy, absolute sympathy. But it just goes to show, you know, the training that you guys, did as drivers, as professional racing drivers, and still do. I should add. But what these guys, go through here, the training that you have, and Alex was there doing all of that. Oh, and by the way, an hour later was in an IndyCar hurtling around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That wasn't like a huge, massive, intensive session for him. That's a warm-up, right? And I'm dead after like 2 reps.
Rossi looked like a beast, James, on the rope pole. You're still racing sports cars. You're still training all the time. Where do you rank Rossi on fitness level in this paddock?
Yeah, I mean, he's top 5 for sure, arguably top 3. Very, very fit guy, and also takes the fitness to a competitive level. He sees other guys maybe excel in a certain area. He goes, well, I'm now going to take a stab at being good at that, and he really uses that competitive edge to his advantage.
They have all the lists on the wall of who's the fastest over a certain period or the quickest on the ski erg or whatever. Rossi's name is P1, minimum P2 on every single list. Right, Connor Daly back out again for Hunkos Hollinger. He's not had such a happy day of things. 22nd fastest as it stands at the moment, 2:28.9 his fastest speed, but it's the consistency, it's the ability to put together the 4 laps and the lack of pace that he's not been happy with. He said that the ride height might have been an issue on his last run. Let's check in and see how he feels on this one.
Yeah, he's not completed a 4-lap run yet today, so this will hopefully be his first as he comes around to complete the warm-up lap. This would be getting the theoretical green on a quali sim.
Brings those iconic AM/PM colors to Indianapolis with this new full primary sponsorship. That's pretty cool to see. Connor Daly, always a fan favorite, and when driver introductions happen, a week from Sunday, the roar will not be louder, except for maybe Ed Carpenter, I'd say on level with Connor Daly. The fans love their local talent, and Connor has not disappointed, leading several laps in the last few years and showing good pace and racecraft.
209.5 was his warm-up pace. First lap around is a 230.6. That's more like it, Connor.
Sporty.
Now you got to get to work. It's a little high there at the exit of turn 1. Throttle, though, still absolutely pinned, so that's a good sign.
There's a little lift there in 2.
Did you see one?
Yeah, saw a little lift there. Pulls the gear up into 6th. Look, we've kind of passed,
a big lift.
We've kind of passed the apex of heat for the time of the day. The track temperature for the first time starting to fall back down. 127 right now, down from the peak of 130 average around the track. We heard about that 138-degree reading in turn 1.
So we saw the lifts. 230.6 is a 230.1 lap 2, so half a mile an hour lost. Not as much as it could have been.
Now he's lifting in turn 1 and turn 2. And presumably we'll see a lift in 3.
Still has a full hybrid pack. Will be interesting to see if he decides to do the full lap slow burn deployment or go for one quick boost on that final lap. Able to keep it pinned in 4 after a small lift in 3. There you go. There's the deploy. It's that slow burn for the white flag. The final lap, lap 3 was a 230.2. He picked it up.
Dude, the consistency again. This is like Herta's run. This is nice, and now he has the hybrid to his advantage as well. And this is much more like it for Connor Daly.
So this is a much faster trickle deploy. About a half a lap depleted the full pack as opposed to a full lap trickle down. That's programmable from the team. And this is an encouraging run for Connor Daly, although an even bigger lift this lap down in turn 3 as the tires wear. I'll tell you what, though, if this guy factors into the top 5 with 5 laps to go in the Indy 500, this place will go nuts.
Over the line for Daly, his 4th and final lap. Oh, it's a big drop off. It's 228.5, even with the hybrid utilization. But overall, the 4-lap average,
229.822, 6 on the list right now for Connor Daly.
It's an interesting time then ahead of us. Let's go down though to JT with some latest weather watch. JT.
Yeah, hello. I didn't expect to be doing. Well, I did kind of expect to.
You all knew it was coming.
Yeah. As let's get these screens up. Hopefully, you can see what I can.
We
see.
can.
But basically, what you can see is on that screen. But I have it repeated on this screen so I can actually read it.
You've got 2 repeater screens. Okay, I'm with you now.
So, immediate broadcast requested for Tornado Watch number 265 from the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center, Norman, Oklahoma at 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Friday, the May 16th, 2025. And that, is for portions of central and southern Illinois, central and southern Indiana, western and central Kentucky, and far southeast Missouri. And it is effective this Friday afternoon and evening from 3 p.m. until 10 p.m. central, with primary threats included several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely, widespread large hail and scattered very large hail events to 2.5 inches in diameter likely. With widespread damaging winds and isolated significant gusts to 80 miles per hour likely. And the summary of this is because supercells are ongoing across eastern MO and western Illinois, are expected to continue eastward into the destabilizing air mass downstream across the region. All severe hazards, including very large hail up 2.5 inches to 3 inches in diameter, and strong to intense tornadoes are happening. Of course, MO being the state abbreviation for Missouri. As we can zoom out, and you can see that the full yellow bordered area Well, that's how big the Tornado Watch is.
Well,
it's
is
a
it?
very big Tornado Watch. But this is what we are focusing on. This is where Indianapolis is. This is where everything we are keeping an eye on is. And just a quick maths will tell us it is still 111 miles out. So we should be okay. But it's all depending on what this does overnight in towards tomorrow. Now, tomorrow is meant to be clear of severe weather, which we will get onto later, but it will be overnight for the teams as well. Let's go on to all of the graphics. This is the severe weather outlook for today in Indiana and Indianapolis, right in the centre. Right in the centre of the map and right in the centre of the free enhanced risk. Remember, on Tuesday, Indianapolis was just thunderstorms. Now it has gone up to enhanced risk. That's how much it can change with more info coming in. That's the severe weather outlook. Then we break that severe weather outlook into multiple places. So this is the tornado outlook. On the edge of 5 to 9% or 10 to 14% chance of a tornado is Indianapolis, but the hatched area is a greater than 10% probability of a significant tornado, which is EF2 to EF5 rating. Here's the severe wind outlook, with Indianapolis being right in the middle of 30 to 44% probability of severe wind within 25 miles of a point in the hatched area. This time meaning 10%. Greater than 10% probability of significant wind gusts, which is greater than 74 miles per hour. Let's go over to the hail now, and Indianapolis right in the centre, near the edge of the 30 to 44, but it is a 15 to 29% probability of severe hail within 25 miles of a point, and this time the hatched area meaning greater than 10% probability of significant hail greater than 2 inches in diameter. On now to the severe weather outlook of Saturday, and as you can see, we are all clear for qualifying day 1.
That's great.
If nothing is to change, and here is the severe weather outlook for Sunday, and we are all clear. We just have to watch everything that happens to the south of us. But there is still time for that to change. But at the moment, we are all clear for qualifying.
Thanks, JT. Kyle Larson, for the first time today, is out on the tracks. Everybody wants to know where he is. Jen, I believe you do as well. Here he is. Let's go back over to Fox. They're talking to Kyle Novak.
And you've seen throughout the data today that some of the cars are improving later in runs, which is something we haven't really seen before. So that's something that we're analyzing today. We're going to see how the line shakes out tomorrow and apply what we've learned. We obviously don't want to take anything away from anyone by any means, so we're going to take a conservative approach. But obviously, if there's no chance that that car can improve, we'll pull the plug, get it ready for the next car.
Okay. Seeing Kyle Larson out on track at the moment in the number 17. How's he looking out there?
Well, this is going to be an interesting run because Kyle Larson told us yesterday that one of the big things that he's looking to capitalize on for his second time running the Indy 500 is getting after the controls more. He said he was scared to touch anything last year, to use the buttons, to get on the levers with the anti-roll bars and using the weight jacker. Oh, and Kyle Larson's backward.
He's thrown it around, JT, and he's off. We'll get it open, but that's his second smash, JT, and that's not, it's just the front and the rear, but that's how quickly the wind can change here. First run, and he's hit the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. He has come to a stop, but with 1 hour and 31 minutes left. He is moving in the car. The AMR safety team arrived very quickly, and well, Kyle Larson is already jumping out of the car before the AMR safety team probably actually get to him. He does jump out of the car. He is out and okay. Not the calmest wreck we've seen at Indy this month, but it's definitely not the worst you can have at Indy.
Didn't flip over.
Into safety truck 2.
And he's just done the front wing and the rear wing. It's not smashed up the chassis. Let's take a look at it. So, mid-corner, watch the rear. He'll just step out. He takes too much of the low line. The rear steps, and at this point on, he's a passenger. But he kisses the safer barrier, JT. Front wing first. It's literally the most perfect crash you can have here.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Well, the perfect crash was Rasmussen yesterday.
Let's see, does the rear? Yeah, rear hits the rear structure as well. That might get back out the rest of the day. That's not as bad as we thought it would be. Here it is again for the fast. Yeah, he brushes the front wing off and then brushes the rear wing. That's lucky. That is him being insanely lucky. Let's go back over to Fox.
A lot of times when you see a driver lose it and they've accepted they've lost it, they hammer the brake pedal, but here, see those rear tires keep spinning. You see that little bump, Townsend. It just sort of reacts to a bump on the racetrack. Well, I guess he did get to the brakes. You see the front lock up.
And it's, you know, the corner that's been causing all the problems today, where everyone's either been preemptively backing out or they've had to back out because they've had a little wobble. It's turn 3.
This is a remarkable crash. I've never seen an IndyCar hit front and rear square. So
in the same crash.
In the same crash, and as Tony Kanaan looks on, and again, never a good crash, but hopefully they're able to get the car repaired relatively swiftly. Listen.
I think this is one of the big things, you know, for Kyle Larson is when you hop out of something like a NASCAR and come into an IndyCar. I think one of the biggest differences talking to drivers like Dario Franchitti, like Juan Pablo Montoya, who've made the transition the other way, they'll tell you that what's so interesting is how much more feedback, in a sense, you get from a stock car. The movements are all a lot bigger. It almost talks to you in a different way. When you jump into a single-seater, height downforce at a high-speed oval like this, all the inputs from the car are much smaller. You've got to kind of recalibrate your senses to feel tiny little differences.
Kyle Larson is celebrated and recognized as one of the most talented drivers on the planet, but it's experience at Indy that he's learning the hard way right now.
Big moment for Kyle Larson attempting the double.
Caution out then, and it was probably the best you can see to come in as well. I didn't see that pop up, so I'll have to have a look and see what's going on. What do you make of it then, JT? Just a little crash, not too bad.
Yeah, minor crash in Indy 500 standards, just rear and front wing, which were easily replaceable.
Easily replaced, not bad at all. It could have been a million.
JB's trying to work stuff out. It's very funny. Staring deep into his face. Hello, Omi. How
What
are
bottom
you?
bar are you on about? The 109th running of the Indy 500?
No.
Hello.
Hello.
Omi,
Do you know where I'm putting rain? 26 minutes, 60 minutes, 50 minutes.
Where's that?
In the Indy 500 window.
Oh, I see, yes.
Down here at the bottom, where I am, is this filled in.
I can't even see where you are.
Z25.
Oh, for God's sake. Z25. No, it's blank.
Ah, okay, I've lost stuff then.
Right, well, there you go. As JT tries to work stuff out. I was wondering where he was going with that one. Omi, did you see the crash? What did you make of it?
I did, yes. I mean, with what you can have at the 500, I think quite decent. In terms of not too much damage, things that are easily replaceable. So, yeah. You don't want to have a crash at all. It's not good for the confidence. But if you are going to have a crash, I think that's a perfect style to have it here at the 500.
Pitch perfect. Into the wall, nose and rear. Nothing done from anything else. It was a good yellow flag time. for Larson coming out was 21:29:36 UK time, obviously, on the board. Under yellow flag then here for the 500. Let's send it back over to Fox as the track cleanup begins. They'll do another inspection.
As Matt Olson and the Braves take on Alex Bregman and the Red Sox, or the Twins battle the Brewers. Check local listings for the game in your area tomorrow at 7 Eastern on Fox. So still under caution here as we take another look at the crash. The yellows, a crash for Kyle Larson, and just watch the rear here. Just a slight bump as he begins to lose it, that puff from bottoming out at the rear as the car hits the track.
Tough break either way for Kyle Larson. You hate to see that. But Townsend, we were talking off air, there's a good chance the car might not be that damaged with how square he hit at both ends of the race car.
Yeah, the nose structure, which is removable, and the attenuator off the gearbox on the back, both crushable structures. They are fully tested and designed for exactly these impacts. So first, the nose cone. Watch it compress perfectly like it's a science experiment, and now he'll skid along, car rotates, and that long black attenuator, watch this. I mean, you couldn't design a better crash example for crush structures front and rear. Doesn't change the fact that it's a massive hit in the cockpit for Kyle Larson, but all the corners of the race car are probably okay along with engine and gearbox. The question is where that nose cone mounts to the tub, did that get compromised?
This is his second impact with the wall here so far this year. This was in the open test just a few weeks ago.
Complete opposite issue. Just big understeer off of turn one, other end of the racetrack, other end of the race car. Found the turn one wall and the turn two wall. 2 hits in this one as well.
And the big issue for Kyle Larson now is that he has only done 4 laps today. The only driver who's done fewer before this was actually his teammate, Nolan Siegel, who's only done 3, Kyffin Simpson, who only completed 1, and I believe Rosenquist, who hasn't completed any yet. Much needed track time, and the fact that we're under caution means that's being taken away from everybody else as well. Laps needed.
Okay, while we're under the yellow, let's check in with IndyCar Radio.
And as you talk about, in 1977 when Paul Page took over and transitioning it from the initial years of the national broadcast doing updates about the 500 and then the live broadcast with Sid Collins and the radio network, and then Paul Page, I think, bringing into the more modernization and the faster moving of it. And then it goes without saying, Lou Palmer and then the great Bob Jenkins, the late great Bob Jenkins, Mike King, and yourself, Mark. But another one, I think from an individual standpoint, and I think Donald would echo this, that I was such an integral part of the escalation of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indianapolis 500-mile race for crowds was Tom Carnegie.
No question.
And the ability that Tom Carnegie had as, for those that don't know, the longtime public address announcer. He had been involved in radio. In 1948, he was hired by Tony Holm to come to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And he, actually it might have been 1946, now that I think about it. I believe it was 1946. But either way, his ability and the cadence that he had to build drama and suspense. And while you were at the racetrack, because it's such a massive venue and before the era of big screens and things like that, when you would be waiting to hear from one turn what it was that was happening in another turn, his theater of drama with his voice and his delivery, I think was as much a part of people coming out here to enjoy practices and qualifying as anything. Mark, I'll be honest with you, just in the last 15 minutes or so, and I know that this was somewhat forecast, but it went from being a hot and beautifully sunny day to now an almost thickening overcast day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with just 81 minutes remaining in the session.
Yeah, it's 20 minutes until the top of the hour, and again, the skies look a bit more threatening, and there's no question there's something coming. The question is the timing of it. I think as I was watching forecast earlier today, I think they felt like it would be way past 6 o'clock. When I had extended the invitation to Jason Penix, I was asking him about being with us during the 5 o'clock hour, and he goes, he says, kind of got my eye on the forecast. He said, if you could get me in around 3:30, 3:45, that would actually be better. I'd be in a better position to handle weather if it arrived. So I don't know if we're going to get through the next hour or so without any moisture. We'll see. We've certainly got our eye to the sky, and given the view that we have here on the fourth floor of the Sid Collins broadcast booth, we can kind of look, almost have a 360 view as to what's going on and what might be approaching. I mean, I know that I've sat out here earlier this week, and we could see from some of the camera angles that we have that rain was literally coming down in sheets just a few miles from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And as you suggest, the interesting thing about this place is that you can be getting rain in 3 and 4. There's not a drop in 1 and 2. So
you could be getting rain in 3 and 4, and it's totally sunny in 1
that's right.
and 2. It's crazy.
We've seen that before too, and we see that courtesy of our multi-screen monitor that Kyle Larson is out of the infield care center. And Alex Wolf is queued up and wants to get folks, if the Fox are finished kind of getting the debrief from Kyle, Alex Wolf will jump in and get the opportunity to talk to him. Felix Rosenqvist out turning laps now. And first appearance for him today, Jake. And he said something interesting a couple of days ago when we talked to him about driving in these hot temperatures. He said, I'm really not afraid of it all in all. He said, because my thought process is if my car is fast in these hot, sticky conditions, then chances are we think it'll be fast no matter what.
He's really, Felix Rosenqvist, one of the, and I know we use this term a lot, but just easygoing and likable guys, Felix Rosenqvist. You know, you had the impression when he first got into IndyCar that racing had always just been something that had come naturally for him because he had won so many races at so many various levels throughout Europe when he came to the IndyCar series, and has always been one that is running up front, Felix Rosenqvist. And now an opportunity, that Creed machine, Honda Power for Meyershank Racing, and he's had good results so far here in the last year and a half, really, as he works his way, does Felix Rosenqvist around this 2.5-mile oval, and we will keep an eye on what he is able to do.
Rosenqvist is the 7th driver to finish 27th or worst in at least 4 of his first 6 500 starts, and the first to do so since the late Stan Fox between 87 and 93. This is an interesting stat, though. 2 of the other 6 drivers to do that went on to win the Indy 500, Sam Hanks and Johnny Rutherford. So I'm sure that Felix Rosenqvist is hoping for the same kind of luck. Let's hear from Kyle Larson, Alex Wolf.
Well, Kyle, first off, are you okay after that impact?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thankfully, wasn't too bad. So, yeah, just a bummer to spin and hit the car again, but yeah, I think we'll be fine. So, yeah, we'll be fine.
How do the conditions feel out there with it being warmer, the wind picking up? I know you're just getting up to speed, but how do those feel for you?
Yeah, just obviously, on the free side of things there, I thought it would get kind of better as I went through each corner. I felt pretty neutral with my balance coming to the green, and through 1 and 2, I thought I felt pretty good. So I felt like it would start building some understeer, but yeah, maybe just the wind, just put a little bit more, down. Well, I guess it's I don't know. I just spun, but yeah, just we'll be fine.
Between the incident and the open test and today, has your confidence been shaken any with going into the high boost qualifying run tomorrow?
No, I wouldn't say at all. I felt good, like with the power, increase. Like the speed didn't really affect me at all. Where typically like the first time you get that boost, it's like holy shit, you're flying. But that didn't feel crazy fast. So I think if we just get our balance, better. I wouldn't even say my balance was bad there. I just think, I maybe a little bit committed, if anything. So, yeah, I think we'll be fine.
Well, we're glad to see you're all right, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Kyle Larson, by the way, for a guy that probably one could argue is the biggest name in this field, if you look certainly at the reality of all of the accomplishments he's had throughout his racing career. He, I thought, in his rookie year here, really just handled everything with, and including right there, you could hear in that interview, just there's a humility about him, just a down-to-earth nature about him. And, you know, he came and last year for the fastest rookie luncheon just was laid back and easy to deal with and had fun with it all, and just kind of takes everything as it comes his way. And one of the things that I think is interesting, Mark, is just, you know, Alex asked a good question, a really good question of what does it do to your confidence? Because realistically, you have to wonder. When you go in, I don't care who you are. I don't care how much success you've had. I don't care if you're Helio Castroneves or Scott Dixon, you've returned a ton of laps around here. Just to be able to psychologically, when you have an incident, whether the fault of yours or the conditions, whatever it might be, and you know that you've damaged equipment, and then to just have to not beat yourself up over it and just say, all right, well, I got to come back out, do it again, and act like it never happened. There's a lot of mental fortitude that takes place.
If you can't do that, you're not a race car driver.
You're right.
That's bottom line. I mean, you have to be able to do that. I mean, as we've talked about before, I mean, drivers have had incidents, and some of them have been extremely serious. And quite frankly, what's paramount on their mind in the event that there's injury. I mean, Davey has told me time and time again in recounting the issue that he had at Texas, which took him out of the car for so many years. Davey said, simply put, when I was able to have a coherent thought, what do you think my first thought was? When can I get back into a race car?
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Just the...
Not quite the word I would use.
You'd use more like Kyle Moyer did, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's there are many things that separate them from us, many things. Takuma Sato looking to separate himself from the two-time winners and become a three-time winner. And, with the three-peat talk and with the potential for a five-time champion, I just... Boy, to have a three-time champion would just be cool as hell, too, I think. I mean, and I don't mean any disrespect to Takuma Sato, but when he came to the NTT IndyCar Series, I don't know that you could have gone to Vegas with those odds. For him ever to even be in the position to have won 3 500s. But this, I'll tell you, I go back to when he first came here. One of the tracks that he took to very famously, which was shocking to a lot of people, was Iowa, because that was unlike anything that he had ever raced on before. But it's all about your driving style. I mean, like a Kyle Larson at Long Beach. It just fits.
I think the process here and what Scott has done in looking to Simon to say, help me with your experience, help me with that confidence piece of it. And Simon's someone that he'll work with each one of these guys. He'll share internally, and he's been somebody that's really helped Scott along the way when Scott needs maybe an independent voice. And honestly, Rick Mears was sort of like that for me when I came to the team, because he didn't have an agenda. There's no agenda anymore. It's just purely whatever their thoughts are. So it's refreshing to see, and we love having Simon as part of the team.
As we talk, we're watching Marcus Armstrong here put up a very impressive run. Now, they've got that partnership with Chip Ganassi Racing, but it looks consistent and fast. 231.5, the fastest lap. The last lap, 231.2. Tim, it's shaping up to certainly look like another Penske versus Ganassi kind of qualifying weekend here. And this team with their affiliation could factor into things.
I think it's early. I think it's a little bit early to try and put it down to 2, because I think there's some outliers out there as well. I think the ECR cars have been really consistent when they want to be. You see the Andretti cars have been there in some cases, and I think it's not going to be easy tomorrow for anybody. And really, I think you have to keep in perspective, is it top 12 tomorrow, or is it pole speed tomorrow? Yeah. It's a different perspective as far as what you're trying to achieve.
Fascinating stuff.
Do you think driving is going to matter more than ever this weekend? It feels like one of those years where the driver is going to make a huge difference.
Oh yeah, it can go really good or really bad, relative to the bandwidth of the driver and the sequencing and pulling the wrong paddle, doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. And it's really, for us, that's back to your point about our hybrid usage. We've been trying really since Wednesday to almost overcomplicate things to where it becomes more simple and more natural for the drivers as Saturday and Sunday come.
So if we get through all the first runs tomorrow, and one of your cars is sitting maybe just outside that top 12, that transfer spot to go try and shoot out for pole on Sunday, if conditions are very difficult, how important is it for you guys to really make it into that top 12 and that Firestone Fast 6? Are you going to go risk another run if conditions are very difficult and you're just outside the transfer?
That's a good question, and I think history shows the answer to that is yes, if we feel like we have a realistic shot at it.
Right.
If it's a shot in the dark, then hey, you take what you have and you put yourself in the 4th or 5th row and you go race the race. But you know, without a doubt, we feel like all 3 cars have that capability to be in the top 12. We just have to execute tomorrow.
Holy smokes! Takuma Sato. Lap 1, 231.3, lap 2, 231.0, lap 3, 230.9, lap 4, bit of a drop off, 229.0, 4-lap average, 230.587.
Encouraging.
Sits in 4th overall.
Like you said,
4-lap averages.
Some other teams that definitely could factor in here.
Yeah, we haven't seen exactly what everybody's potential is, and I think there's a bit of conservatism today, as there should be, but tomorrow when it's time, and obviously the draw will have a lot to do with that.
Who's drawing for you guys?
The drivers.
Nah, smart. they can't blame anyone else.
Pack your own chute.
New wings come in for Kyle Larson.
New wings coming in, but that's going to be the best example as things stand. Takuma Sato came in and has now left the pit lane once again. 1 hour and 8 minutes remain on the 4th day here of practice for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500, round 6 of the 2025 season. It's weird how we get to this great race and everybody forgets that it's just a round of the championship, because it's so much more than that. Indianapolis has its own legacy and certainly has its own standing in the season. So we've got, no one's really changed overall as into the pit lane has come Sato again, but Sato up into 6th, as Will said, 231.365 mile an hour. Absolutely stunning time. Really getting up there with the overall data. And don't forget, tomorrow, all the action for qualifying. We'll have one more practice and then a quali. INDYCAR Radio taking you through the session, practice session 6. Qualifying day 1, myself, Matthew Owens, JT, Jackson Lambrose, and the whole team will be here to bring you all of the action. And we will decide the lockdown order Sunday. That gives the running orders for the Fast 6 and the last row shootout. So tomorrow, basically, we lock down certain parts of the grid. It's going to be great. Personally, I'm hoping we have a good safe weekend. And then we've got one more practice session on the Monday. Carb Day will come on Friday, as well as the Pit Stop Challenge. And then Sunday night, the greatest spectacle in racing will kick off. Can't wait. And you'll be live all the way through here on JB Motorsports, so join us for all of it. We've got a big build-up show coming as well. Back to Fox.
Not necessarily for the reasons that we were expecting. It has been hot, it has been windy, it has been tricky and treacherous for everybody out on track. Not as much running as we had assumed, and perhaps more questions than answers. And weather coming in tonight as well. How might that shake things up going into qualifying tomorrow? Tim, what are you expecting from qualifying, from the weather, from the wind, from the temperature? What's the radar telling us?
It's telling you need to be prepared for everything.
Okay.
And that first run is going to be so important to put yourself in a really good spot. And obviously the draw, the green track in the morning, and just being sure that you execute, and it takes the whole team. It's not just the driver, right? You can't make any mistakes. The cars have to be put together correctly tonight, and yeah, tomorrow is a whole whole other situation.
You know, qualifying has developed a lot over the years when we started adding the fast jacking in. Now we've added the hybrid system in, especially for your team, which seems to be the busiest on the hybrid, at least so far. What have your drivers been saying about how busy it is in the cockpit? You talk about complicating it, overcomplicating it today so it seems simpler tomorrow, but are they complaining or commenting on how much work there is to do?
It's a lot to ask.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot to ask, and people forget at the same time you're trying to drive this car 235, 240 miles an hour, and when you look at it, you have to prioritize. If I get this wrong, what's the one thing that could be the least, you know, the least,
it's going to cost you the least.
Yeah, the penalty that you're willing to take. And you have to look at it in the hybrid deployment. Obviously, the gear, if you're shifting depending on the wind and that type of thing, it's really sacrificing whatever the minimal gain is, because tomorrow's not a day of the optimum, right? You have to really look at it for, if you get yourself in a position for Sunday, then you really have to look at the little details. But tomorrow is a matter of making sure that your drivers do the simple things correctly.
Tim, when we rolled up this morning, obviously so much of the week had been about race running, race setup. How many changes or how much change did your drivers want across the board today from the baseline setup that you turned up with for your first runs this morning? So what I mean is, like, when you put the quali trim on it, were you pretty much 100% dead on with what you needed, or were there many changes that were needed to be made?
Today was really a matter of looking at the different aero processes, right? You have a clean floor, you have strakes, you have barge boards, then you have rear wing angles. And then you're trying to get your balance on top of all those things. So as you looked at it this morning, you thought, okay, if we get out early, we can run a clean floor. Ganassi's came out with strakes on. Some of the other teams came out with barge boards on. And it evolved throughout the day, and as it got hotter, you saw everybody just lumping on the downforce to try and get the confidence to the drivers and have something in all three of those buckets to understand tomorrow what the conditions are, so you can draw from what those downforce levels were and to where your drivers actually understand, okay, I'm confident with this amount of downforce. Forget about what's on the car. For the engineers, it's just a number. It's, you know, how many pounds of downforce did I carry and how many pounds of drag? And the drivers don't really care what bits are on the car. They shouldn't.
We're just going to run down to Georgia very quickly, who I think, but I can't make out where she is, but I think it's Townsend's favorite part of the track, turn 2.
Yes, can you tell where I am? I'm in the turn 2 suites. I have never been over here, but check this out. Watch Christian Lundgaard's coming this way. Look how fast this is. You cannot get closer to the action. I had never been over here before. This is my first time. I cannot believe it gives it such a good perspective of just how fast these guys are going. And I must say, I feel like I can touch the Indianapolis Motor Speedway right now, which is something, we're very close down on pit lane, but this seems like such a different perspective. Fans lined up as long as you can go. And can you picture race day, right? 300,000 fans in the grandstands. You're this close to the action, and we're just going to wait one more time so we can give you perspective. Christian coming into 2 right now. He's here. Hey, Christian. Hi, Christian. It's that fast. Will, this is so cool.
Excellent. Do you want to come up to the commentary box and I'll come and take your place down there at turn 2? That looks great.
As a child, I sat in those same seats, and many people remember when Tom Sneva wrecked with Eldon Rasmussen in that same quarter, and everything scattered. I was exactly where she was when all that happened as a child.
My son sat there when Kyle Kirkwood crashed in turn 2. Said, Dad, there was carbon fiber in my cup.
Oh, it was amazing.
You can't get closer, and you should not get closer than the turn 2 suites, especially at qualifying speed, as Christian Lundgaard keeps working through this run in his number 7 McLaren car. Checking out the top speed here on the back straightaway. I mean, we've seen a 240 already. He just tickles it there going into turn 3, aided, of course, by the wind.
He's jumped up to 7 on the single lap speed on a 2:31.3. Let's have a look at how this one is for him.
Hey, Tim, what's the biggest top speed number you can remember seeing on the team here?
In recent history, or when the Beast was here at 250 something down the back straightaway? It's like 255.
255. Oh, man. Wow. Give us some of that back. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. How about in this car, this generation?
it's low 40s, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's low 40s
It's
depending
nothing.
on the wind.
It's low 40s.
Talking about Lundgaard just hit 240 going into turn 3. His last lap at 231.2. He's got consistency and he has speed. Let's see what this lap is for him.
This is a good run because his teammate Palou Award.
Oh, huge, 231.8. He's only getting faster. This is a great run.
It's
His
impressive.
4-lap average is third.
231.083, third on the list behind McLaughlin and Rosenquist. Very, very stout run from a team that we've not really been sure what their pace was so far. Very up and down throughout the week.
And he found 1.5 mile an hour between lap 1 and lap 2. 229.9, lap 2, 231.358.
And so important for his young teammate Nolan Siegel, who we saw do his install, who is yet to qualify for an Indy 500. Had a teammate crash just recently with Kyle Larson, but this confirms you can do it, the car can do it, and this feedback's so important for a young driver.
And as Lundgaard told me yesterday, he's making very little changes to his car. Reckons he's going to qualify tomorrow with the same car he had on Tuesday. Boring is best.
It's the way the cookie crumbles with cars actually circulating. Less than an hour to go then here. What are we going to witness? Truly, I think, JT, we're in for the true unknown in qualifying tomorrow. Can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. As well, different weather conditions completely to what we've got today. We've had the highest track temp ever at a May event since 2015, 58.9 degrees Celsius. It's something like 113 degrees Fahrenheit as well, but still strong winds, but different wind direction.
Yeah, it's changed over now, and I've just seen from St. Louis as well, the arch is now, the webcam there, it's completely covered, so that tornado's sweeping through, so I hope everybody's staying safe as it blows through. But I don't know, I'm a bit... I hope that this weather, the wind that picks up tomorrow isn't going to be as bad. It's all we keep talking about, but it's literally what we have to deal with. Newgarden down 11th and McLaughlin topping. That means that all three Penske cars, at one time or another, have topped a practice session. Power top day 2, Newgarden top day 3, day 4 for McLaughlin. Palou top today as well for Chip Ganassi. But I don't know, it just feels weird to have that aspect come into it. So, we've got less than an hour, 2 cars out there on the circuit, Marcus Ericsson and Rinus VeeKay. They're still providing the entertainment, doing some 6-lap runs. In total, we spent an hour and 9 minutes under yellow today. So, that's an hour lost again. Let's go back.
First 5 seconds with a hammy pull.
Ah, mate.
Looks fun, though.
We are into happy hour, and by saying happy hour, the temperature is dropping. The wind is about where it has been. By taking a look at the windsock, it's changed direction though. But conditions are actually getting better.
At just the right time for Marcus Ericsson to try to make a run and stay flat for 4 good ones. Manages the feet coming off of turn 2. That first lap, a 230.4, 18th fastest on the day for fastest lap. But again, the value is in running 4 consistent laps and taking that average speed. That's what you'll use to determine your qualifying position for the 109th running here at Indianapolis, as the call comes from pit lane to deploy the hybrid.
An improvement, 230.791. So Ericsson, who out of the 3 full-season Andretti drivers had the least impressive of the 4-lap runs, is now on a par, if not slightly better than where Colton Herta was on his run. So things looking good for Ericsson.
This is looking a lot like the balance and the consistency of Colton Herta's run. It's a little high there. at the exit of turn 1, and hybrid now fully depleted. Excuse me, exit turn 4 as Ericsson comes to complete the run.
2:30.7 for Ericsson, getting quicker every lap.
That's 5th best on the 4-lap consecutive average. That is excellent. In fact, boy, it is better than Colton Herta and Kyle Kirkwood.
Right now, track temp at 113 degrees and falling. It was at 114 degrees at about 12:30 shortly after we were running when some of those first runs happened, like that of McLaughlin and Colton Herta. So similar conditions to the beginning of the day when some of those fast times went up.
They sat in the garage for pretty much the whole day, then went out and slammed down some impressive times over at Meyer Shank. Marcus Armstrong, currently the 5th fastest man, is with Kevin.
We were talking to Michael Shank earlier, and he said, we're going to be methodical about this. We're seeing what's going on. We want to give it a big think. Looks like you guys thought correctly.
Well, to be honest, we were a bit late getting out, but it's been gusty and hot all day. The temperature's come down a little bit now, so we have got the better conditions, but the car feels pretty good, I must say. We did our first run, and I bailed early. We made some minor adjustments, and it made a world of difference. You know, when you're going that fast, tiny little differences make a big difference ultimately.
Is that it for today?
That's it for today. We're going to go home. We're going to look at some data. I'll sleep on it. I'm a little bit under the weather at the moment, so maybe I'll find a mile an hour, and just by being healthy, let's hope.
Okay, so go get some good sleep, and we'll see Marcus Armstrong out of here tomorrow when it really counts.
He does sound a bit bunged up. I tell you what, though, this guy has been lighting up the Indianapolis Motor Speedway today. He's having a wonderful time. You saw earlier the smile plastered across his face. Robert Schwarzman has just gone faster than he's ever been at the Motor Speedway. 231.2, drops down to a 230.9. Prema are on a tear.
And we're looking at a guy whose career oval racing experience is 0.
Yeah.
Never done it before. Massively impressive what he's shown the last couple days, but specifically today. Look at this guy going 239 miles an hour into turn 3, and the balance of the race car looking excellent, James. It's confident. It looks like he knows what to expect right now, and very smooth.
Yeah, I mean, only 11 laps on the day on his 12th circuit right now, so decided to keep the running limited as he clocks in a 230.920 on that run, on that lap rather. So consistent run, but these conditions much closer to what we're expecting tomorrow from a track temperature standpoint. Maybe a little calmer on the wind side than what we expect to see, but smart move from the team to put the rookie out in slightly more favorable conditions, get him comfortable, get him a little bit more experience in this qualifying format, and build that confidence ahead of tomorrow.
Oh, he's getting awfully close to the curb in turn 4. But he completes the 4-lap run. This is top 5 kind of stuff.
It's another 231.
231.077 average puts him 4th on the charts.
Ahead of Scott Dixon, Marcus Ericsson, Will Power, all Indy 500 winners.
And Ericsson just set that time. Very comparable conditions. Man, Prema have come to play at the 500.
Gotta love it.
Prema having speed, JT, and that's exactly what we was happy to see. We were worried about them after day 1, but coming in stronger and stronger. This is going to be it then. Proper power, proper run, and finally some proper punch is being pulled. So we've got 49 minutes to go of this one. 2-car circuit. It's going to be out there on the circuit. Connor Daly, the 76, and Helen Siegel in the number 76 for Daly. Siegel in the number 6. Daly's up in 5th, 231.689 mile an hour is his best speed. And Helen Siegel on a 226.513, down though in 31st position. As things currently stand. Still better runs Arguably better times. Hello, Amy. What have you made of today's action?
Oh, it's been quite interesting. Quite interesting indeed. They're all starting to ramp it up a little bit, including Framer, which will definitely be getting lots of people excited for sure. So, yes, great to see them doing well. Great to see them doing well, and it's just a continuous build up to the 500 that I'm loving, and I'm happy that it is continuing. JT just showed me the mega sheet he's working on as well, which is what he's been doing for the last few hours, and is still working on very much right now.
They are going to repair Kyle Larson's car. You were right with what you said, Amy. Slap bang, front and rear. It was the perfect accident you could have at Indy.
Yeah, you can't really have a better one there. Other than that, I think that was a perfect example. If you're going to have a crash, that's the perfect way to have it.
Longard's coming to the pit lane now as well, just to let you know. So fewer cars out there, so back to the wall feed.
Ahead of the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500, live on Fox, Fox Sports Films is premiering a new one-hour documentary, INDYCAR, Anything to Win, featuring some of the biggest names in the sport, including Mario Andretti, Joseph Newgarden, and Alex Palou. The film premieres Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox, ahead of the network's coverage of Day 2 of Indy 500 qualifying.
Everybody that straps into one of these cars is willing to die for their passion for going IndyCar racing.
If you're not levitating, you're not hooked up right.
The crowd is deafening here.
It hits you like a wave.
The Indy 500 can take your name to an entirely new level.
Just one race, one day changes your life forever.
You want it so bad.
It's a vicious cycle of wanting to win.
Indy's a drug, man. It's the reason they take the risks. Everything is about winning and winning here.
The greatest spectacle in racing!
Well, that looks fantastic. May 18th, Fox, excited for that. Here are your best full lap averages of the day so far. Scott McLaughlin, P1, 232.2. Then it's Rosenquist, Lundgaard, Schwarzman, P4. Then Dixon, Ericsson, Sato, Power, Herter, and Rasmussen. Some unexpected names within that 10. It's going to be an exciting day tomorrow.
Nolan Siegel now, having completed a bit of a shakedown out and in, and having the benefit of Christian Lundgaard's impressive and very recent run. He can study, ponder, and now put into action everything his teammate just laid down about 20 minutes ago. This is a very big weekend, James, for Nolan Siegel.
Huge. I mean, huge. You got to think back a year. He was here with Dale Coyne Racing, attempting to qualify for his first 500. Absolute heroics in the last chance qualifying from behind the wheel, but it still wasn't quite enough speed. He was not able to qualify for the race, went home.
He bailed early. Something going wrong there. 57% hybrid remaining. Either he didn't like something he felt, or the team didn't like something they saw on telemetry.
And that means, as of right now, his 4-lap average of a 228.558, the best that he has managed behind both Lundgaard and Award on the same team. Larson, as we saw, unable to complete his run, as now Jacob Abel for the team that Siegel was driving for last year when he did not make the show, out there in that gorgeous liveried Miller High Life 51.
Danny Sullivan proud. That's what Sullivan took to his Indy 500 win in 1985. Card looking a lot like this one as Jacob Abel also bails. You can spell bail with Abel.
Oh, sorry. Siegel actually finished that run. We caught him halfway through. Yeah, so apologies for that.
Yeah, I've just got the times here. So it's a 227.9, 228.3, 228.8, 229.0 for Siegel for that 4-lap run.
I think what threw us off with Siegel was that he had hybrid still left.
How about going faster every lap? That's an unhappy driver. I know that sounds counterintuitive.
4/10 faster.
Or is it a conservative driver at the start that then found some trust in the car and then laid into it?
Potentially.
How how about this guy? His teammates have both jumped up into very good positions at the end of the day. Armstrong P6, Rosenqvist P7. What can Castroneves put on the table?
34 drivers in the entry list, and only one will drive like this. Nowhere close to getting below that white line with the left side tires. Truly unique. A four-time winner chasing 5. I mean, James, sometimes he touches the line.
Here's the thing. In qualifying, I didn't hate that line. I used it a few times myself because it kind of just keeps your hands a little bit more open. You got to think of the steering wheel like a brake when you're on an oval. The more you're turning it, the more you're scrubbing and slowing the car down. By keeping that slightly wider radius, yes, you're technically traveling more distance, which is always a no-no on the ovals. But if you can just eliminate a little bit of that steering wheel input, a little bit of that scrub, it can keep that speed carrying all the way down these long 5/8 of a mile straights. And we know those distances thanks to morning math with Will Buxton yesterday.
Holding steady in the 230s is Helio Castroneves, 230.6, now a 230.2 last lap around. That's good consistency in this third Meyer Shank car for Helio Castroneves, the team with which, of course, he took that famous 4th victory here at the Brickyard, going for 5 in 2025.
Hasn't been ideal, though, the last 3 years in qualifying. Castroneves 27th, 20th, and 20th, all with MSR. This race team, what's that lap look like?
229.865, so drops a couple of tenths of a mile an hour.
Compare that to what Marcus Armstrong laid down, and Castroneves still some speed to find as the hybrid deployment strategy for Castroneves looks like the trickle we've talked about all day.
So we saw that top speed into turn 4, into 3, sorry, trap speeds right now. If you look at them for turn 3, 240.8 with Scott McLaughlin. He's the highest, but Armstrong, Elio's teammate, P2 at a 240.3. So the MSR cars have some serious straight line speed.
228.495, the 4th lap for Castroneves.
That puts him
Gives us an
14th
average
on the 4-lap average, giving him a 229.82.
Heading down now to speak to Georgia.
And I almost didn't recognize him in his normal clothes, so I have to assume that you are done for the day.
Yeah, I think we finished up right around 4 o'clock, maybe 3:30. I mean, at that point, it was like 140 degrees track temp, 90 ambient, so yeah, there's not too much more we could learn. Obviously, it'd be nice to be out there now, but we really needed to play some catch up on some car stuff to be fully prepared or fully prepped for qualifying tomorrow. And I said I feel really good about the balance for the first time all week, so it'll be we should be fine.
Yeah, it's been a whirlwind of a week for you, but today it seems like you're ending on a much better note right when it counts the most for qualifying tomorrow. Again, you qualify well here, you race here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Do you feel like that car is in a good window?
Yeah, I think, you know, after 2.5 days of trial and error with the car, we finally figured out what was going on. So we feel very confident. Now it's just kind of back to the basics. You know, we're going back to a setup that we wanted to roll out here with, something that we were working on in the Hope and Test, something that we were working on since October, to continue with that program again. Obviously, slightly different philosophy now because we've lost so much time, so we're definitely going to be on the safe side of things. But you know, I think we have a really good chance for the Fast 12 tomorrow. Our car had a lot of pace in the heat. Obviously, we didn't get to complete a 4-lap run, but it was nobody was at that point. Just a lot of big lifts in one and hanging on to it. As we've seen already, it's been a pretty treacherous day. So just happy that the cars are safe. You know, Kyffin and Kyle walked out just fine. So good to see. Hard to watch, but good to see that they're okay.
Thanks, Santino.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, catch you in a bit. Santino Ferrucci hoping to overcome a difficult week so far. Firehawk hanging out with Kevin Lee, making himself useful.
Making himself useful indeed, and seeing some track action as the weekend goes on. So,
think okay?
I've just seen practice has started for the NASCAR All-Star.
Oh.
And we're not covering it. It's it's one of those weekends where you sort of forget what's on.
Yeah, there's so much on to some degree, and I mean we've never even had time to like properly sit down and go through stuff. Just due to all of these Indy tests. Like we'd usually have like some form of meeting or something to discuss stuff, but we've not had any time.
We have had zero time to get anything sorted on that front. In that case, I know we're covering the heat races tomorrow at some point, which is after the trucks. So that's the qualifying session. We will get practice sorted. We'll record the timings and get that out. It's a non-championship race anyway, so we're okay. Next week, however, it's going to be all hands on deck as we get sorted with 38 minutes to go ahead of the qualifying opening day. And just a reminder, we've got Megan coming into the commentary box for the second practice of Formula E, JT producing. Megan is running this commentary and the show, just making sure everything's going to be okay. I'll be back at 2 a.m. for the qualifying. Just I can get 3 hours sleep. And considering I'm basically non-stop until then, it's kind of a big deal. Omi, just so you know, be on backup in case you have to do the F3 sprint tomorrow, in case Formula E massively overruns.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty much on backup for all of the
you are.
F2, F3 sessions. And here's the thing, I'm doing them anyway, so won't make too much of a difference. And we've got Tom all weekend with us as well.
Let's head back to Fox then. 37 minutes to go, and Kyle Larson's coming back out.
Good to see. Look at this.
That's awesome.
Massive moment for Kyle Larson in turn 3, hitting the nose square. And that piece right there where it says IndyCar Hybrid, the attenuator, perfectly square, but seemingly no other damage to the race car. Those quick change parts. And I've never seen this before. A qualifying crash with front and rear impact, and coming away very, very lucky, as we'll take another look at what happened.
So on the smoke, we're speculating from our side that the car maybe bottomed, unsettled it, pitched it around, perfectly square forwards, perfectly square rearwards. For as unlucky as the crash was, you couldn't have been luckier at how it hit the wall.
You couldn't design a crash test better than that.
Front impact structure, rear impact structure, doing their jobs perfectly. Kevin, what work's actually gone on Kyle's car to get him back out there?
Well, as you guys said, it was square in the front and the rear, and that's all they changed. 2 wings and 4 Firestones. So just front wing assembly, rear wing assembly.
I like this because it gets him back out on track immediately. He can, get back in the saddle, so to speak.
100%.
Put it behind him, and not that he needs it. He said he's normally good at putting these things behind him. Remember, he's used to tumbling sprint cars down the dirt 5, 7, 10 times when you have a wreck in one of those things. That was tame by Kyle Larson standards.
But so important to, I think, get this run in so that he can go to bed tonight and not wake up and think about, is that going to happen again? What happened? Just clear it out of your head in the same day. Incredibly lucky that he's able to do that with the condition of the car. As you see the tub seemingly just fine and that brand new nose cone goes on. But now he can come back tomorrow and think about performance.
And in better conditions as well. The car should be handling nice, should go quick. So we're going to see what he's got coming up here.
It's cooling down quick. Track temp down to 109 degrees.
You just came back from ad break. What are you doing? They hate me. They hate me.
Looks like we have a bit more talking to do then.
Yeah, I'm running out of steam. Thank God this is how we've done in the commentary today, because if you haven't been with us all day on JB Motorsports, myself and Tom Cans have commentated the whole day of F1 across F1, 2, 3, the practice sessions and qualifyings. So that's 6 sessions we did. And I was also doing this morning's Formula E. And now we've done the 6 hours, but we've done it this style. Yeah. Need a bit of sleep. I agree with what Bully put in the chat there about an effed Friday for Larson. Completely so, unfortunately. His only long run he smashed it in the wall, but at least he's out there shortly. We'll get another run with 30 minutes to go. That's probably all you need, really. Still, 15 laps done for Scott McLaughlin, and he was into the pits. He's done for the day. Quite a lot of cars have done it. It hasn't really been Fast Friday, more like slow, painful 6 hours Friday.
Yeah, it's not been the usual Fast Friday. It doesn't match its name. It's been the complete opposite. But hopefully the rest of the event will match its name as well. So I heard, that there's a lot of weather that's predicted for Formula E tomorrow, which is why I'm having to be on standby. Yeah, so there's a possible chance. Oh, we've got someone who's an expert in weather about to talk.
The brand new sponsor for Fast Friday must absolutely love how this Fast Friday has turned out.
I've been fighting falling asleep.
It is very funny that the sponsor of Fast Friday is Turtle Wax, so they might have had something to do with it being slow.
Up next, Turbo. Let's head back over. Fox, go longer than 5 minutes before an ad break, please. I'm begging you. Let me get my voice back. We're just waiting for them to come back now. Anybody?
Who will get to kiss the bricks for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500? Join us on May 25th to find out. It is Fast Friday. We are back at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There are cars on track. One who is not anymore because he was rather unhappy. It was Graham Rahal, and I think Kevin has some more on him.
Well, it has been rough, and this is not the first time that he's been in this situation. Bumped a couple of years ago. It's been difficult for the last few years to find pace. Let's listen after the latest run just moments ago for Graham Rahal.
It just has no lateral bite. Like anything I do, it's just loose, but then the understeer level just feels like it just feels like the car never takes it. It's been this way all week.
He said before that, I just don't understand. He sounds really worried right now, and even more so when he was first rolling down towards the pit lane after that run.
Not happy times down at RLL for one of their drivers. We've just seen Louis Foster out there on track. Hinge, have you got the times for Louis?
I do. Lap 1. 230.987.
Wow.
230.329, 229.987, and then a 230.243. That
That's
last
more
one
like
going
it.
fourth. Their fourth lap going faster as we've seen, which puts him 11th on the 4-lap average at a 230.386, right ahead of Rasmussen and right behind Colton Herta. So
and
very stout.
Sato's looking good as well.
Sato's 8th right now on the list.
So it begs the question, what is going on specifically for Graham Rahal within the same team with access to that exact same setup that is causing so much grief? As Stingray Robb, Juncos Hollinger, teammates to Connor Daly.
We've seen pace out of Daly. Wow. 14th on the 4-lap average right now.
Stingray has jumped up to 7th on the overall fastest times, 231.4. That last lap at 230.1. Juncos coming to play as well.
I love it. And you know, you think about coming in here, there's questions about who's going to be on pole, who's going to make the Fast 6, the Fast 12, and also who might not make this race. And right now, Juncos Hollinger very much at the front end of that conversation. And Tim Cindric told us a little while ago, hey, there's going to be some surprise contenders for this. Unfortunately for Stingray, he bails out right there. I don't know if that's the
that was the end of the run.
I think that was the end of the run.
Stand by for action.
Let's see.
2:31.4 lap 1, 2:30.1 lap 2, 2:30.7.
That's my line, Buxton.
Lap 4. Oh, sorry, lap 4. So I didn't get lap 1. 2:30.862. Fifth.
How about
What did you say? I missed that.
I said he just stole my line. Stand by for action. That's my line, Buxton.
These conditions are getting better. The windsock nearly completely facing down. So the conditions are as good as we've seen all day long as Kyle Larson goes out for a quick install check on the car. We understand this will not be a full run right now. He's just going to make sure he gets I imagine what they're going to do is a bit of an aero check on the back straight, make sure this new front wing, this new rear wing are set exactly as they want it before he goes out to do a run in anger in a few minutes.
We will take this opportunity to go away for a few seconds and come straight back.
How can you tell that Fox have moved to FS1? Ad breaks every 5 seconds. Literally, they've just been on there for 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Oh god. Well, we give them something, and all they do is just give it back to us.
Yeah. And then they're just fed up of talking, so I bet Will's pressing the button saying, please, 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 please. Because, of course, all he'd have to do usually is 8 hours a day. He's only doing 6 now. He's used to this with F1 testing. But I suppose he did have stint breakups.
Yeah.
Rod saying that
right.
how's Daly pretty darn good. I don't know how Daly's managed to do this, but Colin Daly could become the first Indiana to win since Wilbur. That's going to be something. Definitely going to be an interesting run around. And JT has got it sorted. So if you join us for qualifying tomorrow, pinned in the chat will be the qualifying sheet for all of the runs. So you can join us and JT will write it in and get all the information that you have the fastest laps.
It's good, isn't it?
It's really good. I'm just looking at it now, like, my goodness me.
If you press 3, I can get it up on there. Hold on.
Hang on a minute, because 3 is on the TV screens. Pictures. It's on now. Let me know when and I'll press the button.
Okay.
You remember to zoom in a bit.
I can't zoom in because of how big it is. It would look weird if I zoom it in.
Yeah, we're past Watershed, but I still can't. We can't make those jokes.
Right, now JV's muted, so we can't hear him. Okay. I have pressed the button, so you should be able to see it now.
We can, yes. Wow.
Okay, so I can zoom in this bit.
Yes.
Oh, that's way too zoomed in. 1, 2, 5. There we go. Okay, so this is every single driver name, the main qualifying sheet, Fast 12, Bump Day, Fast 6. So you can go to any of these drivers. Let's say, for example, let's click on Scott Dixon. Click on that link, and it will take you directly to Scott Dixon's runs.
That's going to be impressive.
And if we zoom out to 50%, you won't be able to read any of it. But this is how big the sheet is with all of the... Wait, you don't have to go that far out, probably.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, all 34 cars are guaranteed a qualifying attempt. The top 12 will have a 4-lap average speed. Of course, they would advance to day 2. 13th to 30th is locked into the Indy 500 as well, and there'll also be a bump day at the end of it. And that's how the sheet can help you at home.
Fast 12, the exact same for Fast 12, the exact same for Bump Day, and the exact same for the Fast 6. And whatever driver qualifies for the Fast 12, Bump Day, Fast 6, the links will appear here as well, so you can jump through all of the sheets, just like you can jump... Hold on, let's go to Jack Hollywood Harvey. Yes, I have named Jack Hollywood
I thought you would have.
There you go. Bang.
And that
Link will be in the YouTube chat tomorrow when it's actually qualifying.
Yeah, it'll be pinned in, so that's, and watch it back at home and follow along with us as well on your phone. Oh, tablet or laptop.
Good, isn't it?
That's really good, JT.
I've spent the past 3 hours doing that.
That's what we need, fan interaction, and you at home can follow along every single second and print it out afterwards if you like. Let's head back to Fox. Nice work, JT.
Look to tomorrow and try to closely match the same environment. Alex Palou taking turn 1.
Interesting, used 40% of his hybrid on the run to start his lap.
This thing's hooked up. Remember, he had an issue in turn 3 that he bailed out of earlier.
But that was still after runs with maybe not quite the same pace we saw out of his teammate Scott Dixon, but 239 miles an hour just tickling it down into turn 3.
Not even a hesitation, not even a thought of a lift through 3.
106 degrees track temp at the moment, ambient holding pretty steady. Burning more hybrid now.
The remaining, well, 50% of it gone.
And a big lap.
232.5 for Alex Palou. Fastest
non-tow lap. Sorry, T-Bell. Even though Colton Herta is on track in front of him now, I think he might be on a warm-up lap. Just pulling out of the pits.
Regen. First time we've seen that from a Ganassi. Up to 100.
First time we've seen it from anyone that's not a Penske, which is an interesting strategy, especially with less wind. Not necessarily something we would have expected.
2 more laps. So 232.5 was his first. 232.4. My goodness, this is consistent and quick.
And he burned that hybrid on that front straight. Multiple deployments so far. Is he going to charge it up again?
Oh, and look at him, he's pinned. He's absolutely pinned.
Slight adjustment to the front bar as he charges the hybrid. This is a very strong run from Palou. 237 turning in.
Not even a hint of a waver on that throttle.
Balance still looks really good as Alex Palou comes off of turn 4. He's got 60% of hybrid to deploy, and he uses all of it here on the front straightaway into the wind.
While he's doing that, Herta jumps up to third with a 232.0 on his first lap of this run. Palou's lap across the line,
232.0. Every lap so far in the 232s for the championship leader. This is a statement run from Alex Palou at the end of the day.
Don't know if it'll be quicker than McLaughlin's 4-lap average, but I think it's going to be close as long as he makes it through 3, and he does wide open.
Wow, the commitment. Absolutely stunning. What a 4-lap run from Alex Palou. Over the line. That lap was a 232.1 every lap in the 232s.
And that's the fastest 4-lap average of 232.307 for Alex Palou. But Colton Herta not too far off his last lap of 231.9.
Only 1/10 of a mile an hour drop off for Herta between laps 1 and 2.
That
This is 3 down, 1 to go.
That active hybrid strategy looks to be a good one if you think about Palou and McLaughlin.
Conditions favorable, but they're having to get it done.
231.6, another 0.3 of a mile an hour drop off as we see that slow burn hybrid strategy. Different again. This is going to be so fascinating tomorrow to see who goes with what approach. Looking stuck, looking confident in the Gamebridge machine.
Final 30% of hybrid being burnt by Colton Herta. Down the straight, let's take a look at where he sits on the 4-lap average over the line. Colton Herta jumps up to third, 231.7 the average.
So again, apples to apples against Palou, 0.6 of a mile an hour average down. Andretti will be a little bit disappointed in that gap to Palou, but maybe still some speed to unlock overnight.
Abel ran a 4-lap stint. His average 229.4, sits 18th. As we sit on board with
JG's got data.
really in the crosshairs of our focus for much of today, Carl Larson.
absolutely will. Kyle Larson went out for an install lap just to make sure everything was straight and working how it was supposed to. Is it?
Yeah, everything they said checked out good, in the garage, on the scales and alignment and all that. So, yeah, just wanted to come out here and just get up to somewhat speed to make sure all was good. So, yeah, thankfully it was. So we'll reset for tomorrow and, just have a better day.
We hope so. Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, thanks.
So running on board with Scott Dixon. Currently 14th on the overall fastest lap times. McLaughlin, your fastest one-lap speed at 2:33.954, but his four-lap average was a 2:32.2. Palou the best so far today on a 2:32.3 average for the 4 laps.
So he is keeping hybrid in the bag. A little different than what we saw out of Alex Palou. This looks like it might be a last lap deployment.
Whoa!
Dixon.
2:32.5.
That is now the quickest no-toe lap, same 1/10 of a mile an hour as his teammate Palou. Ganassi using these ideal conditions to really flex their muscle and show the speed of these Hondas.
Dixon using his experience, not needing the hybrid as of yet. Very different strategy to his teammate.
But a great comparison. Such a perfect back-to-back run for teammates to get an ultra-clean data set. We'll find out, does Dixon use a trickle technique? He will. It starts to drop down on the hybrid.
2:32.391, lap 2.
Let's see what this hybrid deployment yields. This will give us a really good idea of what he might be able to gain. He makes exactly like his teammate Alex Palou. He softens the front roll bar deep into the run for a little bit more front grip through the corners.
This is the strategy we saw from Colton Herta as far as hybrid deployment. Getting down now, he'll hit 0 by the start-finish line.
Looks like perfect execution in terms of a process.
Trickle down over the lap, crosses the line. It's a 2:32.5 again.
Wow.
Dixon absolutely motoring.
Okay, but now he's got no hybrid left, and we've heard from multiple teams and both engine manufacturers that when the hybrid system is at 0 state of charge, as you see there, it does have a tiny bit more drag through the drive chain than if it was full. Is that going to cost Dixon on this final lap?
He just went 240 miles an hour into turn 3, so not looking.
Survey says no.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Let's see the drop-off. 2:32.5 on the 3rd lap. The 4th lap over the line for Scott Dixon is going to be a 2:31.9, so lost 0.6 of a mile an hour. But Scott Dixon, with that 4-lap average, jumps up to 2:32.386. It's the fastest 4-lap average of the day.
Better lap time then for Scott Dixon, JT. That came out of nowhere.
Yep, and on number 3 now, JB, is Louis Foster's 4-lap run, which Fox missed
Not
due
surprised.
to them being focused on Dixon. So there's Louis Foster's run.
So a 2:17.595 was his warm-up. Lap 1, 2:30.707. Lap 2, 2:30.021. Lap 3, down a bit, 2:29.506. And lap 4, down a lot, 2:28.831. Averages out 2:29.76625. Just go to 4 decimal places. But that's a surprise for Foster. He's not using the hybrid to counteract the speed lost. It's like what we've been seeing in the start of these ones.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go back up to Dixon. And that was his 4-lap run, which we were watching.
Yeah, 2:32s. It was only the last lap was down to 2:31.97, but averaged out 2:32.3665. If we don't have wind, or even a tailwind down the start finish straight, we could see the 2:34s. Do we dare dream 2:35? That could be a possibility. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be so good. I can't wait for this. And tomorrow we'll see starter laps, but the big main laps will come on Sunday when we get into the Fast 12 and the Fast 6. Go on.
The qualifying sheet in the chat now, since we're using it now, but what I'll do is I'll clear it and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, so we'll pop it in and get everything sorted. Okay.
So we don't get Fast Friday qualifying runs mixed up with actual qualifying runs. It'll all be cleared at the end.
Probably best idea.
It is. There you go.
And it's in the chat now, so if you want to see this document that JT's been working on for all the qualifying lap runs, the link is in the description now. Let's head back to the box for 15 minutes to go.
At the new
Say again?
Kyle Kirkwood, next one.
Okay.
Of the world's fastest drivers. 100 Days to Indy, streaming May 22nd exclusively on Fox Nation. You can also catch episode 1 of 100 Days to Indy, May 24th at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on Fox.
Ready? You want to put it? Yeah, you.
You put the graham cracker like this. Really get that chocolate. What do you think? Just feel like we're in a really good place now, you know?
I feel like we're in a great place with the
No, I
people
agree.
around us,
I agree.
teams that we have. Yeah.
I am pretty happy that last year was behind us, for sure.
I think success breeds jealousy, and Joseph is very successful. There are still some people, that don't like Joseph, but it's probably because they want to be Joseph more often than not.
100 Days to Indy, streaming May 22nd, and all future episodes of 100 Days to Indy will be streaming exclusively on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com today. Riding on board now with Kyle Kirkwood. Out on track, sixth fastest of the day so far, 2:31.818 for the single lap. Ninth fastest overall for the 4-lap average in the 27. Siemens Honda. The man who was fastest just got deposed by his teammate, just by a smidge. Championship leader Alex Palou down on pit lane with Kevin.
He looked really sporty a few minutes ago. How did it feel, Alex?
Felt good. I mean, the conditions were ideal, especially compared to this morning when everybody was out and we were not even able to finish a 4-lap. Had a small moment there into 3, but yeah, now the conditions were good, a bit closer to what we're gonna have tomorrow, at least in temperature-wise. So car felt good, felt fast. I think it's gonna be tough tomorrow in qualifying. A lot of fast cars out there, and it's gonna be tough to have a good balance to finish 4 laps, which I think that's a goal for everybody. So yeah, looking forward to tomorrow for sure.
Alex Palou won the pole a couple of years ago. He's a big contender this weekend as well, Georgia.
And we have his teammate, Scott Dixon. That seemed like a nice way to cap off the day.
Yeah, it was good. You know, the first run was very conservative. We were a little worried about conditions and obviously what had happened to Kyffin there. I'm glad that he's okay. Bummed for the INDYCAR team. You know, it was just one of those scenarios that, didn't work out well. But, yeah, the 9 car, the PNC Bank Honda was pretty fast there. Even with, we kind of messed the sequence up there and kind of forgot to do a couple of things. So I think there's some good speed still left in the car. I think balance was pretty conservative as well. So we'll see. You know, who knows what tomorrow's going to bring. I think conditions going to be pretty tough, but it's definitely nice to see what Honda have done, and hopefully we've got a dog in the fight here.
Thanks, Scott.
Does he mean he forgot to use the hybrid like his teammate?
No, because I think he had a different strategy altogether, right? His was set up for a slow burn strategy in terms of deployment, but just a guy with 22 2500s under his belt, he's still forgetting to do certain things in the qualifying runs. That's how complex the procedures have become during these qualifying runs, that even a guy, not just as experienced as Dixon, he's one of the smartest guys out here. He's one of those guys that has that extra bandwidth, that extra capacity to manage situations while driving on the limit, and even he's having to remember more than he's expecting to, more than seems natural.
Kirkwood is dropping time by quite large chunks, about half a second between first and second, about another half a second between second and third. Started on a 2:32.1, now on a 2:31.1. Let's see this one, it's a 2:31.0, so not so bad for the 4th lap. The average takes him up to 5th overall for the 4-lap run, 231.491.
So this is huge right here. Can Graham Rahal end his day happy? Dumps the throttle at start finish. That last lap was a 2:27.5.
Oh, no. Last lap.
And a big mistake there where he stopped a lap early over what they expected out of him. So those are the kinds of things that you do not want to have happen tomorrow. That would ruin his chances to lock in on the first run.
He did an Ericsson.
But this, again, this is part of the reason you do all these sims is not just for the driver to get used to the procedures, but also the team. Why were they not telling him green flag, second lap, one to go, third lap, one to go? You know, like that information is necessary. Again, we just talked about how much the drivers are already thinking just to drive it. Help them out a little.
A procedural error, but perhaps progress, because Graham did do a lap at 2:29.5 and ended at 2:27.5. Not amazing, but maybe good enough to lock in tomorrow to the top 30 just.
This is it. This is absolutely what tomorrow might be all about. Not terrible, but potentially good enough to get in the show. And ultimately, right now, for Graham Rahal, that might be all that matters.
Alex Palou done for the day then as well. JT, this is getting interesting now with 8 to go. It's limited of what we could actually see.
Yeah, absolutely. We could only see one more run and 2 at a push, but everyone's at 0 miles per hour. No one is exiting pit road at the moment. 2 miles per hour for Santino Ferrucci, which suggests to me he's going back to gasoline alley in the garages under tow.
I reckon that's it. There's a twitch from Alex Palou's RPM, but he's out of the car. That's just him cycling the engine. That's it. Everybody else is running out the clock. I think that is the end of the day.
There's Kyle Kirkwood's run on number 3 if you want it, JB.
We did have it on. We'll have a look at it again. 2:21 was the one.
Did you?
Yeah, 2:32.107 lap 1, 2:31.619 lap 2, 2:31.160 lap 3, 2:31.079 lap 4. Averages out 2:31.49125. Good lap time for Kirkwood. I saw it was open, so I put it on number 3 earlier on. I think it's it too. No one else is moving out there.
See, at this point, I would be getting ready to go to bed, but no, I've got Formula E.
You would go to bed at, what, 12:30? 12:35, max?
No, because the session finishes at 12:35.
It's a 30-minute session.
Yeah, but it still finishes at 12:35.
And that's when you go off. So you'll be finishing then. And then, yeah, but then you don't have to wake up at 2. So, you see my point?
No.
Yeah, let's go back to the crash we had earlier on, though. With Kyffin Simpson losing it around. This was earlier on. Slamming into the wall, going upside down as we hand back to Fox.
It's the first time I've seen it full speed, because all they've shown is, like, slow-mos.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen it at full speed, actually, the proper velocity of the crash. Wasn't great, was it? Is that back to Fox?
Will need to be swapped out. It is being swapped out right now, as we understand the Chip Ganassi crew is busy at work in Gasoline Alley. Kevin, how are they coming along?
They're not going to get it done today. That was the hope, to at least get back out before 6 o'clock for an install lap, but everything is new except the engine. So it's a new tub, new hybrid. The gearbox, as of about 35 minutes ago when I checked, wasn't mounted yet, so they won't make it today. But 20-year-old Kyffin Simpson has 2 really fast teammates to lean on.
He certainly does. It is a Ganassi 1-2 at the end of Fast Friday here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That will at least be positive, as will Kyffin's recent qualifying performances, which have been stellar. I can imagine he'll be one of those guys that wants to get out in practice tomorrow morning. Let's listen to Graham.
Planning on lifting, so their deploy is much more aggressive. So what we're going to do is know the trickle if you're flat is awesome. Like in that setting, my times were coming down a little bit, but like I think, like for instance, the first time to the second, I came out of turn 2 like 1.01 down, like nothing. And I think if the hybrid had normal power, it would have overcome that. You would have been able to get back up on your same time. But you lose a little, and then the next time you lose a little, whereas the hybrid gets you back on the target.
So they're just debating how to use the hybrid system. When's the optimal time to deploy that stored energy in the capacitor? But what I like for Graham Rahal is it's not a conversation about balance. It is about how to optimize. So I think they made some progress on that last run as we take a look back at what happens when you don't get it right in qualifying. Graham Rahal shockingly bumped from the field.
And it was team on team here. That was Jack Harvey in the sister car at RLL. Bobby Rahal watching one of his cars bump out another, and the despondence in the body language of Graham Rahal. There is few worse feelings for a racing driver than being on the outside looking in at 5:50 on Saturday of qualifying weekend at the Speedway. It's a feeling this man does not want to repeat tomorrow.
But as you say, Townsend, at least they're discussing how you deploy the hybrid and not what do we do to get the balance right in this car.
30 minutes ago, before that last run, Graham Rahal sounded desperate, like nothing's working, we're not fixing it. It's almost like they threw on a setup from a teammate and he went out and just stuck with it. So a good way to end and have a chance to come back and not be part of that last row conversation.
Well, with Takuma Sato 11th on the 4-lap average and Louis Foster 13th on the 4-lap average, clearly the car's working somewhere. Emma and Scott walking away from a very successful day here at the track. It is starting to get dark here at the Speedway. There is a storm coming in. And by that, I don't mean just the pace of the Ganassis. There is a huge weather front making its way towards Indianapolis. How much will that change track conditions? How much will it take away the rubber from the circuit? And critically, guys, when we get to the track tomorrow, what conditions will we find? Will it be a wet track? Will it be a windy day? Frankly, right now, we just don't know. And I think that's one of the great things about today is whether it's lap times or the weather conditions for tomorrow, there are as many questions now as answers.
Yeah, the projections show that tomorrow the wind speed could be up in a slightly different direction, blowing basically across the track from the east to the west. So drivers will have to adjust to that. Track temperature seems to be a very big deal right now. That was the biggest curveball throughout the day that gave several drivers a really tough time.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the wind today, you know, we've seen conditions like that around here. It hasn't been what's caused all the issues that we saw. So I really do think that with the extra weight in the car from this hybrid, with the extra power you're putting through those rear tires and the deployment, that's really making it track temperature sensitive, making the tire temperature sensitive. So tomorrow, maybe better track temperature situation, but potentially a much worse wind situation.
And the unknown, though, is who's in trouble.
Well,
it's tough to say. We really don't know. We can't look and say definitively those 2 or 3 cars are the ones that are in a hole right now.
What I love, Will, is you have all this simulation software. You can think about it, you can plan about it, but the fact that teams are still trying to figure out, 2 minutes left to go in the day, what hybrid strategy to deploy when qualifying starts. I love that. I love the unknowns. I love the fact that the computers haven't solved everything yet. We got to go out on the racetrack and sort it.
And there are still drivers out there who won't have done 4-lap runs that they're comfortable or confident with, some who didn't even complete a 4-lap run at all. This is how things run tomorrow. All 34 cars will get a guaranteed qualifying attempt. The order of that is determined tonight by a blind draw. Then the top 12 will advance to day 2. 13th to 30th is locked into place at the end of tomorrow. 31st to 34th must re-qualify on Sunday to make the 33. One driver will be going home and will not contest the greatest spectacle in racing.
And the checker flag is about to come out, JT. This is the weather that's coming into the circuit, and it's going to wash away all this rubber. And tomorrow, green track, a single hour of practice to get it ready. It's going to be chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be chaotic as well. We're not even going to see the checkered flag because Fox are already going off. So, and also, I've just looked. We've not even gone to checkered. We've gone straight to yellow.
Now the checker's come out as well. Everyone's done for the day. Well, my thanks to Omi, my thanks to JT, my thanks to all of you at home. What a day we've had. Not really fast Friday, more as confusing Friday. But tomorrow, qualifying will begin for the 109th running of the Indy 500. Thanks for your company. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Goodbye.